You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Ball, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just kicks a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion
Be a part.
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bolt. This one just kicks a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
He's had to work hard for those runs, Nick, hasn't he?
Yes, that's the most offensive I've seen him playing, really. He's faced 68 deliveries so far, and he and Carlson were definitely trying to hang on for the end because Carlson reined everything in, but he fell for 9. Billy Root first ball, hence the night watchman, and bad news on the injury front for your boys.
I'm afraid so, yes. Leicestershire have lost one of their seam attack. Eddie Barnes, apparently the very first ball he bowled yesterday, didn't really see it, but he went over on his ankle, and he might just have sort of felt it a bit at the time, but he's come in this morning, or at least he woke up this morning, the foot was very, very badly swollen. So once the swelling dies down, he'll be off for a scan, but certainly he's in no state to take any further part in play in this game. So Leicestershire are one seamer down. Whether he'd bat if this is the 12th man at the moment. He may alternate duties with Louis Kimber. Those were the 12th and 13th men in the Leicestershire squad, in place of the unfortunate Eddie Barnes, who will have his foot up, be watching in the dressing room, I would think. And is there a football programme today? It's a Saturday, isn't it?
Yes,
so he'll be worrying
some
about
of the
Leeds
divisions, yes.
If they're playing, they could be playing tomorrow for all I know. And it looks like it's going to be Michael Finan who will have to shoulder a larger proportion of the bowling burden than he has done so far in this game. He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Both of us have slightly different update schedules. You'll be probably pleased to know, actually. So we won't be either leaving or interrupting commentary half as often as we normally have to during a normal transmission day.
Various football and rugby engagements, so yes, I don't have too many of those. Wales women playing rugby out in Italy this afternoon. It's a 3:30 kick-off. Scarlets against Glasgow. And of course our usual football commentaries for Swansea, Newport and Wrexham today, and Cardiff tomorrow on BBC Radio Wales.
And Radio Leicester carrying a commentary on Leicester City women, who have a very big game in their women's Premier League, if that's the right term. Michael Finan then around the wicket to the right-handed Sam Northeast, bowled. It swings in, a touch, thumps him in on the pad, was going a long way down the leg side. Just bounces out towards short leg, and there's no run. Had a chat to the Leicestershire coaches this morning. There's some divergence of opinion. Both Paul Nixon and Dibs Patel thinking it might just swing. It felt a bit humid walking in this morning. Well, more humid than it's been because it's slightly warmer, and there's still a very soft outfield. You can sort of still feel the moisture. They felt there might be a bit of swing around. Ball 61.1 overs old as Finan is in. That certainly swung, and it's swung down the leg side past the diving Peter Hanscom for 4 byes.
Well, poor old Hanscom didn't have much of a chance there, did he?
Not a prayer.
That really did swing prodigiously, both towards past the leg stump and then carried on going further as it eluded Hanscom on the way to the ropes. So 90 needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Start that one a foot outside off stump, and it might have been interesting had it managed to swing in the same way. Finan is in and bowls, and he did start at about a foot outside off stump, and it did swing back in a little bit. It was fuller though, and Northeast carefully pushed it firmly out into the offside. A combination of Hill and Budinger mid-off and extra cover completed the fielding. Finan must be more accurate than he was yesterday. He only bowled 5 overs yesterday, went for 23 runs. The other bowlers kept it very tight. He is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Well, Northeast played down the wrong line there because it wasn't an outswing, it just started outside off stump. If anything, there was a slight bit of movement back in. He plunged forward on the line of off stump and missed it, essentially.
Yes, we saw David Lloyd get a little bit of swing yesterday afternoon with the older ball at his medium pace, and Michael Neeson bowled unluckily, I think, for Glamorgan. Got a bit of movement.
Finan is in and bowls. That was the away swinger, and it fairly boomeranged away towards first slip. So it is actually moving out there, and moving quite prodigiously. But it was well wide, and it went wider.
Yes, it's going to be awkward though for the batters if everything's going to be swinging around like that.
But definitely swinging today. So far, anyway. Finan is in, and that was the outswinger. It was full outside off stump, didn't really move too much, and North East just leant forward, played it with an angle bat through the vacant gully area down towards third man. Took one and keeps the strike.
Surprised to see that there's rain delaying the start in Birmingham. Warwickshire against Surrey in Division 1. Start delayed due to rain, it says here on my BBC card. I'm very surprised by that. Underway as scheduled in the other matches at Chester Street.
We have, according to my app, a 20% shower chance at 3. And that's it, basically. So a minor chance of a shower in mid-afternoon, if...
Yes, that seems to be the case largely for tomorrow, doesn't it?
The sun as ever shines on the righteous.
And on the sinner. Chris Wright. Speaking of righteous. Here is Mr. Wright bowling from the Bennett end, running towards us and bowling to Sam North East on 17, and he defends that gently back past the stumps at the non-striker's end. And there's no run. Where are we this ball? 63rd over. So a new ball available if needed at some point this morning in just over the hour's time probably. 169 for 5. 4 extras and 1 off the bat added this morning if you are just tuning in a little late. As Wright is into bowl. That one goes away with the arm, but harmlessly enough, as North East will have nothing to do with it. Van der Hoogten jogging up and down and practicing his forward defensive at the non-striker's end. Takes his batting seriously. Hit an important half-century in the last match after a duck in the first one. Here's right to North East, and he's just guiding that one down into the gully. Scrambling stop by Ahmed, and there is no run. The field then for right to North East. He has 2 slips. Lurking behind them to our right is a third man by order of Edward Bevan. Ahmed is gully stroke backward point. There's a cover. Subfielder Will Davis is up at mid-off. There's mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg, so acres of space on the leg side should the bowlers err on that side of the wicket. And the over 8, pleasingly for Leicestershire, is +2. I think that's a plus, isn't it?
It is, yes. I'm surprised.
Well done, them. As Wright is in to bowl, and North East leaves at the last moment, having taken a preparatory step forward, then got his bat out of the way. We were here past 7 o'clock last night. They turned the lights off and they were still able to keep playing due to a large yellow thing rarely spotted in the sky. So yeah, it's about 20 past 8 by the time I'd packed everything up and got everything done and left the ground.
Yeah, the long days. But it was a fascinating one.
Yes. Right. Bowls. North East steers it straight to Ahmed again. And there's no run. And I had a BBC Radio Wales chat on the sports show late in the evening where I, after a long day, I tried to make sense of this match. The goings on at, well, the changes in ECB and Glamorgan committees and the speculation surrounding the 100, as well as talking about a bit of women's rugby. So I think they had their value off me last night, hopefully. Wright is in to bowl to northeast, to his forward defending to cover. And there is no run. I suspect we are going messy couple of years ahead again in the world of domestic cricket, as they work out whether to retain the 100, if not how to maintain the increased audiences. If they go back to 18 sides, how to sell that to the new audiences that have been brought in, and so on and so forth, and how for the British domestic circuit to fight off the possibility of increasing domination of the IPL, with Indian franchisings owning franchises around the world and potentially signing up leading players.
Indeed. 169.45 as Michael Finan continues from the pavilion end in, bowls. A little bit short and moves a fraction off the seam away from Tim van der Hoogten, but plenty of time for van der Hoogten, tall man, tall right-hander, just to get up on his toes, push it out towards Rahan Ahmed, to whom we had a brief chat, but an entertaining one after play yesterday.
Yeah, so if he didn't spin the ball on day 3, then something was wrong. So refreshingly confident in his own abilities.
With a sort of charming smile as he did so. Goes fine and bowls again a little bit short, comes back in, and van der Hoogten wears one, as they say, round about the thigh pad, round about the stomach perhaps. Combination of pad, bat, everything. He got something behind it anyway, kept it out.
Yes, Glamorgan will be very keen for van der Hoogten to hang around and take some of the
absorb a few overs.
Yes, until the bowlers get a little less fresh and maybe the ball stops swinging a bit.
Finan is in, bowls Fuller. Oh, I thought it had bowled him. How did that stay out? It was full, swung in a bit. He was trying to work it on the leg side. I think he got some bat on it, and it somehow came off bat and pad and trickled past his off stump. No one was quite sure where it had gone for a second.
He was looking in the opposite direction. As you say, the ball trickled past off stump. I was surprised to learn that some of the Indian franchises already own teams in 4 different countries.
Goodness. Finan is in, bowls on off stump. That was the one that goes straight or just maybe swings away a little bit. It began to do so, but again, no great pace from this end in the pitch, and van der Hoogten able to adjust and drop it out into the offside.
The Kolkata Knight Riders and Mumbai Indians, so they're already virtually in a position to promise players employment the year round. 4 franchise sides.
Right, okay.
Just go from one to t'other.
Finan is in, swings back in, does far too much, and was a little bit high as well, but real movement back into van der Hoogten. There was a loud appeal, but he would have been very unlucky to see the finger raise on that one. Neil Bainton, far too good an umpire so to do.
So if you just took the Knight Riders name and slapped it onto local city names around the world and sign your players up for that. And if you get longer contracts, it might be even more stable even than an England contract a year at a time.
Finan is in, bowls, and that one held its own a little bit on off stump, but again well played by van der Hoogten on off stump, everything behind it. But again the movement very apparent, and van der Hoogten indicates with his hand, keeps indicating as he walks down to talk to Sam Northeast, it's swinging. Yep, I know it is.
I
Tim?
can see it. I can see it myself.
End of the over, a maiden over, good one from Finan. 7 overs, none for 24, much better than his first this morning. 169 for 5.
So although many people would have reservations about the way the ECB has administered the game in recent years, at least things can change within the UK rather than being dictated from other countries. Here is Wright into Bold to northeast, who drives gently to cover. And there is no run. Good morning to Emyr Evans in a sun-drenched West Wales, he says. Having seen most of the first 2 days, credit the Foxes, their change bowlers have been way better than we were. Mulder and Scriven leading the way, says Emyr. If you want to tweet us, at FoxesCrick2023 and at NickWebb2017. Right bowls, northeast drives into the covers. Oh, that's got a nasty bounce, I think, off an old wicket, and it's through Budinger, and it's raced away for 4. Budinger went down, tried to block it and get his head out of the way, but I'm afraid he didn't quite keep his eye on it, and it's run away for 4. 21 to northeast, 173 for 5.
It's just about forgivable, I suppose, but the silence of the Leicestershire field speaks volumes.
Yeah, given that it was Budinger who put down northeast off something shockingly. Of a sitter on 9.
Indeed.
Full toss from Ahmed that was clothed to Budinger, who dropped it. Right into northeast, 2 plays to Ahmed at point, no run.
Yes, and on that basis, he'll feel every run that northeast scored. The more so scores, the more so when he's letting one through as well.
Edward Cooper, who's here, says, good to see the Glamorgan cricket flag flying. So many counties forget theirs while travelling. Yes, the flag is just up to our right on the balcony. As 2 slips for saving the single. Right in. Bowls, northeast forward, defending again to Ahmed. Right doesn't seem to be swinging as much as Finan at the moment. The Foxes flag away to our left on the Milligan Road is drooping rather, indicating it's not too breezy, at least on that side of the ground where there are lights on in the bar today, aren't there? I think. As Wright is in, bowls, northeast defends. Again to Ahmed at point, no run. Yes, there's activity in the bar, the Geary bar on the way to our left, next to the manual scoreboard.
So there is.
It's pleasant to see that there's enough demand for that in a county match, championship match. As Wright to finish his over is into northeast, who is defensive back down the wicket. No run, 173 for 5, 258 the follow on target. Northeast 21, Van der Hoogten remains on 6. Sad news from my home club of Machen is that the conditions have not recovered well enough after all the rain that we've had this month and last to host Rada today in the South East Wales League. But just hoping for a sun and a drying wind for a cup match tomorrow back against Abercynon to get the season underway. Not a friendly match in sight.
Michael Finan. Tattoos all up and down his right arm. Comes in and bowls. Goes past the outside edge of Van der Hoogten's bat. Not taken by Hanscom. Good work. No, unfortunate. Well, it was good work down on the fine leg boundary.
It's a good attempt.
Tried very hard to get there. It's usually Tom Scriven down there and wasn't able, despite the dive, to prevent it going over the line for 4 more byes. But that was another super delivery from Finan. Hanscom will be disappointed not to have taken it. It didn't miss off stump by very much, or the outside edge of Van der Hoogten's bat.
Yes, Finan is bananaing it around this morning. I wonder how long it'll last.
Runs away from us and bowls, and that's going to be 4 more as well, because it was onto the hip of Van der Hoogten and turned, little inside edge and I think a bit of thigh pad, but it went pretty quickly down to fine leg. No chance at all for long leg running around on that occasion, so consecutive 4s go on to the Glamorgan score. They won't mind how they come.
Get their extras if they need to.
Absolutely. Van der Hoogten moves on to 10. And the score on to 18145. Finan looks critically at the ball before turning. It's quite a straight run, the Lancastrian. He is in, bowls full, looking to drive. Wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, Van der Hoogten. Weight wasn't quite fully forward. Ended up pushing it firmly into the ground, and it rolls comfortably out towards Chris Wright, who's at mid-off. Rishi Patel is down at 3rd man. There is a deep square, Will Davis. Essentially a defensive position, can't see either of these two hooking. And goes Finan and bowls straight. Van der Hoogten, no problem with that one, stands up tall. Blocks it down the pitch on the onside. Hill hasn't cleaned his weights on overnight. Still liberally splattered in green, both knees. And indeed, both sort of thighs as well. It's probably as much green as there is white on his creamy coloured trousers, I would suggest. I quite like the Leicestershire kit this year. In goes Fine and bowls onto the leg stump, swings onto the leg stump, worked by Van der Hoogten to the vacant square leg area. Will Davis jogs into field from that position at deep square. Van der Hoogten picks up a single.
We have canine input from a Twitter account called Dexter the Frenchie. Says, notice Glamorgan bowling lacks bite. I'm available. My back right paw over the wicket will cause nightmares for umpires and ground staff everywhere. Rough stuff.
Oh, very good. Finan turns. The finish is over. In he comes. Bowls down the leg side. 4 more buys. Again. Leaking runs, I'm afraid, Michael Finan here. Can't control the swing. Sent that one off down towards leg stump, but it boomeranged away. No chance for Hanscom. Goes down as 4 buys because it wasn't that wide when it went past the stumps, but it was when it went past the diving Hanscom. And what was that, 13 off the over? 3 4s and a single.
Yes, perhaps he'll be asking the skipper Lewis Hill whether he'd fancy a go behind the stumps with his... I did that once, to be honest. It's the only time I've had an absolute nightmare with buys. We had 2... It was a friendly game on a Sunday. 2 opening bowlers were younger and faster than I'd been used to keeping to, and it was a... It was an overcast day and the ball was absolutely swinging all over the place, and I just couldn't get a glove on it. And when we had a drinks break, I said, someone else do this for heaven's sake. I'd conceded about, I think it was 19 buys in 17 overs or something. I thought, this is embarrassing. 186 for 5. Wright runs towards us from the Bennett end. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten defends calmly to Budinger at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, Finan's leaking of runs is an issue for Hill, really. With his being 1 down, obviously can change, bring on Mulder and Scriven, who bowl beautifully from this end. He's also got Ahmed.
Yeah, if only he can control it a little bit more, though, because he's actually could be potentially very dangerous. Right bowls, Van der Hoogten blocks. Derbyshire still look as though they're going to go down to a big defeat up at Chester Street against Durham. Derbyshire 108 for 5.
Well, they got through the first half hour then.
Yes.
They were 5 down overnight, weren't they?
179 behind still, though. And Gloucestershire may be playing, but their bowlers can't take wickets against Sussex, who are 318 for 4. Pujara's 110 not out. James Cole's new name on me, he's out for 74.
Sam Northeast, I think, lost a stud or something. He took something off the bottom of his boot, handed it to umpire Bainton, putting his gloves back on now.
As Wright prepares to bowl again. Same sort of field for both batters. Wright is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, and he plays that defensively to cover, and there's no run. In Division 1, as I say, rain delay at Edgbaston. Surrey 211 for 8, lead Warwickshire by 61 runs on first innings. And at Lords, Kent have just nudged into the lead, having been 43 behind on first innings against Middlesex. They're 52 for 2 after Tim Murtagh, a promising youngster from Ireland, had them 0 for 2. As Van der Hoogten jabs one against his pad off the inside edge, runs out to point, and there is no run. Murtagh, in case you haven't heard the name, is what, pushing 40 or thereabouts.
I think it was the first 2 balls of the innings as well that he took his 2 wicket when they were 0 for 2 after two balls.
Right. Hat-trick, on a hat-trick, 3rd ball of the innings. What a start. As Wright is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who pulls and is caught at mid-wicket. Didn't get over the top of it. First short ball we've had of the morning, and it gets rid of the White Night Watchman. Tim Van der Hoogten for 11, Glamorgan 186 for 6.
Good catch by Rishi Patel. It was lobbed in the air. It wasn't going quickly, but it was quite a long way from him. Had a lot of ground to make up to his right. Athletic young man managed to do so, put in the dive and just catch it a couple of inches above the ground. Van der Hoogten will be disappointed about that, because he kind of got himself out, didn't he, in a way, rather than being got out.
Yes, it wasn't the most threatening of deliveries. Probably right to have a go at it, but didn't quite execute it as he would have hoped. And yeah, it was a diving catch by Patel as the ball looped away from him towards square leg. And Patel made the catch. 186 for 6 then. There are still 72 runs needed to avoid the follow-on as Chris Cook and Sam Northeast come together. I wonder what they did last time they were together at Leicester.
I think they did okay, didn't they?
Yes.
He did his job, Van der Hoogten, didn't he? He did his job as night watchman, then he's seen 25 minutes of play this morning. And he's laid the ground nicely for Messrs Cook and Northeast.
A 461 run stand between the two. But having said that, Cook will probably be out first ball. Cricket can be a cruel mistress, comes back to bite you sometimes. Chris Cook in the unaccustomed position at 8. It's normally a 6. If you want the side to be best balanced, but Glamorgan playing the extra batter at the moment. It's been described by some on Twitter as a defensive team selection. Possibly right. As Wright will come in and bowl to Chris Cook, who is forward defending out into the offside, so survives his first ball. We've already had one first baller in the Glamorgan innings, with Billy Root cleaned up by an excellent delivery from Tom Scriven last night. 186 for 6, Glamorgan. Talking about how the women's game might continue to prosper with any potential changes ahead to the domestic setup. Graham Smith says Where are we? We've lost them. Basically said that the women's game was sorry, Graham, lost the screen just as I was about to read out your exact comment. 186 for 6. Very good morning to Edward Bevan as Finnan will come over the wicket to northeast.
Yes, thank you very much, Nick. Beautiful morning here now at Grace Road, and here is Finnan. Comes in, bowls, and that's nearly caught, was it? Or it
didn't carry.
Didn't quite carry on that far end. It was angled down to third man, and northeast gets a single, moves on to 22, 187 for 6.
Yeah, I think the slip might have got a hand to it, but it was bounced 6 inches probably in front of him. Northeast did well to deal with that one. Finnan changing his angle after those balls swung down leg side and away from the keeper.
Yes, and a short ball accounting for Van de Gooten. Played a little bit too early in the air. Good diving catch by Patel at mid-wicket, and he was doing his job, was Van de Gooten, as he's done so many times. Here's Finnan. Bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. Finnan, he likes to be called. Is that his pronunciation? Finnan, Finan?
I think we've been going with Finan with
Finan.
Richard, if we follow
the expert.
Follow the local guide.
Talking about ladies cricket, I was watching or listening on the stream next door, and all of a sudden I picked up the Cardiff.
Yeah, they're playing at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, I picked that up first and then got on to this. Finan runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and this there's a peel. It seems
probably pitched outside leg.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yes, and Finan still inquiring of the umpire.
Yeah, and Cardiff Thunder, the Manchester sider, 68 for 2 after 15 overs. Now something of a recovery against Western Storm, who include 3 Welsh players: Alex Griffiths, Sophia Smale and Claire Nicholas.
187 for 6 then. And Glamorgan really need a partnership between these two. As Finan comes in, bowls again, and Cook is right forward this time, plays it out into the covers, where it's fielded by Ahmed.
Leicestershire fortunate, I suppose, that they went into the game with 5 seamers, with Ed Barnes not expected to take any further bowling part in the game because of an ankle injury, but they still have Wright, Finan, Mulder, Scriven, plus of course expect to see much more of Rian Ahmed today if necessary.
I would have thought so. Finan in, bowls wide outside the off stump. Good looking shot there by Cook. He might just run away for 4. It's a long chase up to the long boundary. It is going to be overhauled. Just a little bit of a relay there, but they cross for 3 runs. Confident looking shot by Cook to get off the mark. He moves on to 3. Glamorgan 190 for 6. And Glamorgan are just 60 runs away from their first batting point. I'm getting that right now, having said all these years when they got near to 200, and of course that has changed as we keep
trying to remind ourselves.
Yeah, it is only the 3rd game of the season, and when I looked at the score, I said, yes, I'm not going to say 200, it's 250. Finan, with the last ball of the over, comes in and bowls, and this is left by Northeast outside the off stump. Glamorgan 190 for 6. Remember, the follow-on figure is 258. If they do get near it, again, we have the conjecture, well, would, with all the time that's left in this game, Leicester opt to enforce the follow-on, or would they perhaps give their bowlers a rest and bat again? But that's a long way away. And this innings has changed dramatically. Yesterday it changed, actually. 123 it was for 1, and 125 for 3, and then 3 wickets going down for just 30 runs, and starting this morning on 160 for 5. So they have added 30 runs.
As Chris Wright starts a new over from the Bennett end through lowish outside off stump, and Chris Cook leaves it. Sam Northeast continues to play a circumspect innings, having raced along at a strike rate of 90 runs per 100 balls last year. This year he's on 25 runs per 100 balls, 22 not out off 88 so far. But time is not of the essence for Glamorgan as Cook faces up, gets one on his legs that I don't think he's made any contact with. It's run down towards fine leg. It is retrieved by Peter Hanscom, the keeper, and it is a leg by. One more to the Glamorgan total. 191 for 6, having begun the day at 164 for 5. Here on BBC Sport Online, Glamorgan have lost Van der Hoogten, Court Patel bowled right at mid-wicket for 11. So Northeast is back on strike, and right in the morning sunshine bowls and calls for a quick single there, Northeast, and they are safely home as he just dropped the bat gently on that one. Ball rolled up towards mid-on, and there was nothing the skipper, Lewis Hill, could do to prevent it. Didn't bother having the shy at the stumps. Cook certainly is one of the quickest runners in the team. You get the impression?
Yes, he is. He's what's Chris, 30 odd and
37.
Is he 30?
Oh, 36. Sorry, Chris.
And he's surely due for a benefit. He's given wonderful service for Glamorgan over the years.
As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. Yes, he made his debut for the county in 2011 rather than 2013, as is listed in Playfair. If anyone from Playfair is listening, I copied that in a piece about his contract extension. Chris, let me know that actually it was a couple of years earlier, 2011. Mainly a one-day player in the early stages of his county career, as he's pushed that one out into the offside, and there's no run. Used to be known as a very adept boundary fielder, didn't he? He was one on the ropes in the in limited overs cricket.
Yes, good all-round cricketer, Chris, and he was signed. Excuse me. He was signed ostensibly as a one-day player, as you say, Nick, by Matthew Maynard, playing down in the Hampshire Leagues. Yes, and where he made him in the Hampshire Leagues a fan club for him down there.
Right to Chris Cook, who is defending to mid-off, and there is no run. He had played some first-class cricket in South Africa before coming over to the country, but now thoroughly settled over here. England or Wales qualified, and family over here as well. Married to a Wales netball international, Nick James, as was, so should be good sporting genes for their children. 192 for 6, and it'll be we can see more of Finan.
We are.
Yes, we are. A bit more threatening, I think, from over the wickets, possibly. We'll see.
Yes, Finan coming in off this run. He opened at the far end and only bowled a couple of overs. A tall young man, new to me, Finan.
Yeah, he's mid-20s, but new into the professional game last summer.
Apologies for not picking up the start of our over. I had a call from our sister programme. Not a call, a text. They'll be in action this afternoon. In comes Finan and bowls. That's a good delivery. Went right through it. So that's the perfect left-handers or left-hand seam there, just hitting off stump and moving away. Nothing much Northeast could do about it. And it's the old saying, if you bowl well on this pitch, you will be rewarded. And Leicestershire seamers certainly have done.
Previously plied his trade in the national counties with Cheshire until last season, and in the Championship last year he had 13 wickets at 27.8 and was actually top of the Leicestershire averages.
Well, here he is again, going in past the umpire on his way and bowls. That's wide, and Northeast watches it like a cat watching a mouse, head right down, nearly down to the ground as it skipped past him.
But I suppose at least Leicestershire's bowlers this year are having more runs to bowl at, if you see what I mean. There's a little bit more scoreboard pressure on the opponents, with Leicestershire having passed 400 in all 3 first innings games so far.
Here's Finan again, left arm medium fast, and at the very last moment Sam Northeast pulls away. Never does help or please the bowler when he pulls away at the very last moment. Either somebody down here in front of us was in front of the side screen. There could have been a little chatter behind the behind the wicket.
He was waving, so it might be someone moving just the side of the screen that caught his attention.
Here he is again then. As Finan comes in, bowls to him. Oh, it's not a good shot at all. It was well wide of the off stump, and North's really had a crack at that, looking to hit it through the covers. Lucky he didn't get a nick. Goes for a little walk out towards his square leg and says, "Sam, why did you do that?"
He's looking not in the best of touch at the moment, is he?
What if that finger is troubling him? Says it's all right, but he does feel in the outfield as opposed to his normal position at second slip. Finan steadies himself, comes in again over the wicket and bowls, and that's a much better looking shot. It played out to deep extra cover. There's a man on the extra cover boundary. He wouldn't have thought, when there's 192 away from 258, that he would have a sweeper, but both sides have employed them. It saves runs, obviously.
With regard to Northeast's form, I mean, after getting that mammoth innings here, he did well in the one-day cup as well, setting a new county records at Worcester. But in terms of championship cricket, I believe this is his highest score since last July.
Yes, I was astounded when I saw the amount of runs he scored after he got this big score here. That's a good-looking shot there, out towards mid-wicket, clipped a half volley off leg stump for a single, and that's the end of the over. 193 for 6. Cook has moved on to 4. Will retain strike with Northeast on 24. The batsman out this morning, the night watchman Tim van der Houten, caught at mid-wicket. Good sprawling catch by Patel off right, short delivery. He was out for 11. Beautiful morning, absolutely no wind at all. Away to our left, the trees will be in bloom in a couple of weeks, the Milligan Road, and the far distance behind the scoreboard. Attractive ground, Leicester. They've done so much work over the ground over the years there.
Yes, ambitious plans, finance permitting, for further redevelopment of the ground. We shall see in years to come whether that is possible. 194 for 6 as Cook is tucked up a little by the first ball. Rights over, defends on the leg side.
You well remember Barry Duddleston, don't you? The umpire who played and was a very good opening bat here for many years for Leicestershire. He was from the Lancashire area, and when he came here, he was telling me, for a trial one early April morning, he came to the gates away to our right, and I'll finish a little tale after this.
Right runs towards us and bowls to Chris Cook, who leaves outside off stump through to Hanscom low down.
He came in and he saw some football posts up in the far corner. Didn't see anybody else, and he said, "This can't be a cricket ground. It's such a drab place." Turned around and went all round Leicester and was redirected back here. And you often have stories from the other players, the old players, of how much work has been done here. I can vouch for that.
As Wright is in, bowls, and Cook, I think, left that.
In the end, yes.
Just about, as he withdrew his bat out the way of temptation, having initially moved towards the ball. Well, I suppose if you look at Sophia Gardens, that's unrecognisable even from 20 years ago, isn't it? With the vast capacity, and here's a get 15,000 bottoms on seats more regularly. As Wright races in, bowls to Cook, who's being hurried a little bit by the experienced Leicestershire bowler.
My first visit here, going back to the late 80s, was David Gower got out very cheaply in the Leicestershire first innings, and then proceeded to get a double 100 in the second innings, which was a joy to watch. Of course, you were not a Glamorgan supporter, but I did enjoy, to be perfectly honest.
Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who defends to point.
No cap, no helmet, just a shock of blonde hair, and what a player he was.
Well, sometimes even as a partisan of a side, you have to admire fine play by the opposition. I remember as a youngster watching a Llanelli against Newport game at Rodney Parade, and Phil Bennett sort of sidestepped his way through for a magical solo try, and you just had to think, well, fair play, that's worth watching, well, whichever team you support. Brilliant player, and a fine man as well.
Much missed.
As Wright bowls outside off stump, and Cook allows it to go through. There is no run. End the over, 194 for 6. Cook has 4, Northeast has 24, and Glamorgan need 64 runs to avoid the possibility of following on.
Talking about the great Phil Bennett, I played against him cricket quite a number of times, and as you would expect, he was a wonderful cover point fielder and a great runner between the wickets. Very attacking player, and he thoroughly enjoyed his cricket, and very, very sad, of course, to lose him last year. Richard. Break there as Richard is back, and we're swapping microphones. Nick goes and has a break, and sunglasses, he says, and goes. And
it's lovely out there.
It is. I
really
just remarking, I had my little walk round, and not a breath of fresh air.
Well, lots of fresh air, not a breath of wind, perhaps.
Yes, perhaps. Yes, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
It was comfortable.
It is lovely. Just such a change for the first time this season, really. But you're telling me it's going to get cold again next week, so...
End of next week, and rain, apparently, coming back. Can't have it always, can you? Just got to be grateful.
Tom Scriven, sitting on his first-class best figures of 3 for 15 from 10 overs, is going to come on and replace Michael Finan at the pavilion end.
He did bowl well yesterday.
He bowled beautifully. Little outswingers on off stump. Bustles in and bowls an outswinger just outside off stump, Northeast, who is diligence personified at the moment. He is not taking any risks at all. 24 off 95 balls. Lets that one go through to Peter Hanscom. Vian Mulder is also warming up at mid-wicket, so it could be a double change here, Eddie.
And it's so interesting. I think I mentioned it yesterday. I'm absolutely sure that in the interval, tea interval yesterday, that Alfonso Thomas, the Leicestershire coach, would have gathered them together. Just carry on after this ball.
Scriven is in and bowls. That one stays a little bit low, dug out by Northeast, just outside off stump into the offside.
He must have said, look, now, it's all I want you to do is concentrate on length, or just shade back of the length. It is a slow pitch. It's not all that easy to drive and get the ball away. It's a little slow, so this is the line. And I think perhaps we and Mulder, you should try the other end, the Bennett end. And what happened? He bowls extremely well, Mulder, and everybody else didn't put a foot wrong.
Scriven is in, angled run, beautiful delivery on off stump and just forward, northeast, pushing it back past the bowler, just past the stumps. I still get hairs rising on the back of my neck when I see that try that the Barbarians try that Bennett started. I often replay it.
You can't get enough of it.
No, you can see it. You know, I must have seen it many hundreds of times, like everybody else, and it's still one of the great moments in sport. One of the great moments in sport, and yes, indeed. In goes Scriven, outside off stump, out swinger. Northeast lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
Yeah, kick up field, taken by Bennett, comes inside Alistair Scarn. Oh, this is brilliant. And then off we go.
Oh, that
brilliant
fellow Edwards.
Oh, fellow Edwards, yeah. Yeah, well, it was superb.
I saw some pictures of Gareth Edwards in the Cardiff sort of dressing, you know, talking to some of the younger Cardiff rugby players.
He's presenting somebody with a cap, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
250 appearances.
Scriven is in, bowls, straighter line this time, still a little bit of swing, worked by Northeast out towards mid-wicket where Mulder, still going through his warm-up exercises, can kicks, picks up and fields, throws the ball to right.
Sir Gardens hosted the first test match against Australia back in 2000 and whatever it was, 2009. Gareth Edwards came on to test match special. You know, they have their guest and brilliant. Just listening to him.
Scriven is in, slightly shorter of a length this time, so Northeast can adjust and try and force it out into the offside, but he can't get it past Rahan Ahmed in the covers. End of the over. A maiden over for Tom Scriven to start with. He'll be happy with that. 11 overs, 3 for 15. His impressive figures at the moment, and it will be Vian Mulder from the Bennett end.
Who is the substitute fielder today?
It has been Will Davis, but I saw Louis Kimber come in. This is Louis Kimber. In fact, he's running off now.
Right.
So I would imagine Davis has come back on, presumably. Unless Davis is still out there looking. Oh yeah, Davis is in the is at extra cover. So somebody else is off at the moment.
Many years ago on this, you've probably heard about it. If the 12th man was coming in onto the field, and I'll just run it through as we go through this over. Mulder rather, coming in, bowls the first ball aside the off stump. Shall we say a terrific short leg? It was Peter Walker for Glamorgan in the old days. If he was 12th man, and he came on as the 12th man, he would not be able to field in his specialist position, which seemed a bit petty to me, and of course it's all changed. Well, you haven't got a specialist short leg these days, have you? You wouldn't say, well, he's
always used to be the youngest man in the, well, it used to be. In club cricket it tends to be the junior, doesn't it?
Yeah,
but
at Boot Hill, as they used to say.
Indeed.
Mulder in and bowls, and this is clipped away, and it's well fielded there at mid-wicket, diving away to his right. Budinger
has some ground to make up there, doesn't he?
What, on the catch as well?
The catch, that's still huge, potentially huge.
Yes. Yeah, it's a strange one, that. You know, Tony Locke, he didn't often field 12th man for Surrey, but he often, if he came on, he was set right down the third man boundary. Mulder. In he comes again, bowls to the right-handed. Cuckoo cuts the short delivery out towards backward square. And that's a very rare boundary. As the score moves on to 198 for 6. And if you pitch it short of this slowish pitch, you are asking for trouble.
Yeah, poor ball, put away.
We were just saying now how many times a few commentators, including myself, are about to say, well, 2 more runs and it will be a bonus point. Well, as we all know, it's 250. 198 for 6. And Cook has moved on to it as Mulder comes in again and bowls to him. And it's left wide outside the off stump.
That's the line.
It's off stump line. Just hit that off stump and bore the batsman as well. Northeast has played very, very circumspectly and hasn't And then all of a sudden, about 20 minutes ago, he had a waft at a very wide ball. Isn't it? You see them doing that, batsmen, as if they get a little bit bored and they want to get some runs. Out of the blue, they play a poor shot. Mulder in and bowls to Cook, and Cook watches that swing away down in front of first slip, where a diving wicket-keeper takes it. Peter Handscomb.
He'll be desperate to contribute, Vian Mulder. Hasn't really done so far this season.
Yeah, you've been saying.
Obviously, this is just the first match in which he's been able to bowl, but
It'll
with the bat either, yeah, he's too much quality for it to continue. But
when you're not getting runs, you get the sort of delivery he had from Michael Nisa, which swung back about 1.5 feet. Here he is from the Bennett end and bowls, and Cook again gets the ball, which is wide. That completes the over, and Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 407 all out at 198 for 6. And they are 60 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. It's been pretty slow going, as it was after that second wicket pair put on 123 yesterday. But Glamorgan, now then losing 2 quick wickets, had to get their heads down and try and dig their way out of trouble. Batsman to come, Michael Nisa, no mean performer with the bat. Neither is Andrew Salter. And then you have the left arm seamer, Jamie McElroy.
Scriven is in, bang on the money. Northeast respectfully pushes forward. He's over 100 balls faced now, Sam Northeast, for his 24 runs. But no one knows better than Leicestershire how diligent and capable of long innings Sam Northeast is. Although he scored his famous 410 at not much less than a run a ball. I was told yesterday Scriven is in. He's looking to work that one off middle and off. A little bit straighter from Scriven out into the leg side, and Mulder didn't really time it. And Mulder at mid-wicket is able to move across and field.
Yes, Leicestershire in defensive mode at the moment. Just the one slip and making it difficult for the batsman to score, with 3 saving a single on the offside and 2 on the onside.
Scriven is in and bowls again. It's a straight delivery. When he does go straight, it doesn't quite swing as much. There is a little bit of shape, sort of from middle towards off, but can get right behind it and try to work it into the leg side northeast. But he's in such a defensive mode at the moment that he's not quite timing it when he is looking to work it away for 1s and 2s. He needs a wide one to get away. A pie, as they say. Hasn't had many of those. Scriven is in, bowls to him, just adjusts his line onto off stump, and again Northeast has to be careful. Blocks it out towards Rahan Ahmed. The ebullient Ahmed. Speaking to him yesterday was apparent. First time I spoke to him was after he made his first class debut, which was at Worcester last year. And he was a tongue-tied teenager at that stage, you know, very sort of slightly embarrassed, but his time with England over the winter, he's clearly had plenty of media training as well as, and he was a very different character yesterday. Just still very pleasant. In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump. There is a bit of width on that occasion. Northeast can go back, force it past Ahmed, who's in pursuit. He'll drag it back a yard, perhaps inside the ropes. Northeast takes 3 and brings up the Glamorgan 200.
Yes, he's been very patient, waiting for the ball, and that was short, and he got off the back foot. And on any other ground, I think in the country, I'm safe in saying that would have been 4 runs. But his vast outfield here at Grace Road, they got through for 3.
Scriven is into Cook, back on off stump, and Cook plunges forward, pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Buddingen. No, 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 says Cook. The partnership beginning to build at the end of the Scriven over. It's reached 15. North East has 27. Cook has 8. And Glamorgan, well, spoke yesterday at the end of play to Eddie Byram, and he was saying it's going to be a fighting day, and they are fighting.
They have to, because the bowling is so good and it's so accurate. You can't just give your wicket away by playing airy-fairy shots. And as I mentioned in the last over, it's a defensive feel when you've got the... Did Pearce it, did North East in the last over. But again, you've got two men now saving a single and a deep extra cover to try and block that loose shot as Mulder starts his second over from that far end and bowls, and they went down the leg side, and North East quickly pulls his bat away and puts it in the air so that it doesn't get anywhere near glove or bat. Mulder just probing away. He had a good spell yesterday. He's bowling his 17th over, not for 44 at the moment. Leicester City playing today?
No. The only reason I know that is because BBC Radio Leicester are carrying the Leicester City women's commentary, so it must be tomorrow.
Mulder bowls outside the off stump, a little close that to the off stump, and I suppose you say well judged by the batsman. Better delivery from Mulder. Nervous times for the City.
Very. Yes, very. It looks like it's going to go to the last day of the season, one way or another.
And close neighbours, Nottingham Forest. Yeah, he comes again, Mulder. That's firmly driven there by North East, up to mid-on. Again, there's no run. And the run rate now 2.7.
I suspect North East and Cook would prefer to get these runs, as many of them as possible, towards the follow-on before the new ball, which is 5.5 overs away. Still 50, what is it, 57 more needed? 258?
Yeah.
So yeah, they won't. They'd do well to do that. Outside the line. Stream's a bit, well, it could be the Wi-Fi, but it's a bit interrupted on my computer this morning. Don't know quite why that is.
You've got the wrong man in the commentary box if you want me to have a look at it.
No, just
I'm afraid I
just press
I
refresh and yeah. If that works, then if it doesn't, I'm stumped basically.
Mulder steadies himself, comes in and bowls, and that's driven. Nice looking shot, but it's straight to extra cover. And again, there's no run. The over rate is healthy, +2. Run rate not quite so healthy, 2.7. This recovery for Glamorgan as they try and get up to that. Just always begs the question of will Leicestershire enforce it, don't you? Or will any side enforce it? They want to rest their bowlers or what have you. Mulder bowls. Oh, that's a very, very poor shot from North East. His feet were nowhere. He tried to whack it through the covers, and he was very, very fortunate that he didn't get a nick. And that shows lack of concentration. And the case that I was saying earlier on, Richard, of boring the batsman. You know, hit off stump, outside. And he's conscious of the fact, well, I'm not scoring here. Gets one up to him, and then as he didn't hit it, he'll probably do him a bit of good and say, right, I'm not going to play that again. He rehearses the shot.
I wonder if they'll give Ahmed a couple of overs with the old ball just before the close. But
long chat to Peter Hanscom there, and
Hill, yeah,
the captain.
I don't think he'll necessarily captains by committee, but he is very open to talking to the senior players.
Especially the wicketkeeper. He knows better than anybody, doesn't he? What's going on there.
And an experienced skipper, Hanscom, as well, in county cricket and in Australia as well. Scriven is in and bowling down the leg side most uncharacteristically. It's worked nicely by Cook out towards deep square, where Ahmed comes running in, picks up one-handed, gets his throwaway on the bounce. Hanscom gets it on the bounce and gives him a most old-fashioned look. And
might have been a smile at the end of it.
Ahmed is walking away pointedly, not catching the wicketkeeper's eye. He's cross with himself, so he knows that he'd done wrong.
Finger crushing thing right down the half volley.
He's still looking at him, isn't he? With look, I've got a bat with these hands. Scriven, past umpire Bainton, is in and bowls. Oh, North East, who's going through a funny little patch at the moment, just has a little poke, a most un-North East-like poke at one that swings past his outside edge and goes into the gloves of Hanscom.
He must be thinking to himself, okay, it's hard going. I face 113 balls to my 27, but for my side, I really got to try and stick it out. Bowlers might well tire.
Could so easily have nicked that through. Scriven is in. Oh, lovely shape to that one that swings very late and squares up North East, who's looking to work it on the leg side, gets a thick outside edge and it runs on the ground through gully down towards third man, with him looking towards mid-wicket. Lovely little bit of late swing. North East picks up a single inadvertently.
I think he's got to regroup now, talk to himself and say, right, I've got to get out of this. I'm not going to play these airy-fairy shots.
I'm going to switch my computer off and let it recover for a few minutes. I think in goes Scriven. Bowls outside off stump. Nice little shape to it, but Cook, having seen what happened to the previous delivery, lets that one go through. It was that little bit wider. But again, Scriven getting good movement. What if he got one that comes back in?
Yeah.
He's got a nice outswinger. That is for sure.
Young man, he learned how to get the in-swinger going.
3 for 20 he has at the moment. Scurries in and bowls. Lovely shape to that one as well. And Cook is forward, but playing slightly across the line, trying to cover that outswing and pushing it out to mid-wicket. He does so, but...
Talking about in-swingers and a lot of talk about reverse swing. Remember some years ago asking Steve Watkin, who was a wonderful bowler for Glamorgan over the years, I once asked him, where did you learn how to bowl? He said, on Swansea Beach with my parents, and that. I'll carry on the story in a moment.
Scriven is in. That was the in-swing, and he got it hopelessly wrong and speared it down the leg side. It continued going that way, and no chance at all for Hanscom. And at least it doesn't go down as byes. It does go down, as Eddie said, 4 wides.
And I asked Steve, what is all this, when he, this phase came in, reverse swing. What's reverse swing? He said, just an in-swinger. Well, and walked away.
That's basically what I thought.
Spot on.
Well, it is, except that the shiny side
I know.
Is the other, you hold it like an outswinger, or the shiny side is on the inside, as in goes Scriven. He's given up on that experiment quickly. Bowls are onto off stump and it's pushed out.
I do rightly say it's the shine, but basically it's an in-swinger. He'd wait for the in-swinger.
But it's kind of contrary to what it should do. I mean, I was brought up probably like you, with the shiny side goes through the air a little bit faster, so you put
towards
the shiny
slips,
if you want to bowl the outswinger, the shiny side is on the inside, so to speak, and it will curve away, and often did, towards the slips, and vice versa. But somehow they get it with the shiny side on the inside, and yet they still get a certain amount
why
of...
bother? Just bowl it in.
Well, there's that, yeah. There's that, but I guess...
Anyhow. Yeah, I remember Steve saying that, and he's sort of a straightforward sort of guy, and...
Reverse swing, I mean, it is essentially in swing, but it... Yeah.
You never heard it until about 10, 11 years ago.
No.
Wayne Mulder is to continue from the Bennett end, and he's bowling to northeast. Bowls the first ball, which is nudged away into the covers, and there's no run.
Could have the Outlaws out today. There's a Hells Angels group based across the road.
There's a bit rowdy, aren't they, down there?
And sometimes you'll see one of those actually fairly magnificent looking bicycles, all gleaming with chrome.
Very expensive, so they tell me.
Indeed. We'll go up and down Milligan Road. Well, usually on a Sunday morning.
Muller bowls driven, but he's not going to get through that area.
Good fielder, Davis.
Dives away to his left. It's gone rather cloudy in front of us. Away to the left, it's not so bad. Oh, the cloud gathering, they did say we might get the odd shower, but it's more up north and down. We're in the southeast, just about, out of East Midlands here.
Yes, absolutely, East Midlands.
Here's Mulder, bowls. Oh, and he plays that and comes back and hits him on the pad. Rebounds. I suppose you'd call Mulder a niggling sort of bowler. Difficult to play against. I would suspect that he'd be... Does he bowl useful in one-day cricket, Mulder? Does he bowl his 8 overs or his 4 overs or whatever?
Certainly in the Royal London Cup he bowls his 8 overs.
Yeah.
T20,
if
you never quite know who's going to bowl what in T20, but...
It's Mulder now coming in and bowls. And, this is played up towards mid-on. 208 for 6, 50 runs behind the follow-on target of 258. As Glamorgan battle to get, because it does put a different complexion on the game once it also takes time out of the game if you reach the follow-on target. But again, whether it'll be enforced, we shall see. There's a lot of cricket left in this game. And at the moment, there's just 2 balls and 3 overs left before the second new ball, as that ball seams away to the wicket keeper. And Glamorgan won't be concerned about bonus points, batting bonus points at the moment, because their prime objective will be survival here to pass 258. Mulder with the last ball of yet another over is in and bowls and nudged away by northeast down into third man. They take a run. Northeast moves to 29 in this long innings of his. He's faced 131 balls, 130 balls. The score is 209 for 6.
Looking at his bowling record he's only played 5 T20 internationals, Vian Mulder, 5 wickets to his name, 19 in test matches, 10 in one-day internationals, 61 list A, 43 in 66 T20 games. So he's the type of bowler who possibly doesn't lend himself necessarily to the 4 over thrash.
Looks here as if Frean Armin is going to have 2 overs, 77 overs bowled, unless he gets a wicket and he's kept on.
Absolutely.
Or being kept on, full stop.
And happily he's going to be bowling from this end, so
yes.
we can have a good look at it.
Tell you if it's a googly or a leg spinner or a top spinner.
I don't know if we'll be able to read it, but we can tell you where the ball has gone at least. In he bounces and bowls, drops a little bit short and goes back northeast, cuts it very effectively, just wide of backward point. Patel dived across to his right, couldn't get there. And is it Michael Finan down there? Had to run around to field. He's sweeping on the offside. By the time he did so, North East had picked up a couple. He's into the 30s now. 31 off 121 balls. Ahmed is into him again, drops short, but there's bounce and a little bit of turn and a little twitch from North East as he played it off the back foot. It's quite slow bounce and turn, so he was able to adjust, but there's something there for Ahmed, who is in again a little bit short, and again it sits up, and again North East goes back and cuts, but this time straight to
the ball a little bit too fast.
The off side fielder. That's actually Budinger out there, not Feynman, I beg your pardon. Yeah, just
give it a bit of air.
Dragged it down a couple of times, hasn't he? Just getting into it, and he's just having a couple of practice deliveries to his captain Lewis Hill while Chris Cook checks his guard with umpire Bainton. Ahmed is in, bowls. It's a better length, but again a little bit flat on off stump, and Cook carefully forward.
First time he's faced him, I would have thought.
None for 19 from 7.4 for Rahan, who is in. Forward on off stump goes Cook. He was almost on the front foot straight away there before he'd let go of the ball, waiting for it.
One of the batsmen went back to him and nearly got castled yesterday. Went and played back to him.
Ahmed is in. That's a good leg spinner, conventional. Didn't see the googly in that over. Forward went Cook and played it away off stump. End of the over. It was a bit of a loosener from Rahan. Didn't suffer too much. Well, went for 4 runs from it, didn't he? Because 3 to North East. 4 to North East, actually. A 3 and a 1. Was it 2 and a 1? Get it right, Richard. 3 from the over. 212 for 6. That follow-on target getting ever closer.
Now then, 78 overs bowled. Probably will take the new ball, I would have thought. After the next 2 overs, we shall see. Still Mulder from the Bennett end, coming in to bowl to North East. Bowls the first ball to him, and he plays it back down the pitch. The bowler feels himself. Still the cloud cover, which Leicestershire's seamers won't mind. Although, as I say that, away to our right, there's some blue sky. .212 for 6, Glamorgan. 46 runs in arrears. Mulder, tall, well built, comes in and bowls. This is played towards the cover side of the ground, and it ends up a short, fine leg, which you can deduce from that it was an in-swinger and a thick inside edge. As North East goes to 33, but hasn't been himself for the last 20 minutes or so.
No. Looks like a man searching for a bit of form, doesn't he?
Yes, he hasn't scored many runs this season. And as you say, he's trying to get some runs, trying to get in some sort of nick, and trying to get Glamorgan out of this spot of bother they're in. Mulder bowls, and this is pushed away. They hesitate, they think, and they decide not to, as that ball is fielded in the cover region. .213 for 6 then.
His highest score previously this season was just 9 at North East, admittedly in only 3 innings.
Yeah, he's suffered this injury which has hampered him, I think. Mulder bowls. Cook is forward correctly, pushing it back down the pitch. Mulder now into his 19th over, 0 for 46. So under 3. Economy rate is good. Plenty of help for the bowlers from his fielders, encouraging him. Mulder turns, coming in, past the umpire again, and bowls, and this is played a thick outside edge, perfectly safe, going down though to third man. Cook gets a single which takes him. He's 34 balls, he moves into double figures. He's on to 10 at 214 for 6. few people in the members just in front of us. It's a busy day, isn't it, for sport? Children play their various sports in the morning. And you've got the shoppers, which I wouldn't know much about, and other things to do. Mulder turns to, might be his last over, and bowls that last ball of the over, which is played defensively up to mid-off. End of the over, 214 for 6. And there's one over to go before the second new ball is due. Why did he give it to the leg spinner? He'd love that, wouldn't he? Get a brand new bouncy ball.
I often think that
I've seen
the first over, given that the first 2 or 3 or 4 overs with the new ball, sometimes it doesn't, well, it's hard obviously, but doesn't do as much until the lacquer is off. Why not give a spinner an over or two with it when bounce can be a factor?
Robert Croft used to love being given the new ball.
The seam is prominent.
Yeah.
Ahmed is in to Cook, who goes back to a slightly short of a length delivery, forces it away off the off stump. Buttinger scampers along the rope to his left, down towards the Building Society family stand. 2 runs for Cook.
That's new.
12.
To me, it's a little tent complex there, down the third man.
It's, yeah, 2 or 3 years now. I think it's been there. Yeah, it's a sort of semi-permanent tented structure, hospitality area. Gives that a little bit more air. Ahmed onto off stump, leaning forward. Cook pushes into the gap in the covers. Patel trots across from backward point.
Must have missed it last year.
Taken. It's been there for, as I say, a couple of years now. Ahmed is in. That one's drifting onto leg stump, pushed out towards square leg. Finan, who is left-handed, picks up and throws, coming in from backward square. But it's a fairly desultory effort. He's not really serious about throwing down the stumps at the non-striker's end. He knew that Northeast had made his ground comfortably. Ahmed is into Cook, who is playing with his bat a long way in front of his pad. No great turn, though, for Rahan Ahmed at this stage. Pushed out into the offside. Hill is the fielder. Ahmed is in. Good line, good length forward. Went Cook on off stump. Slightly angled bat.
32 runs this partnership. It doesn't seem a lot, but it's been important in taking time out of the game and adding some runs on.
Absolutely. Ahmed is in. Forward again goes Cook. Good length delivery. 3 good length deliveries from Rahan Ahmed. Blocked out into the offside. End of the over. End of the 80th over. What will Leicestershire do? Will they go straight to or back to right? Yes, they will. Yeah. So they've taken the new ball immediately. It's been a grind for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it certainly
Those
has
80
hard
overs.
work.
2.7 the run rate. Means they still have plenty to do.
Still 40 runs away. They missed the... They had to get in the last game 3-2-1, and they got to 3-0-5, so they had to fall on against Durham. And it'll all depend on this partnership. Next, coming back, I'll just describe this one over. This, the brighter weather is coming from right to left. Off you go, you dark clouds. Chris Wrighton with the new one is going to bowl to Northeast on 34. In he comes and bowls the first ball, and it's played away in the gap between cover and extra. They cross for a single, they'll come back easily for a second. As the ball was thrown, as the fielder was turning, and it only went about 15 yards. 2 more runs, 220 for 6 then. As you say, it's been a grind, not entertaining for the spectators, but this is first-class cricket, and if you're a purist, you'll enjoy it, as we are.
Absolutely. Oh, it's fascinating.
Chris Wright from that Bennett end comes in, Bowls again, and this time it's very short, and that's hammered away for 4 runs to cover. I thought North East was rather glad to get a delivery like that, because he hasn't been quite himself. He moves on to 40. Like a shot out of a gun then. 2-2-4 for 6, and as we all know, the new ball, when it's new and hard and it's loose, does go very quickly and a long way. So North East coming into some form in this game. On the ground, on the square, he knows rather well. I think last year it was further to the right of the square that he got that mammoth score.
There was one quite short boundary. Oh, update.
Update on the way.
For BBC Radio Leicester. And they've only picked up 1 wicket, however, this morning. That of the night watchman, Tim van der Hoogten, who had pulled at a shortish delivery from Chris Wright, didn't get it, it lobbed up into the air, and Rishit Patel took the catch at mid-wicket. He was gone for 11, 186 for 6 at that stage. The follow-on target looked a long way off at 258, but it's a lot nearer now, because Sam North East, who made a 400 unbeaten runs on this ground last year, well, he's 40 not out now. Chris Cook, who shared in a big partnership with North East that day, he is 13 not out, and together they are taking Glamorgan towards that follow-on. They are 224 for 6. It was just the one delivery.
Just the one delivery, and there were no runs off it. Cook is 13 off 39. North East is 40 off 131. And the run rate is 2.8.
They need another 1 or 2 before lunch, Leicestershire, you feel?
Yes. In comes Wright again, and bowls. This time it's defended by Cook. Plays down the line of the ball and plays it back to Wright. Wright's figures. This is his 20th over. 6 made. It's 2 for 46. And again, good average of under 3 economy rate.
Alfonso Thomas is now standing. He's with legs akimbo at long gone. Slightly threatening figure, probably, the Leicestershire bowlers.
Here's the next delivery. That's driven. Is it going to beat mid-on, mid-off? No, it doesn't. Sprawling dive there. And that completes the over. 2-2-4 for 6 then. Useful partnership developing here with North East on 40, Cook on 13. I'll vacate the chair. The senior professional comes in to take over with Richard.
And the Ahmed experiment, if that's the right word, was a brief one. Just the 2 overs. They aren't going to give him one with the new ball, just to see if there's an extra little bit of bounce that makes all the difference. They are going to hand it to Michael Finan, who started the day by swinging the old ball quite prodigiously at times. Whether he'll be just as effective with the new one, we are about to find out. It's not quite as sort of humid as it was. That dark cloud that he's been talking about, although it's practically drifted across the ground now, it has lowered the temperature slightly, and it doesn't feel quite as humid as it did. Finan is going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Cook. 2 slips go down as Finan is in. Bowls sort of a length, worked off his hip, or attempted to by Cook, and it rather lobs up into the air. And just for half a moment, it looked as though Finan might be in the game if he stuck out his right hand. In fact, it was well wide of him towards mid-wicket.
Yes, after the pleasant temperatures of the first hour, I popped outside to sit on the balcony, and promptly the temperatures dropped by several degrees.
Finan, with the almost military haircut, comes bustling in. Bowl slightly short of length, pulled. It's in the air, but it's going to drop well short of Will Davis out there on the square boundary. He comes jogging in towards deepish mid-wicket and feels. Didn't quite get that one, but does still manage Chris Cook to pick up a single. Goes on to 14.
It's rare, isn't it, that you see such 2 senior professionals, having been at the crease for quite a time now between them, struggle really to increase the scoring rate to any degree.
Finan is in, bowls outside off stump. It's caught behind North East. He went for the slashing drive, got a faint edge, and Michael Finan has made the breakthrough. More accurate perhaps to say that North East has handed him the wicket rather, because the ball was frankly nothing special. 1.5 foot outside off stump, went straight on. But North East trying to get it away. Got a faint edge. Tickled one through, and that is just what Leicestershire and Michael Finan needed. North East goes for a mere 40, so his average over the last 2 innings is now 450.
Yes, a tenth of last year's runs, and well, he looks as though he's having to work hard at things at the moment, doesn't he, as he swishes his bat in frustration on his way back over the ropes. And still 33 needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on, with 3 wickets left now for Glamorgan. Still 25 needed to get a batting bonus point. So is it Salter or Nisa? It is Nisa, who will come in at 9, with Salter therefore 10, McIlroy 11. Nisa's just batted the once out for a single against Durham last week. So I'm on this way out to the nets an hour before play today. 225 for 7, very much advantage Leicestershire in this game. And well, if you thought the first hour was going to be big, this really is a crucial session up until lunch, whether Glamorgan can get these extra 33 runs they need. I thought it would be easily decided long before lunch, but the cricket this morning has been so slow, the scoring rate, that it's still in the balance.
10 past 1, remember, lunch again today. Playing those extra overs. Yeah, 135 balls faced by Sam North East, but that's useful in itself for him going forward for the rest of the season. It's been a long extended net almost out there. He's fighting for form. Short mid-wicket has come in. Hoping that Finan will swing it back in towards Nisa. Comes running in and bowls straight on middle and off, and Nisa equal to it. Plays it on the back foot, back down the pitch to Michael Finan. First wicket of the innings for Mikey Finan, 1 for 36 now from 10.4.
Yes, he's certainly asked a few questions, hasn't he? Probably a few of the byes conceded by Hans Gemort, morally to be debited to the bowler, but he has posed all sorts of questions when he does get it swinging from the right place to start with.
In he goes and bowls down the leg side. Good take by Hanscom, falling away to his left. It was quite low when it got to him, so he got that one a little bit wrong. Mikey Finan, it was ignored by Michael Nisa.
Yeah, Alfonso Thomas is now pretty directly in line, isn't he, with the stumps at the Bennett end.
Yes, Finan will be able to see him, won't he? He turns at the top of his mark between the batsman and the wicket-keeper. The glowering figure of the Leicestershire's bowling coach looking directly at him. What have I told you?
Bowl straight or else.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump, chopped hard down into the ground. No, says Nisa as he sees it rolling fairly gently in the end towards Budinger in the covers. End of the over, a successful one for Michael Finan, 1 for 36 from 11 for him. 225 for 7, the score. I'm still not entirely convinced that even if they were to take these 3 wickets quickly, Leicestershire would enforce. But you never know.
No, I think it would be important for Glamorgan morale
to remove the option one way or the other.
Yes. As it will be Chris Wright to continue, 2 for 46. He'll be bowling to Chris Cook, who drives to mid-on, and there is no run.
Nisa has a first-class century to his name, 2,770 runs at 25, 93 first-class games. No mean record. Welcome to listeners from BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. We are having an old-fashioned first-class session.
As Chris Wright is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who defends it back past the bowler, who tries to flick it onto the stumps. Michael Nisa at the non-striker's end was aware. So the story of the morning so far, Glamorgan resuming on 164 for 5, needing a further 94 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Have progressed to 225 for 7. The night watchman, Tim van der Hoogten, was caught by Rishi Patel at mid-wicket, mishooking Chris Wright for 11. As Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who's almost doubled up by that one as he digs it out in defence on the leg side. That was 186 for 6. We then saw a partnership of 59 runs, 39 runs rather, between Sam Northeast and Chris Cook, who put together 461 on this ground, unbeaten last year. Well, it's a very different feel to the game. They worked really hard, had to graft for those runs over the course of about 15 overs, and Northeast, who is not really in top nick at the moment, was eventually out, caught trying to cut a short ball from Mike Finan that was there to be cut. There's Wright bowls and Cook dabs one into the offside, but Northeast just getting a little feather through to keeper Peter Hanscom, and his 40 was his best effort since his 401 in first-class cricket. He's obviously having to scrap it out there today, but Glamorgan needing a further 33 to avoid the possibility of following on, and an important session up until the lunch interval here at Grace Road. Wright is in to bowl and Cook is forward defending. Cook batting at 8 is probably about could bat 4, 5, 6 by ability, but it's dropped to 7 at the moment because the makeup of the Glamorgan side and the addition of a night watchman put him one further down. Michael Nisa has joined him at 9. Andrew Salter, who's got first class best of 90, he's at 10, and Jamie McIlroy will bring up the rear. 225 for 7. Wright is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who leaves his outside off stump. End of the over. Leicestershire, of course, a one bowler down, Richard.
Yes. One of the reasons we're not entirely convinced Leicestershire would enforce the follow-on if they get that opportunity is that, unfortunately, one of their seamers, Eddie Barnes, woke up this morning with a very badly swollen foot. Apparently, although we didn't really see it, and he didn't say anything about it, and he continued to bowl with it, after his very first ball yesterday, he went over slightly on his ankle. He got through, continued to bowl, managed to pick up, in fact, the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne in the end. So his efforts were not in vain, but he woke this morning with a very badly swollen foot, and there was concern that might actually even have a broken bone in there. Michael Finan is in. Oh, goodness me, that swings back in, and Nisa was trying to work it into the leg side, thick inside edge onto the pad, and still has his hands on his head, Michael Finan. I thought that had swung back in and was going to knock out middle stump, but he'd managed to get something on it just. So Eddie Barnes won't take any further part in the game unless for some reason he's called on to bat with a runner at number 11. I suppose he could always limp out there, but essentially Leicestershire are one down then, which comes back to the point about the follow-on, whether they'd enforce it. At the moment, it's moot anyway. Finan is in, bowls to Nisa, tucks him up with an in-swinger that bounces up, hits him on the thigh pad. Finan hopping across the pitch so he doesn't go on the business area. Fields and then hands it to Rehan Ahmed, who we have seen bowl a couple of overs this morning just before the 80 came up. Nothing really there for Rehan. Leicestershire took the new ball as soon as it was available.
Shows the lot of a spinner that even a guy as talented as Rehan Ahmed is only bowling 7 overs out of the 80 in the first innings.
Pitch is still pretty good, and it's been swing really that has been the weapon for Leicestershire as Finan bowls to Nisa, who defends that one solidly, preferring to stay on the back foot, off middle and off out into the offside. Leicestershire's green trousered captain Lewis Hill, he's very splattered in green, diving around there at mid-off because the outfield is still very soft here. It has been drilled on a couple of occasions to try and get rid of some of the moisture that's in there, but it is still pretty soft. Good weather of the last couple of days, or at least the dry weather notwithstanding. In goes Finan, bowls again, looking to tuck up Nisa, equal to it. The Australian international dropping it out towards Ahmed, who's in fairly close at mid-wicket.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Sussex 449 for 5, so they have 1 over to score 1 run for the maximum points against Gloucestershire. Sussex 449 for 5. Ollie Carter is 59 not out. Cheteshwar Pujara made 151 and James Cole's 74, but at least they're playing at Bristol.
Finan in past umpire Bainton, bowl straight, and again Nisa deep in his crease, drops it down almost at his feet. It dribbles up the pitch, still a little mottled, the pitch, but it has changed colour over the last couple of days, as you would expect. It was sunny certainly this morning, less so now. It's cooler now. It was beautiful this morning, and it is a decent crowd in.
At Chestler Street, Derbyshire still battling to avoid an innings defeat there. 189 for 5, 98 runs behind. Matthew Lamb is 66 not out and Lewis Rees on 30 not out.
Nisa waiting as Finan is in to finish his over, goes straight through him, doesn't hit anything somehow. Ahmed can't believe it at short mid-wicket. He's bouncing around like a rubber ball, hands on his head, and Finan unlucky in the extreme. It swung back in at pace and somehow missed absolutely everything. I think it went actually over the top of the stumps, and it was taken by Hanscom diving away to his left. Finan beginning to get that swing as the lacquer comes off the new ball, and definitely a handful there for Michael Nisa. He wasn't able to do anything about that first ball, just that last ball. Just hope it missed, and it did.
Well, it was remarkable how that managed to beat both the stumps and the inside edge of Nisa's bat. He's having a difficult time still to get off the mark. Able to watch as Chris Wright is into Chris Cook, two experienced players, and Cook works a single up to mid-on, so Nisa's straight back on strike again. He might not have welcomed that too much. In Division 1, they're between innings at Edgbaston, where Surrey totaled 281 against Warwickshire, with Jamie Smith making 88. 3 wickets apiece for Rushworth, Hannon Dolby and Hassan Ali. And at Lords, Kent scrapping their way into something of a lead as Wright comes in here, flopping balls, and Nisa fends at that one and misses as it goes through to Hanscom. Kent 93 for 3 in their second innings, only just going over 2 and over. Jack Leaning has gone for 48. Ben Compton is still there, 32 not out. Strike rate of 28. How unfashionable an opener who grits things out. 226 for 7. Right, bowls, and Nisa is off the mark finally as he noodles one away down towards backward square, where it's fielded by Finan, and Nisa gets a single. 227 for 7 are Glamorgan. 31 away from the follower on target, 23 away from a batting bonus point. Leicestershire notched up 4 with the bat, Glamorgan 3 with the ball. Leicestershire have added for further 2, so it's 6-3 on bonus points at the moment. Approaching lunch on day 3. Right, Bowles, and Cook has hit that one hard. It's been 3/4 stopped by Rian Ahmed at point, and keeps them down to a single one, which would have undoubtedly have reached the boundary had he not managed to make a diving effort at stopping it. 2:28 for 7. As some of the spectators may be heading for an early lunch down beneath us. The first sitting is underway in the members' bar at 12:30, no matter that play goes on.
The Charles Palmer Restaurant.
Yes.
I'll tell you the official name.
No matter that play will go on until 1:10. Lunch is served at 12:30.
The offering is so, I think some people come for the lunch as much as anything. But
don't blame them, we're well looked after downstairs. Right, into Nisa, defends, this time off the middle of the bat, back to the perspiring bowler. Leicestershire have been fairly orthodox in the field setting this morning. It's been a constant 2 slips and 5 saving the single at the moment. The only variation is that they had square leg out for a while, don't really need it at the moment. Fine leg and third man down to our left and right at the pavilion end. Here is right into bowl, Nisa forward defensively, and there is no run. Range of matches in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 1-day 50 over competition. There's action at Sophia Gardens where Thunder are 174 for 5 in the 34th over against Western Storm, who are playing their only 50 over match in Cardiff this season. They play a T20 double header in June with Glamorgan against Surrey, which is good to see. The Charlotte Edwards competition and the T20 Blast teaming up for a double header. 2:28 for 7 as Finan inspects the ball.
Turns. Long strides as he comes in and bowls on off stump to Chris Cook, who is carefully forward. Playing the ball out to Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain at mid-off. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, resumes his headmasterly stance behind the wicket keeper at the far end, where Michael Finan can see Leicestershire's head bowling coach. The expression on his face, is it approving, is it disapproving? What sort of message is it sending? Well, if he can produce a few more deliveries like that one with which he finished his previous over, it should surely be approving. In goes Finan and bowls onto the hip of Cook. He looks to work it away behind square. Did he get anything on it? No, he didn't. Came off the thigh pad, says umpire Bainton. And so the single goes on 2 extras instead of Cook's total, which remains 16 or 51 balls. Nisa just a single of 13. His job really just to put overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. Stay with Cook before the luncheon interval and perhaps look to expand thereafter. Finan is in, bowls to him. Well, he's expanding now because he got up on the back foot and chopped it away nicely in front of square on the offside. So Buttinger is not distinguishing himself in the field. He put in the slide, put down his right hand, tried to grab the ball, flick it back up, and somehow allowed it to run over his hand, and it goes over the boundary ropes for 4. Not great. I mean, it was only 1 run difference because they would have run 3 anyway, but it isn't great piece of fielding. 2-3-3 for 7.
No, he's had a match you want to forget in the field, Buttinger.
He has. Hands on knees at cover point as in goes Finan bowls to him almost squares up Nisa, who's looking to work it on the leg side, gets a thick outside edge to it, and it runs very quickly out towards wide mid-off, and Hill has to scramble to his left to make the stop. It was sort of about 90 degrees away from where he was looking to play it, but it went off at a fair rate of knots nonetheless.
Any detergent manufacturers who'd like to sponsor the Leicestershire captain, I'm sure your offers would be very welcome. He's got a filthy patch on the thigh as well as both knees now.
Stretches his back a bit there, Lewis Hill, as Finan is in and bowls just outside of something that doesn't really swing, and it's dabbed wide of Budinger, who runs away to his left towards backward point from cover point. Single taken by Michael Nisa. He moves on to 6, 2, 3, 4 for 7, 2, 5, 8 is the follow-on toll, the target, at which point Leicestershire will not be entitled to ask. It still makes me smile, that expression, to ask the visitors to follow on. No, I don't think we will, thank you, as you're asking. Convention, that it is a question rather than a demand or a statement. Finan is in, a little bit of late swing back in, Cook equal to it, stepping across his stumps and pushing the delivery out to Ahmed at that short-ish mid-wicket position. I wonder what Hill's course of action will be, whether he'll make an early change. They like Finan just to bowl, or the plan is usually that Finan with the new ball bowls 3, at the most 4, and then they make a quick change. Wright will continue to bowl perhaps 5 or 6, even 7 from the Bennett end. They might go back quickly to, I would suggest, Scriven rather than Mulder. Scriven having made it, obtained good movement, good away swing from this end. We shall see. In the meantime, it'll be right to continue.
From the Bennett end, running towards us, and bowls to Nisa, who drives and completely mistimes it. So it trickles up towards mid-on. And one has to credit the Leicestershire seamers generally for keeping tighter lines than Glamorgan managed, as Leicestershire escaped from 168 for 5 at one point with that big partnership between Hanscom and Rian Ahmed that was the backbone of the home innings. And again, Glamorgan never quite bowled as a unit, as they like to say. Wright is in to bowl to Nisa, who will run this one down to third man for a single.
The headmaster's walking around the boundary now, so Michael Finan will probably be slightly relieved.
Well, Leicestershire have generally bowled decent lines this morning. 1 or 2 wayward deliveries, but on the other hand, it was slightly wayward delivery that got Sam Northeast out, trying to smash Finan through point, and just feathered one through the keeper for 40. 135 balls, hard work indeed. Cook on strike on 16 as Wright bowls, and that one might have gone up a little bit off somewhere near a length. Cook seemed to be surprised by it, but managed to jab it down into the wicket in front of him on the offside. 235 for 7 on this. No cool again morning, unfortunately, or afternoon if you want to go by the clock rather than the rhythms of the game. We did have a very pleasant first hour, but temperatures have dropped a little as Wright pauses at the top of his mark.
Budinger's been sent back to deep backward square.
As Cook plays one through the leg side, through mid-wicket in fact, as a chase for mid-on. He'll pick up at least a couple. They may well turn for 3. It's picked up just inside the boundary. And Chris Cook, who is the oldest member of the Glamorgan side, but by no means the slowest, is comfortably turning for the 3rd. 238 for 7, 20 runs away from that follow-on total here on BBC Sport Online and on 5 Sport Extra. Welcome along wherever and however you're listening. Just the 5 county championship matches going on at the moment, which is bizarre in week 4 of the season, as Nisa defends on the offside. These two sides playing their 3rd game apiece. Leicestershire with a win over Yorkshire and a positive draw against Derbyshire. Glamorgan with maybe a slight advantage of a draw against Gloucestershire. They certainly won the first innings and the bonus points, but then were saved by the rain against Durham. This time we lost the final third of the first day to rain. A long day yesterday, 104 overs. It's scheduled to be the same again today. Right bowls, Nisa defends, and it has been fairly attritional stuff this morning.
2.7 the run rate, as it has been pretty much throughout the innings. It was a little bit more than that when Labuschagne and Eddie Byram were together after a wicket fell, just the second ball of the innings, but Leicestershire have since then had the run rate under pretty much control, which is what I meant really by old-fashioned session of first-class cricket. Glamorgan just chipping their way towards avoiding the follow-on, or the possibility thereof. Well, Finan will continue from the pavilion end. 14th over, not of the spell, of the innings as a whole. Runs in and bowls to Cook, slightly short of a length. Cook in control there, gets up on his toes and plays it firmly down the pitch on the offside. Hill, Leicestershire's captain, fields and then waves at, I would imagine, Vian Mulder.
Haven't seen a lot of Tom Scriven, given that he was the successful bowler last night with 2 important late wickets, Carlson and Root.
Did he bowl 4 overs this morning? 3 or 4, no more than that, with the old ball, and did still continue to get it to swing nicely. May have earned a promotion in that respect. Finan is in down the leg side, flicked down to fine leg. Good work down there by Scriven. That long leg ran across the fine leg, dived to his right, got 2 hands behind it and managed to save 2 runs. But a poor ball from Michael Finan almost paid a heavy penalty. Did pay a penalty in terms of the 2 runs. Cook on to 21.
Good diving conditions, isn't it, for the fielders?
Yeah, you're not going to get any friction burns or anything like that, are you? You shouldn't pick up any scabs on your elbows or anything. Lose any skin. It's whether you dig in, which can be an issue, can't it? If it is a bit soft. Finan in again to Cook. Fuller this time, driven back towards him, puts out his left hand. Michael Finan stops it, or half stops it, in his follow through. Nisa kindly picks up and lobs the ball to Lewis Hill. Throws it to Chris Wright, who's Leicestershire's designated polisher. Really uses the bottom of his, the front bottom part of his Leicestershire shirt, which consequently, of course, has a large red stain all over it. 240 for 7, 18 needed. Finan in short, good-ish bouncer, but too short, really, and just bobbed his head to one side there. Cook played it very well indeed.
It's strange, isn't it, the reflex reactions you have, because we were ducking that one as well in the commentary box, 80 metres away or whatever.
Yeah, but Cook just moved his head calmly to one side. That's the way to play a bouncer.
Yes, best of luck to everyone getting club seasons underway today. I know some leagues started last week and some unable to play today because of ground conditions still after a really difficult month.
Finan bowls. Edge just short of Mulder at first slip, who took it on the half volley, diving to his right. A really nice take. Went for the forcing shot. Finan is still down on his knees. Can't believe that dropped short. Could Ackerman have stuck out a left hand? It was taken almost on the half volley by Mulder, and there's sort of one or two little gestures.
It was closer to first slip, I think.
Oh, definitely. But just whether...
But second slip is obviously a metre further forward.
A reach to his left, and...
Well, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. If he dived across and put off first slip, he would have been in the wrong then as well.
Yeah, discussions continue, shall we say, as Finan. Frustrated Finan is in, bowls on the hip of Cook, who can work it comfortably down towards Scriven at long leg and take one. Hasn't had any luck in this spell, Michael Finan. End of his over. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44. His figures, 241 for 7 of 88. Glamorgan's innings continues not to limp on, but to progress sedately.
Yes. Eddie Byram, in his interview with us last night, talked about Glamorgan fighting and scrapping today, and that's what they've been doing, really. It has been tough going, and, well, I think they'd be bite your hand off to get 2 batting points and get to 300. Reduce the deficit maybe to about 100 and make it more difficult for Leicestershire to dictate the course of the match on the final day. As Wright will come down the hill from the Bennett end. Sussex have declared on reaching their maximum points as Wright bowls and Cook leaves outside of stump. Sussex declared at 4:55 for 5 in the 110th over, and Gloucestershire 7 without loss in reply.
Already sounds like a bonus point battle there, doesn't it? So much time lost.
Well, Gloucestershire had a miserable start. They hardly got outside in pre-season. Glamorgan, thankfully this season, were able to afford a couple of weeks in Zimbabwe where they had plenty of time out in the middle. Wright is in to bowl. Cook forward defensively. Lisa thought about a single. Cook was on the back foot and wasn't interested. Derbyshire still battling against Durham. 205 for 5.
Haven't lost a wicket today, then.
Matthew Lamb is 80. Lewis Rees 30. 82 runs in arrears still, though. In Division 1, Warwickshire have lost a couple of early wickets, trailing Surrey by 131 on first innings. As Wright is in, bowls on leg stump. Cook is able to tuck that one away comfortably towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Warwickshire's second innings, 21 for 2, so Surrey very much on top there. And at Lords, Kent, very slow progress for them as well, going at 2 and over in their second innings, but they're 96 for 3, which is effectively 53 for 3 against Middlesex. Here, Glamorgan 242 for 7. Need a further 16 to have reached the follow-on target. Right into bowl. Nisa blocks it back to the bowler, who flicks it, intending for it to go onto the stumps, but it went at right angles instead, and Lewis Hill, the rather grubby Lewis Hill, picks up at mid-on.
He does claim to have gotten somebody out doing that once in the entirety of his career. He does it every time it goes anywhere near him, Chris Wright. Said it was about, I think he said it was about 10 years ago.
It's worth a try. 242 for 7, 8 runs away from a batting point are the Welsh County, as that one from Wright is seared through Ahmed at point. He's generally fielded well, but should have stopped the single there. He didn't. Just 1 run it cost them. It's over. Once the ball is returned to him by subfielder Will Davis. Now he's ready. Right, races in, bowls, and Cook noodles it away on the leg side, runs the first one fast, he wants a second run, and in comes the throw, and Cook is home at the striker's end. Buttigieg might have been better off throwing to the non-striker's end, where Nisa, being a burly fast bowler, probably has a wider turning circle, but Cook safely home for 2, so Glamorgan move up to 245 for 7. Cook is 25, Nisa is 8. Richard Ray will be joined by Edward Bevan here on BBC Sport Online.
Glamorgan, I think, will be the more satisfied of the two sides with their morning's work. If Leicestershire can pick up one more before lunch, they'll feel it's just about an even session. They've picked up 2 wickets. Glamorgan have gone from 164 for 5 to 245. Finan bowls a horrible full toss, and that is a no ball for which he apologises to Michael Nisa. It was above waist height, perhaps 6 inches or so, but that is a warning, and Leicestershire have to be a bit careful about that, because over waist high no balls was one of the offences. Indeed, it was, I think it was 2 of them, for which they ultimately paid a very heavy price, a points deduction in the Royal London in the T20 last year that cost them qualification for a quarter-final against Surrey at the Oval, and probably a 6-figure sum in revenue. Finan is in, outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Yeah, I often, well, I'm pretty sure 99% of him are accidental. It just comes out, and I think it's rather harsh to get that sort of fine. I know it happened a couple of times, but
yeah, there were also a couple of incidents of dissent that were involved. Plus, Ben Mike, now of Yorkshire, deliberately trying to scuff up the pitch. Was caught on camera. Oh yes, it was a totting up procedure, I'm afraid. Finan in again. 2, Nisa, who drives a half volley for 4. Turns away, doesn't bother running. Finan has rather lost it in this over. As I say, normally just bowls 3 or 4 in a spell, but they're giving him an extra 1 or 2, and he's rather lost control a bit. 1 for 50 from 14.2 for him now.
Come on, get their first batting point.
Indeed, yes, hurrah. Can they get another couple? They'll be certainly hoping so. They're certainly another 1. They have 20 overs and 4 balls in which to do so. Hill is coming across to talk to Finan.
Do you think it's just a thought that Finan and Wright just a little bit overbowled and might give him the spinners 3 overs or something before lunch? Change of attack.
I'm inclined to agree. Finan is going around the wicket, tucks Nisa up, but he's been in now for 25 balls, and he adjusts and manages to step back and dab it down towards Scriven, who, for me, should have come on before before lunch, really. It had another little burst from this end, 2 or 3 overs with a newish ball. I'm sure he will after lunch.
And Glamorgan just 6 runs away from the follow-on, which they should achieve. And
yeah, first job done, really.
Yeah.
In that respect, it has definitely been their morning. Finan back over the wicket to Cook, who plays firmly off leg stump, but only as far as Ahmed, who forms the long barrier at shortish mid-wicket. He's about 4 pitches back.
Nisa has played some very fine innings, because when he played that test match last year, he came in at number 8 for Australia. And we saw that last shot, which to me was a shot of the innings.
He's very
capable. They're fortunate to have him coming in, because they were in a spot of bother there, 225 for 7.
Finan into Cook, who is defending on the back foot, everything nicely close together as it rises up. On off stump, back down the pitch it goes towards Finan, who immediately throws it to right to do the polishing. It's only coming up to 10 overs old, this ball, so should be pretty much at its best from a bowling point of view at the moment.
6 minutes before lunch. I feel a bit sorry for Rian Ahmed, because he's only come on for the over before lunch or the over before the second new ball.
Finan into Cook, who's looking to pull, gets a bit of a bottom edge down into the pad, bounces out into the offside. He wasn't trying to pull violently, just a sort of little paddle pull. And thick bottom edge down into the pad. Yes, you would have thought that Ahmed against Nisa could be interesting as well.
Yes.
Can he pick him? Good
Attacking
batsman
player.
though he is, almost an all-rounder. You would feel that Ahmed might be more effective against someone like him than perhaps against Cook or North East earlier on today. But they're sticking to their plans.
Ackerman is the one that's loosening.
It looks like he's going to have the obligatory
Yes, but it's
over of spin before lunch.
still going to be Chris Wright from the Bennett end. About to bowl Denisa, who's on 13. And he's coming in out to bowl his first ball of the over. Balls to the right-handed Nisa, who fiddles outside the off stump and sees it go through to the wicket-keeper. Lots of batsmen play that indeterminate little fish outside. I don't know why. It's probably just a little lack of concentration, you would have thought.
Sometimes you just can't help it. Can't help yourself twitching at one.
First time in 3 days, the sun is glistening off the cars down at the Bennett end of the ground. As Chris Wright comes in and bowls, and this is defended and off stump and played back down the pitch. Long bowl for Wright. He's done his 25th over, 2 for 57, 7 of which have been maidens.
Yes, and he'd already bowled 49 overs in the first 2 games. So comfortably the highest total of overs bowled by any of the Leicestershire bowlers this season and last.
Here he is again then. Coming in, right arm, medium fast, bowls to Nisa. Nisa dabs it down on the onside and there's no run.
Which is a tribute to his fitness as a 37-year-old.
But as we said, he is a fitness man.
Yes.
Loves to be on the weights and keep himself fit. 252 for 7 then, and this partnership is worth, what is it worth?
It's 27
27 useful runs. As Chris Wright turns at the end of his mark, comes in and bowls to Nisa, pushes it rather than does anything else up to mid-on. And that's the fourth dot ball of the over. .252 for 7 in reply to Leicestershire's 407. Still a long way behind, but at least it looks as if they probably avoided the follow on. 3 wickets in hand, just 6 runs needed. As Wright comes in, bowls to Nisa, bowls him a bouncer. As Nisa ducks under it and is taken high over his head by Peter Hanscom, the wicketkeeper. Just testing.
Moved smartly there, didn't he? He ducked, and he did, but yeah, something to think about.
1 ball left of this over. This is the 91st over. As in comes Wright to bowl it, and bowls it, and this is driven through the offside, backward of square, and that is going to be 4 runs. Yeah, valiant dive down to the 3rd man boundary, and 4 more runs takes it to 256 for 7. I think we can safely say the follow-on has been avoided. Well, it hasn't, of course, but within 2 runs of it. And
it looks like they will achieve it before lunch as well, because we do just have time for Ackerman to bowl an over of gentle off spin, just see if there's any little bit of bite for him. Cook and Nisa unlikely, you would have thought, to take any undue risks, see off the potential follow-on with a 6 or something like that, but you never know. The field is in, so the temptation must be there.
just as I'm about to say, well, I'd be giving it to the test leg spinner. He might well take a wicket.
Test leg spinners at a shortish mid-wicket. He's asking for instructions. So he said, do you want me to stay in there or go back to a conventional mid-wicket? Just about stays in there.
Just the second over for him to bowl in the innings.
Ackerman is in. Bowls forward on off stump, middle stump almost goes. Cook bat a long way in front of pad, just forward defensive, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Colin Ackerman, who steps in and bowls forward again. This time it is on, definitely off stump, and Cook is pushing out into the covers.
2 balls bowled, and I'm closing my book because I think he'll just block the 6.
Ackerman is in. Cook obligingly pushes out into the offside, and Budinger comes into field. There's no run. Ackerman tosses it up. Same again. Forward defensive. Budinger fields, underarms the ball back to Ackerman. Eddie has read it well. 2 balls to go.
About to take my earphones off.
Ackerman is in. Fuller clipped into the leg side on this occasion. Not aggressively. Pushed out towards Hill at mid on. 1 ball to go in a morning session that I think has belonged to Glamorgan. 164 for 5 has become 256 for 7 as Ackerman goes in. Forward goes Cook, pushing it out to Budinger. A maiden over has been bowled, and that is lunch. 256 for 7. So 2 wickets to fall in the session. Night watchman Tim van der Hoogten was caught at mid-wicket by Rishi Patel diving away to his right. Tried to pull a shortish delivery from Chris Wright and got a bit of a top edge, lobbed it up. He went for 11, 186 for 6. And then Sam Northeast, who battled, and I mean battled, his way to 40 off 135 deliveries, finally lost patience, had a big drive at a wideish delivery from Michael Finan and edged a straightforward catch through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. Chris Cook, though, he's 25 not out off 73 balls. Michael Nisa, few dodgy moments early on, but he's beginning to look a pretty decent bat. He's 17 not out off 32. 256 for 7. Still need to theoretically, well, definitely not theoretically, to avoid the follow-on, but every prospect of Glamorgan doing that in short order after lunch. We'll be back with you, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, in around about 35 minutes' time. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground at Grace Road, it's a good afternoon.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bowled. This one just kicks a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
BBC Wales, Nick Webb and Eddie Bevan. BBC Radio Leicester, myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the rest of the day. And it's going to be Vian Mulder who's going to open the bowling for Leicestershire in this afternoon session from the Bennett end. Mulder comes down the slope, bowls to Nisa, who is dabbing it down towards backward point. Ackerman has to run around from second slip to field, and Nisa takes a comfortable single. Moves on to 18, just the one now needed to avoid the follow-on. But as I say, it is an academic question, we suspect. Not sure Leicestershire would have enforced it anyway. They are one seamer down. Eddie Barnes, who I saw in the restaurant at lunchtime, limping disconsolately back towards the dressing room. In goes Mulder, bowls on off stump. Cook fiddles it rather out into the offside. Will Davis, who's on the field in place of Barnes. 12th man anticipating perhaps a long afternoon's work in the field, or perhaps not if they bowl. Glamorgan out quickly, take these last 3 wickets quickly, but Cook and Nisa very capable batsmen indeed. Took just 2 wickets this morning, Leicestershire. Those of Sam North East for 40 hard-earned runs, and the night watchman Tim van der Hoogten for 11. Mulder is in on off-stump. Cook again is blocking out into the off-side. And alongside me for the first part of this afternoon session is Nick Webb.
Afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon.
Thank you for opening up for us.
It's all right. It was a good lunch though, wasn't it? Again.
It was a very nice main course.
Did you stay for pudding?
I was waiting for pudding.
Oh.
Edward has promised to deliver it.
Bless him. As in goes Mulder and bowls wide to Cook, who has nothing to do with it. Registering contempt, he walks away from the delivery.
But those stairs get steeper by the day.
Yes, I'm fascinated to know what one of the puddings on the menu is. The berry mess, which has the Uptonsteel berry mess. Which, well, there it is. It looks like a sort of Eton mess.
Yes, but it's less posh.
And Eddie's gone down the ice cream route. In goes Mulder and bowls to Cook, who is reaching for it, driving it, getting it past the diving Davis at extra cover. It wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but Wright has to move to his left at mid-off to field, and a single is taken. Cook then is up and running post-lunch. I bet they didn't have Uptonsteel berry mess. Pasta and a banana. Something similar. If that. I don't know, mid-innings, whether you'd really want to.
No, you wouldn't want much,
too
would
heavy,
you?
Would you? You wouldn't thought. Not that I've ever really been in that position too often. In goes Mulder. Bowls clipped away by Nisa. Wasn't entirely convincing. Very much across the line. It works down towards deep backwards square. In from long leg runs Michael Finan. Left arm throw. But Nisa picks up a couple, moves on to 20, 260 for 7. And in case there was any doubt about it, there now isn't. The follow-on has been successfully avoided.
260 for 7. The follow-on has been avoided. The lunch has been delivered. All is for the best in the best of all possible worlds in Welsh cricket. Or possibly not, but mustn't grumble. 260 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. As it will be Tom Scriven to bowl his second spell of the day, 3 for 15 overnight. And it is, he's conceded 10 runs today without adding to his wickets column. As he tosses a practice delivery. To right at mid-on, and it'll be Chris Cook facing up on 26 not out. 77 deliveries he's faced, so a run every 3 balls, and he doesn't add to that as he rather fiddles at a ball that goes through low to Pete Hanscom. Were suggestions from the Glamorgan camp about a hint of uneven bounce, and Cook accordingly goes down and does a bit of gardening. Follow-on avoided then for Glamorgan. 260 for 7. The next issue is whether they can battle their way up to a second batting point. As Scriven is in, bowls down leg side, turned away. There isn't a conventional fine leg. The keeper sets off in hot pursuit. The man from backward square eventually beats him to it. And they're through for 2 leg byes. Extras rise, therefore, into the 40s. 41 sundries. A total of 262 for 7. So thanks to the Foxes for feeding us royally back in the restaurant. Very welcome. Scriven into bowl to Cook, who turns that slightly aerially on the leg side. We'll get at least 1. They'll dash back for a second run as the throw comes in from Ahmed. Chris Cook's just played a couple aerially on the leg side where the ball might have not quite come on to him. 264 for 7. This is in reply to 407 for Leicestershire. And Glamorgan will be keen, obviously, to get as many as possible, but to take a little bit more time out of the game, albeit we have 71 overs remaining today. That's driven firmly by Cook through the offside. No need to run. That was in the nature of a half volley, I'm afraid, from Scriven, and it was smashed away through extra cover for 4 runs. As walking around the grounds last night, it struck me how far away those seats down at third man at the moment, the yellow seats up at the top end of the ground, remarkably miles away from playing arena. I'm not quite sure why anyone's sitting in them at the moment, because it's about 30 metres to the boundary rope and probably a full 100 metres away from the action at this end anyway. So no idea why anyone's sitting there. As Scriven is in, bowls on leg stump again, and Cook tries to work it away. And Mr. L buys, adds one more to his tally. 269 for 7.
There's been regular talk in my sort of 10, 11 years sitting up here about bringing the stands in on that sort of side and far end of the ground towards the boundary, and using the space behind it where the manual scoreboard is. Manual scoreboard probably the only building with any aesthetic merit in the ground.
Scriven in, bowls, driven by Nisa to mid-on. Fielded by Wright, no run, 269 for 7 at the end of the over. The deficit is 138 runs. At the moment, it's just useful to store the covers on the side of the ground,
yes,
but they've got most of them up by the scoreboard anyway, away to our right.
Absolutely.
The video scoreboard.
I'm sure it probably will happen in the end. But at the moment, the ground remains as it is. Vian Mulder now in bright sunshine here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, is down the slope and bowling to Cook, who slightly tucked up, but it's kind of the way he plays a little bit. Everything is close together, and he's playing it as late as possible, like all good batsmen.
Just trying to remember my radio update times. I've got one around about 2, but
I've completely lost track. I have no idea. Happily, I could just wait until I hear something in the ear, can't I?
After that, it'll be half time in the rugby. The women's international will be about 4:20, so I'm not being overworked.
Mulder is in, bowls short outside off stump, or up on his toes is Cook, playing firmly out into the offside. There is a sweeper out there in the well, he was described this morning or last night in one newspaper, Rehan Ahmed, during his partnership with Peter Hanscom. It was likened to one of the players was tall and willowy like a leek, and one was like a peach. We're guessing it was Rehan is peach-like. I don't know how he'll feel about that. In goes Mulder and bowls straight on off stump, and Nisa, looking increasingly accomplished, leans forward and blocks the delivery out towards Lewis Hill at mid-on.
This is now Chris Cook's highest score of the season, though he hasn't actually been out terribly early. His score's 26, 32 and 17. I did 33.
So he's got in on every occasion,
but hasn't gone on.
So we're doubly determined, perhaps, to do so today. In goes Mulder, bowls. Nisa with a lot of time pushes the delivery off leg stump out towards Sol Budinger at mid wicket.
A bit more sunshine, that's more like it.
Doesn't half make a difference, doesn't it?
The morning was warm for the first hour and rather cooler for the second. Clouded over around midday. Remember, tea is at 4 o'clock today.
Mulder is in, bowl straight, almost squeezed it through the defensive push, on the walk almost from Nisa, out to mid-on it goes. I've just posted on Twitter a photo of your puddings. Interesting reaction already.
Why is that fatty next to you?
No, isn't it?
Needs a big pudding. Edward, of course, is lean as always.
Mulder is in, bowl straight, and Nisa is presenting a straight bat in response. Back up the pitch it goes to Vian Mulder. Well, I put puddings, of necessity, being partaken of in the commentary box. And Dale Farrow has replied, I'm sure I saw puddings of necessity supporting half man, half biscuit at the Princess Charlotte in the late 80s. Brilliant. Well played, sir.
Absolutely. Had a couple of singles out, played by John Peel, not many other people.
Puddings of necessity.
Reached number 5 in the indie chart in 1988.
You can imagine him, can't you, saying it?
Bit of an indie pop come shoegaze crossover. Scriven then from this pavilion end. We're peering out over the sight screen and over long off, should there be one, more or less over the bowler. Scriven right arm. Medium fast, over the wicket, bowls, and Cook plays straight back, and it hits gently Michael Neser and bounces out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 270 for 7. Just the game entering a little bit of a lull after Glamorgan avoided the follow-on, or maybe that's just our perception from the commentary box. There's Scriven bowls, turned away by Cook on the leg side. Ball not quite swinging as much as it was first thing this morning when Finan was sending it around corners. Ironically, he got the wicket of Sam Northeast with one of his less distinguished deliveries. As in comes the next delivery, and that's played on the leg side by Neser, and there is no run. .271 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Scriven runs away from us and bowls, and pushing forward is Neser, beaten by one just outside off stump.
Oh, lovely shape to that one.
As Cook is down fiddling with his boots. Ball being polished by skipper at mid-off, then handed back to Scriven, looking to add to his first-class 3-wicket haul, and nearly does so there as he's hits Neser somewhere on the thigh pad. Looking occasionally a little bit tentative, Michael Neser. 20 not out, adding valuable support as this partnership is worth 46 so far for the 8th wicket. Scriven bowls, turned on the leg side. They'll go through for a quick single. Ahmed is in from square leg, but can't prevent the run. 272 for 7. Glamorgan, the deficit is 135 or thereabouts.
That was a better over from Scriven. Asked a couple of questions of Neser.
It's just a
little bit of shape.
But yeah, with the little bit of shape, the little bit of swing that they're getting, there's just one or two going occasionally down leg side and allowing the batsman a couple of free singles in most overs at the moment.
Vian Mulder, still searching for his first wicket of the season, comes running in and bowls to Michael Neser, who is on the back foot, defending a delivery off stump, dropping it back down the pitch on the off side. Mulder, who walks back, and he always does this to his mark like an old man.
It's a very...
Despite being very young, very fit man, and comes charging in, but it's a very, very...
That's about the speed I walk back to the car park at the end of the day.
Indeed, it's a recovery walk, isn't it? Make sure his energy levels are fully restored before turning at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls outside off stump left by Michael Neser. We had a report that the stream sound was not working, but I am assured it is on various
might be the BBC service.
Streams.
Anyone listening on BBC, please drop us a tweet. I'll check it when I'm off air next.
Fingers crossed. Perhaps it's just that individual gentleman's who's isn't actually functioning. Mulder, sun goes behind cloud, is in, trying to squeeze one through Nisa's defence. Nisa equal to it. Again, much prefers to stay on the back foot, manages to dig it out and play it out into the onside. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, is the fielder. Fango Fox has woken up down in Melbourne. He says it's working at his end.
Oh, there we are. If it's listening in Melbourne, it ought to be in Wales.
Okay for others on his side, he said. Thanks, Fango. In goes Mulder. Bowles again clipping off his toes. A straightish delivery, judging by the reaction of Mulder. Patel at first slip and Colin Ackerman at second. He took that off the stumps, but he took it off the stumps perfectly correctly, in that he got plenty of bat on it, turned it around the corner, down towards Michael Finan, and Nisa keeps the strike. He had to hurry back for, well, he did hurry back for the second. The throw was quite high, but made his ground and moves on to 23, 274 for 7.
Well, we've got another 13 overs to get the bonus points, so Glamorgan, if they have wickets intact, should get the 26.
Mulder is in, outside off stump, swinging away, allowed to do so uninterrupted by Michael Nisa. Yeah, they've plenty of time. Actually, could be thinking in terms of 350.
Now they'd need to accelerate too much, wouldn't they?
Partnership is 49
to be going
now.
at 5 plus to get
13, 50, 70 off 13-ish.
Yeah, normally you'd expect sets batters to have a go at it, but given the tempo of today, I don't think they will. Leicestershire, of course, need 2 more wickets for their 3rd bowling point.
Mulder is in, bowled again. Dug out off the straight by Nisa, whose method of playing, as late as he does, almost under his eyes and off the back foot, inevitably leads to choruses of oohs and ahs, thinking that it was squeezing one through.
I have a radio update to do next door sometime in the next 5 or 10 minutes, which may or may not.
You're taking your berry mess with you.
Coincide. Well, you had the opportunity to put your hand up for a berry mess, Mr. Ray. You decided to go for the healthy option of 1 banana.
I did.
In tribute to the swing bowling of Mike Finan this morning.
I only have myself to blame. Can Tom Scriven, looking to improve on what are already his first-class best figures, now 3 for 33. They were 3 for 15 at the start of the day. Can he find a banana or two to dismiss Cook? Slightly open stance. Crouched, bat raised as Scriven is in, bowls to him on off stump. Solid defensive push, no great stride forward or anything like it. Just pushed out into the offside. Some of the cut pitches or half-cut pitches almost gleaming in the sunshine now, glinting, reflecting the sun. Just the one slip now for Scriven as Eddie is back alongside. Hope your fillings didn't suffer from the ice cream. St. goes Scriven. And bowls down the leg side, clipped down towards long leg by Cook for a single. Moves on to 35 and brings up the 50 partnership.
Yeah, very welcome 50 partnership with Glamorgan, because they would have been a bit conscious of the fact that they were going to bat again, but they don't have to anymore. What was that about the ice cream?
I was worried about your fillings. If you sometimes when you eat ice cream too quickly, you can sort of, ooh, you know.
Oh no, that was lovely.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
Good lunch as usual. Probably a bit too much these days. Not used to it.
Scriven kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls. Looking to on drive is Nisa, taking it off the stumps again. But that is how he plays, and plays it out to Chris Wright. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Wright is the fielder at mid-on, straight to him. Yes, hard to work out where the game will go from here, given the still relatively benign nature of the pitch.
A couple of collapses either side would do.
Yeah. Scriven is in, bowls onto the legs of Nisa, who tries to whip it away, didn't get anything on it, came off the pad, ran away on the 45 on the leg side. Rehan Ahmed had to run across from his fielding position almost at mid-wicket, or square leg, and a leg bye is taken. Extras now 43 out of 276. That sounds like quite a high proportion.
As there was in the Glamorgan innings, maybe you were telling me there were 21 at one stage.
Scriven bustles in and bowls his outswinger. Forward goes Cook, getting to the pitch of the ball and pushing it out towards extra cover, who is Finan. They like to move the fielders around a little bit. Then specialist positions as such. Right is usually to be found at mid-on. Ackerman certainly is the specialist slipper. Has a lovely pair of hands. Mulder now seems to be established at first slip when he's not bowling. Scriven ready to go and was 3/4 of the way in when Cook stepped away. So somebody perhaps
wandering in front of the side screen.
Surely not in front of the side screen. Oh, it looked like an insect.
Right.
There are a few flying around, woken by the sunshine, perhaps from... Insects don't hibernate, do they, as such? In goes Scriven, bowls, fullish, swings again. Cook gets in position to drive, but doesn't put his weight into it, steers it out to Hill at mid-off end of the over. 276 for 7, Scriven 3 for 34 from 16. Still a pretty good return. He'd dearly love another one or two. Will be his maiden 5 for.
Yes, and interesting to see that Hill has persisted with the four-seamer since the new ball. That's his main hope. He probably thinks it's a bit too slow for this. Well, Rehan Ahmed is #1 spinner. As Mulder starts another over, which is the first ball wide of the off stump, and the batsman Michael Nisa has nothing to do with it. He's on 23, Cook 35. And there were shades of the follow-on at 225 for 7. But of course these have gone down a place, these two batsmen, because of course Tim Van Houten came in as a night watchman. Normally Cook comes in at 6 and Nisa at 7 or 8. As Nisa waits in, comes the next ball, and that's driven past the bowler. A yell from somebody, I don't know who it was.
It was in the air for a while, wasn't it? But he would have had to have been a gymnast of extraordinary proportions, really, for Mulder to change direction, fling out a right hand and scoop it up a couple of inches above the ground.
He's also in his 23rd over.
Yes.
Not for 54. Good economy rate, but no wickets as yet. Here's Mulder again. Bowls, and this is defended on the line just outside off stump. There is a pitch being prepared, which I suspect will be for next week. Slap bam in front of us, which will be a wonderful vantage point when the opposition arrive here. Who are you playing next week?
We're at Derby.
Oh, I thought you were home. Oh, that must be a second 11 pitch then. Bang in the middle of the square.
I'll be getting it ready for the following week against, I think it's Sussex, our visitors.
Mulder bowls. That's clipped round the corner, down to fine leg. And the two batsmen just trot along the 22 yards for a single. Nisa's played a very good innings here. He's moved on to 24. Cook also patient at the start, but ever present there to hit anything loose.
There is also a women's 50 over game, Blaze v Storm, on Wednesday the 10th of April, before we play Sussex starting Thursday the 11th of May, I beg your pardon.
Here comes Mulder bowls this time. Cook, who guides it down with a lot of bottom hand to backward point. And they trot another single. The score goes up to 278 for 7. So that's just 22 runs needed in, what have we got, 11 overs. So they'll be quite content if Glamorgan can get, they should get to 300 and pick up a second batting point. And Leicestershire, of course, need 2 wickets to get their maximum. Here's the next ball, and that's defended by Nisa up to mid-on. That completes the over. 278 for 7. Nisa on 24. Cook is on 36. That was the end of the 99th over.
Friends of Grace Road getting a plug on the tannoy. Remember, they're on the ground floor of the meet these days. The old tea and ice cream unit, if that's the right word. But they have a nice big new sign up there, and they can be found very easily next to the physio medical centre down there on the bottom of the meet.
All right.
With their splendid array of cakes.
Got a bit of twirl, have we?
We have, relatively early, which is good to see.
Certainly is.
Rehan Ahmed with a ball that is only 19 overs old. Let us see if it responds rather differently to that with which he bowled this morning, which was 70 odd overs old. He has a slip as he comes in and bowls to Chris Cook, who's forward carefully, just pushing the ball back up the pitch towards Ahmed. Otherwise, the hill isn't too far away. It's shortish extra cover. Ahmed is in, drops short, and is cut away from outside off stump. Budinger is out there. Owes his side a few runs. In the field, that is, gets his throw away. Just the single for Cook, who takes off his helmet and mops his brow. Sun has been out for a while. Both these batsmen in short-sleeved shirts. In goes Ahmed, bowls to Nisa, who's very suspicious as he waits for that one. Drops it almost dead back down the pitch.
He's got nobody deep straight, and that's where Nisa likes to hit. He'll be conscious of the fact that this young man can turn it.
Ahmed is in, bowls a leg spinner just outside off stump and a bit short, so Nisa can go back and chop it out to Budinger out there on the cover boundary, take his one. They would be quite keen for Nisa to try and hit it high and straight, but at the moment he's batting very sensibly indeed as Ahmed bowls to Cook, who, advancing, manages to get to the pitch of the ball and clip it firmly out to mid-on, but too firmly almost, no chance of a quick single, although right is a few feet deeper than perhaps he would normally be. In goes Ahmed, a grunt of effort from him. It pitches nicely, but there's no real turn for him.
No.
And it's pushed back by Cook. End of the over, 280 for 7. 10 overs now for Rehan Ahmed over the last couple of days. None for 25. He should have one. Should have got northeast with the worst ball he's bowled. A full toss that northeast clothed straight into the midriff of Sol Budinger at mid-wicket, and somehow Budinger let it rebound out. 280 for 7.
Mulder very much the stock bowler here. Plugging away at one end, accurate, not many runs coming off him. And he's bowling to Nisa. Bowls, Nisa dabs that away down to third man, who's a little bit, well, there is a third man, and this time it's the man from deep point that comes in and fields. Nisa gets another single. Glamorgan on to 281 for 7.
Lamb out for 99. Durham have finally managed to pick up their first Derbyshire wicket of the day.
Good fight back there. Here's Mulder, familiar sight in his 26th over. Oh, when he beats him. Big peel for LBW. A semi convincing. Do you know, I've got to know over the years when the appeal is a sort of hope it's out. And because Chris Cook in the first innings caught the ball and held it up in his hand. When he's absolutely sure, he tosses it up. they said that Alex Stewart had three different modes of appealing. That Hanscom just held it up, didn't he? It was difficult to know. It was one of those. Well, did he hit it or didn't he? Didn't hear anything from here, but we're a long way away. Here's the next ball. Oh, and that's left, and that's Nisa knows when he bowled Mulder in the first innings. Mulder nearly came back and did exactly the same thing to him, because he padded up to outside the off stump, and how that missed. As it was.
Cook was a lucky man there, wasn't he? Or a brilliantly judged leave.
As we said, with Nisa did clean bowl him, but this just missed. It was nearly. He's bowling a good over. He bowls again and is clipped away down the onside. That might just, yes, it does run away for 4. It's drifting down the leg side, and the score mounts up to 285 now for 7. Yes, either good judgment or it's very, very fortunate. A few of those have happened in this game. Jagging back outside the off stump. Nisa moves on to 26. Cook is on 41. It's pushed away on the offside into the covers, no run.
Yeah, I wasn't as convinced as with that one.
I
didn't hear anything. I've got to say.
Watching Hanscom, he sort of, how was that? Sort of not tossing it up as you do.
There must have been some sort of noise, whether it was bat on ground or pad or foot on ground. Who knows? But
didn't look out for some. There's something not right. As Mulder comes in to Cook, bowls him. Cook drives powerfully, and it's well stopped by Mulder. Well, half stopped, and just dribbles up to mid-off. Perhaps Mulder might have a rest. He's 24 overs, 0 for 61. He's bowled since lunch, and he bowled before lunch. 285 for 7.
He's going through one of those patches, Vian, isn't he? That nothing seems to quite happen for him, either with bat or ball. He's trying very, very hard. He always does, but just at the moment, nothing is quite coming off. Edges aren't going to hand, or appeals are being turned down, or he's leaving balls that come boomeranging back in and hit the top of off stump.
Last year in this game, he had a wonderful game. He got 100 and a good score in the second innings, and then took wickets.
It will happen. It will happen. Rehan Ahmed is in. Tosses one up. It's a full toss that is whacked back towards him by Nisa, and Ahmed does well to not hurt himself, really. Managed to get 2 hands to it and skip out of the way and slow it right down. Right ran behind him to complete the fielding, but that will have, you would have thought, have stung, but he seems perfectly fine, and he's already coming into bowl to Chris Cook. And that one, I think, was the googly, and it bounced a little bit, but it was a little bit too short, and didn't really turn too much. Cook may have read it. He went back ready to cut in case it was the leg spinner, and in the end just played it out into the offside. Ahmed is in, tosses it up, and it's whipped down through very straight mid-on for 4. Nice shot from Chris Cook. Just over-pitched, overcompensated there. Rehan Ahmed, and Cook took full advantage.
Yes. Cook has so many times come in and be the saviour of Glamorgan when they've been in these positions, and he's done it. It's been a patient innings, but now he's playing some good shots.
Ahmed was ready to go, but Wright wasn't back in position, so he has to step back. Steps in now and bowls. Good line, good length, no turn. Cook forward, blocking out into the offside. Scriven, well, is he going to come back on? He has just come off for Ahmed, but he's just practicing a few deliveries. Ahmed is in, that's a good ball, and plunging forward. Cook does turn a fraction from sort of middle towards off, but Cook is able to adjust and play it out into the offside. Scriven is hopping around, so I wonder if he's going to have a go from the top end. Ahmed is in. He's going to be in action here. Scriven moving across to cover behind Hill as the delivery is driven by Cook out into the offside. And it could be he's going to have to come back on because remember Leicestershire won Seamer down.
Ed
so
Barnes, of course.
normally Barnes would be coming on.
Yes.
But it is going to be Scriven again, but this time from the Bennett end.
Yes, he has bowled so well in this game, and a bonus for Leicestershire for picking up this young man a year or so ago, because he looks a very, very promising cricketer. I know he's 24, but he's obviously keeps himself very fit, goes to the gym and builds himself up. He's just doing a practice run at the far end. He will be bowling to Michael Neese, 290 now for the loss of those 7 wickets. 65 the partnership. Neese is on 27, 45 to Cook.
Second biggest of the innings.
And,
8 overs left. 60 runs in 8 overs?
No.
No?
Not the way they're going to 2.8.
Yeah.
No, they don't want to lose wickets, do they, in the pursuit of a point? I wouldn't have thought so. They'll certainly go for the 10 runs and have to be quite happy with that. Here's Scriven then, about to bowl. Here's it. And he comes for this first ball and bowls and got jagged in just a little bit at Neese, who defends. He's played in himself because he is one that really goes for it after an over or two. But knew that Glamorgan needed to pass that follow-on, which at the moment looks quite comfortable, 290 for 7, but it wasn't earlier on.
No. 186 for 6. 225 for 7.
Scriven comes in and bowls to Neese. Neese goes back and clips this off his toes up towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. 291 now. 4-7. Bonus points as they stand. Leicester 6, Glamorgan 4. And still 7.5 overs left for Leicester to get their 2 wickets.
Yeah, both sides will want at least one more bonus point. Glamorgan will certainly get theirs, if not 2.
Cook waits as Scriven comes in and bowls to him, and he angles the batting, guides it to deep extra cover rather than hit it. Still takes the single.
Good batting conditions now, aren't they?
They are.
Sun is out.
Best batting conditions of the match.
Really. Tired attack. One bowler down, pitch looking good in the sun.
Glamorgan bowled over 100 odd overs, and it's going to be the same here. Tom Scriven then in from that far end, bowls to Neese. Neese clips this for 4 runs. Does it? Oh, yes, it does. 4 runs down towards the fine leg boundary, but he didn't hit it. I thought he had. As the umpire taps his knee a couple of times and signals like buys. 296 for 7. Sun beaming down. The nicest days of this so-called spring. And just to emphasize how slow this pitch and easy paced, Peter Hanscom is coming to stand up to the medium pace of Scriven, who comes in and bowls again. Neese is forward. He's probably playing like this, Neese, because he doesn't want to bowl again for a while. He had 30 overs, 29.4 overs.
I mean, you say that tongue-in-cheek, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is in the back of his mind. And yeah, the longer I'm out here, the less.
Yeah, why have a race in again on a fairly unresponsive pitch?
Yeah.
Just the one slip now, as in comes Scriven, bowled, and that's easily played out into the covers. 296 for 7 at the end of the over. Cook 4 runs away from being another 50 Byron got 51, Labushenko 64, Northeast got 40. It's quite amazing that in the total of 407 from Leicestershire, there wasn't anybody getting 100. There was a 95 and a 90. And in the last game that Glamorgan played, Durham made 471. There was a 91, but nobody got 100 in that. So the batsmen are on form this season. And another interesting point to me is, Richard, is that bemoan in April, everybody says the likes of Darren Stevens and Murtagh, oh, they get, but there's loads of runs being scored this year and last year in April.
Indeed.
So pick the bones out of that.
Ahmed is in, plunging forward rather, is Cook to that one, and it bounces a little bit. It's quite high up on the bat. Didn't really turn, but there was a little bit of extra bounce. Remember, the ball is only 23 overs old. Ahmed is in, slightly fuller, getting to the pitch of it, and Cook sort of prods it away towards point suspiciously. 4 needed for his 50. Ahmed is in and bowls. Cook is forward more conventionally this time, pushing towards backward point, and then as he does so holds up his hand to Michael Neser, saying no chance of sneaking a quick single. Ahmed is in, drops short a little bit. Was the googly again though. He sometimes does drop the googly short, and he went back. Cook, had it been the leg spinner, he'd have been pulling or cutting, but it went sort of straight on rather, turned in a fraction, and he just pushed it out into the offside. In the end, Hill fielded. Ahmed is in, better length. Forward goes Cook, defending out to Hill in the covers.
Symmetry here. If Cook has 4, he'll get to 50 and the score will go to 300. But I don't think that's on his mind at all.
Ahmed is in, good delivery. Wasn't quite sure then whether to go forward or back, and waited, played it off the pitch, so to speak. It didn't turn, and therefore he was able to sort of play it under his eye line, push it out into the offside, and made an over. A good one actually from Rehan Ahmed. 12 overs, none for 30, his figures, on a pitch giving him not too much help.
Minimal assistance, isn't it?
And Alfonso Thomas, the Leicestershire head bowling coach, has resumed his perambulations.
All right, in saying Alfonso took more one-day wickets than anybody, or something like that, Sunday league wickets.
He did hold that record for a long time, didn't he?
Yes. I don't know if it was one-day wickets or was it a particular competition, 50. But he used to move it a long way. In his prime, he'd have been useful on this. Scrum to continue from the far end. Keeper again standing up as he bowls to Neser. Neser down the leg side. It's got a good stop really by Hanscom. He was standing up. It was drifting down the leg side. Scriven might be looking for a stumping, do you think? I don't know.
I guess he's standing up to keep the batters in their crease, but he'd take anything, I suspect. However it comes.
Still 296 for 7 then. Sun shining down. As in again comes Scriven and bowls. She goes for the cut there, doesn't he? So doesn't connect. Taken standing up by Peter Hanscom. 296 for 7. Nick comes back and Richard has a break. You'll be on your own in 10 minutes because I've got to do my Welsh language of heaven. Yeah, at 1:45. Tom Scriven from that far end in. Bows to Neser. Neser has to get up on his toes there and just jab it away into the covers. And there's no run. It's been on 296 for a couple of overs now. As Richard goes up and stands in the sun.
Master of all he surveys. Leicestershire have got now, what, 5.5 overs to get 2 wickets for their 3rd bowling point.
Yes, Glamorgan just the 4 runs, which should be easily achieved.
Sunglasses weather, do you think, Edward?
Oh, yes.
Okay, on they go.
Scriven comes in, bowls again. Again, it's a good delivery. They really have kept their line, their length, these medium pacers. It's as we mentioned, they're handicapped by the absence of Ed Barnes, who will forever cherish the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne yesterday. His ankle puffed up so much that it's doubtful whether he'll play again in this game. Two balls to go off this over. Scriven goes in and bowls. Again, that's defended. Another one ball, a dot ball, and that'll be 2 maiden overs on the trot.
Yeah, you'd have thought Leicestershire would have to collapse rather badly for his batting prowess to be needed, Ed Barnes. Which is unlikely Glamorgan will get enough runs to put any scoreboard pressure on, but we shall see.
Scriven is in and bowls, and this is played up to mid-on, and that is the second maiden on the run. 296 for 746. Cook and Nisa, 28 of 71 balls. I was telling Richard this is very un-Nisa-like. He's generally a very attacking batsman, doesn't like to get tied down, but he's played his part extremely well, because at 225 for 7, Glamorgan really were in danger of not getting the follow-on total of 258. That was easily achieved, and it will be Rian Ahmed to bowl his leg spin and googlies from this end.
Indeed, with one slip. This ball 25 overs old, so might have a bit of bounce about it as Cook drives to mid-on, and there is no run apart from the slip. There are 6 saving the single, 3 on either side of the wicket. As Ahmed bowls, and that's driven through the covers, and we'll find the sweeper on the offside. Cook goes through for 1, 47 to him, 297 for 7. And there is also a sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary or thereabouts, just 10 metres in maybe. Next ball driven down the ground by Michael Nisa, slightly overpitched by Rian Ahmed and slapped away to bring up the Glamorgan 300 in the 106th over. So they've taken their time, but you have to admire their gritty attitude, really. It hasn't been hugely entertaining for the neutral or for the Leicestershire supporter, but Glamorgan have got to 300. Of course, they just about made 300 in the last match as well, but that wasn't enough to avoid the follow-on on that occasion against Durham. Today it is 32 to Nisa. Next ball turned to backward square leg, and there is no run.
So it's 6 bonus points to Leicestershire and 5 to Glamorgan, and I think that's how it will be. I can't see anything else.
Won't be another batting point.
It won't be, well, unless
2 wickets to get in for 4 overs now for the Foxes, as Ahmed bowls another dot ball played out in the offside by Nisa. Bright sunshine now. Maybe just a little bit of bounce hardness left with this ball for Ahmed to try and extract, as that one goes straight on. It's turned on the leg side by Nisa. 301 for 7 at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online. In the glorious sunshine. Edwards will dredge up a few well-tuned Welsh language phrases for BBC Radio Cymru this afternoon. Last football weekend for many clubs, of course. Just a little bit to go for others. 301 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. And it is the pleasure of shades on for the commentary. 301 for 7. As Scriven will bowl from the Bennett end. He'll be bowling to Chris Cook on 47 not out, his highest score of the season, unless it's only his 4th innings. as Cook drives the first ball to mid-off, and there's no run. It's slightly somnolent, the pace of the game at the moment, and those well-fed spectators may be just resting their eyes in the sunshine at the moment. We are well-fed, but not resting because we're not paid to rest. And we'll be here until whatever time this evening. Scriven, as the cloud comes over, bowls to Cricks. Cook, who's hit that one out into the offside. Davis is off in pursuit, picks up just inside the boundary, and they settle for 2 runs. Good throw, justifying the decision not to attempt the third. Cook moves up to 49 not out. Glamorgan onto 303 for 7. No point in them charging for another point. It would be extremely improbable and risk gifting Leicestershire a 3rd point of their own in this innings. Scriven bowls, Cook drives to mid-off. No run.
If these two can stay together, extend this partnership, there's a bit more batting to come, isn't there?
Well, Andrew Salter certainly.
Salter.
Haven't seen much of McIlroy with the bat.
So, you know, a first innings lead is not out of the question now.
Oof.
100, you know, get 50, 100 ahead.
No, I'd be amazed if that happened. I think minimising the deficit is about as much as Glamorgan can hope for at the moment, but 2 men more or less set at the moment. As Cook drives, doesn't quite time it again. It's up to mid-on. It was probably just about at ankle height as it passed Michael Nisa, the non-striker, and you get the feeling that Chris Cook might chip up a catch on the leg side at some point. Some of his shots have not been entirely under control. Slip, just the 1. Just the 4 saving the single at the moment, so Leicestershire pretty much on the defensive, as Cook will reach his half-century there as he clips one down to fine leg. It has taken him 119 balls to get there, earning the approbation of the Glamorgan balcony underneath us, and of course the travelling Welsh spectators. A few dozen hardy souls here at Grace Road, and Cook has hit just the 4 boundaries in the process. 119 balls, 4 fours. Nisa on strike, 32 not out, 304 for 7. Scriven in again, and Nisa drives into the offside. Initial shouts of catch it, but Will Davis does well to stop it at point, and sends them hurrying back to their creases as he threatens to throw down the stumps. 304 for 7, and we've had 107 overs bowled, 3 more to get bonus points, or an extra point for the Foxes, most likely.
It's beginning to look as though it's going to be a 6-5 finish in that respect, which, if the game goes on to be drawn, means 11-10. That, I would suggest, is very much the favourite result. At the moment, pitch is looking fairly flat, as somebody on the stream points out. Lindsay on the stream. In goes Rahan Ahmed. Forward goes Chris Cook. Out goes the ball into the covers. It's picked up by Patel, and there's no run. Lindsay forward. Wicket looks deadpan now, she says. Ahmed is in. Bowl straight. Cook careful. Forward defensive. Pushing it out again into the offside. Hill this time picks up. Over 8 back level. Was +2 for a long time. Ahmed is in. Outside off stump. A little bit short, and Cook can wait for it and steer it into the gap out to Finan, who's out there on the offside boundary now, judging by the fact it was a left arm throw. strong left arm, Michael Finan. Single taken. Oh, Nisa took guard. Ahmed went in, but Nisa immediately stepped back and raised his hand. Nisa is back and dabs it down into the ground. It runs out towards leg slip. 305 for 7 Glamorgan now, so no wickets for Leicestershire since lunch. They took 2 in the morning. Glamorgan, excuse me, began the day 164 for 5. They lost the wickets of Van der Hookton for 11 and Sam North East for 40, but Leicestershire no chance of enforcing the follow-on now. 258 was the figure needed. It's well in the distance now. 309 for 7 Glamorgan. It's a case of, can Leicestershire chisel them out, establish a first innings lead and get out building potentially a score that could put Glamorgan under pressure tomorrow. But at the moment, the draw's looking the favourite with Glamorgan 309 for 7. Ahmed is in, bowls the googly, back goes Nisa, clips it away into the leg side towards square leg. He's going to take 2 and does, having hit the previous ball very nicely on drive and on drove it for 4. When I was doing the update for BBC Radio Leicester, entirely unexpectedly. 311 for 7, end of the over. Cook has 51, Nisa has 38, and Ahmed at the moment, 14 overs, none for 42.
Nisa with 1 half-century last season and a batting average of 25. He's worked hard. He's been beaten a few times, but has stuck it out. And you get the feeling that after that century partnership by Byram and Labuschagne, which took, what, about 34 overs to get 120, which is just over 3, Glamorgan losing a couple of wickets at that time, and then they really noticeably dropped the run rate when North East and Carlson came together. They both had to start on naught together. Carlson hung around for a long time for 9 and root for naught, and you get the feeling that it's been a case of they shall not pass for the Glamorgan batters, that they'll just hang around and pick up the runs as and when they can. 2 overs left of the 110 as Finan starts a new over, taking over at the Bennett end, and Cook drives the first ball to mid-off, no run. 311 for 7. And Glamorgan, when they were 5 down last night, obviously the first task is to get past the follow-on, and then, as they're doing now, to try and take as much time out of the game as possible, because we do have 56 overs remaining today, light and weather conditions permitting. Not likely to get any significant rain, as Cook tucks one away on the leg side, the ball bouncing out towards mid-wicket. Single taken. 312 for 7.
He was in the air for a while, wasn't it? What you were saying about him possibly being caught in the air on the leg side. Doesn't mind clipping it in the air. Square leg back almost on the boundary.
No, he had a bit of freedom there, as long as he didn't hit it too straight. Finan, who got so much swing in the first hour this morning. He was the king of swing, bowls a Yorker. Nisa does well to dig it out and play it away on the leg side again. Deep square leg is in the game. Peter Hanscom backtracking to make sure it doesn't go over his head. 313 for 7. Frustration for Leicestershire, who have just 9 balls left now to claim those 2 wickets for the bonus point. As Finan runs down the slope towards us, bowls to Cook, who jabs down on it and sends it out to cover. Occasionally you hear people saying, well, we'll to get rid of bonus points and just have Wynne being several times worth more than the draw. Well, it's 16-5 at the moment, but just provides a little bit of extra drama in each innings, doesn't it? And something to play for. Sometimes it's towards the tail end of the innings. Sometimes, obviously, the knock's completed well inside 110. Finan in to bowl to Cook. Square on the offside, slapped away backward of square, in fact, down towards third man and picked up in front of the meet. And there are 2 runs, and the bowler Finan is looking a little bit ginger there as he went down. He's limping a bit.
He fell, as he often does, actually, in his follow-through, and he was rubbing his right knee. Leicestershire certainly couldn't afford to lose another seamer.
Yes, if you joining us for the first time, Ed Barnes is in all probability out of the game with an ankle injury suffered while bowling yesterday. They still have 4 seamers at their disposal, plus of course the considerable spin talents of young Ray Ahmed. Short ball, Cook tries to pull it, is hit on the thigh, ball just trickles down on the leg side, and there's no run. We just saw a little tweak from Colin Ackerman as well, didn't we? Bringing an extra spin option. And the over, 3:15 for 7. Cook 54, Nisa 39. Derbyshire still battling, but 7 down now, 8 down now, and still 16 runs behind Durham, 271 for 8. Matthew Lamb was out for 99. Lewis Rees is 58 not out. 3 wickets apiece for Rain and Potts in that very useful 4-pronged Durham seam attack.
Somebody said Ben Rain had picked up 7 leg before decisions. He always used to get a lot of leg before decisions when he was bowling here. Bowled straight, simple as that, and he sometimes cuts one. Ahmed continues from the pavilion end. In he goes to Nisa, who goes back and plays the leg spinner off stump out towards mid-wicket. Finan fields.
7 in the match is correct.
Ahmed steps in, bowls, tossed up nicely. Lovely shape to the delivery, but no turn, and Nisa can just prop forward, push it back up the pitch to the 18-year-old.
4 last week in Cardiff for Ben Rain, LBW.
Outside off stump this time from Ahmed, driven out into the offside. Good diving, sprawling diving stop from Louis Kimber, who's out there at the moment. Keeps it to 1, would have been 2 otherwise. He did have cover behind him. Budinger out there. Has Davis gone off again, or is Davis still out? No, Davis is still out there, so 12th and 13th man on the field. In goes Ahmed, again, nice shape to the delivery, straight, but nothing there for him. Cook clips him, but only as far as Finan at mid-wicket. Ahmed is in. A little bit wider this time. He can go back to the leg spinner. Cook can try and cut it past backward point, and does so successfully. Looks like Patel got there, but managed to only to deflect it on it, help it on its way.
Yes, I thought he'd fielded it,
yes,
actually.
I did. I was
strolling through for that single, weren't they running more quickly?
In the end, he just sort of pushed it on towards Budinger. Ahmed is in again. It's too wide. Again, it's cut through the gap down towards Budinger. It's just the one, but 4 good deliveries, very straight, and Ahmed takes his cap and swipes in irritation at the stumps. Not trying to hit them, of course.
And there we are, 110 overs.
We are done, yeah. Bonus points wise, anyway. 6-5.
Good football match. Wonder there'll be any 6-5s around at the end of the season this week and next week. Leicester City not in action until Monday evening against Everton. No doubt Edward will keep us apprised of the progress of Swansea City this afternoon. Cardiff City playing tomorrow lunchtime. 3:18 for 7. Richard will be able to take a slightly more prolonged period of sunshine. Edward Bevan comes back alongside me, and Finan will continue. He's bowling left arm around the wicket and bowls down leg side, ignored by Nisa and dropped by Hanscom.
Leicestershire fielders have gone just a little bit quieter now because they were cock-a-hoop at 225 for 7. But a very good partnership this. I haven't seen either give a chance. And Nisa, we know, is a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, there's a big cut behind appeal off Chris Cook when he was 37. Nothing much else to report as Nisa drives into the covers. Ahmed Fields, no run. Plenty of plays and misses, particularly from Nisa early on, but
now he's getting used to the pitch. Well, a long time he's got used to the pitch.
Yeah, it's not maybe entirely consistent in bounce. Cook's chipped a few in the air.
It's a little bit of inconsistent bounce there. Two-paced or whatever they call it.
Fine, and charging in. Bowling a very short ball. Is that a no ball called? It is. Just put a bit of extra effort into that one. I think it was on foot placement rather than height. It did get up, but largely after it had passed the batsman, Michael Nisa.
And the nearer, of course, that Glamorgan can get to Leicestershire's first innings scored 407. It'll, even if they're Harvey in front, say about 50 or 60, it'll put a little bit of pressure. Just as you're not 150 in front, you're now just 50. And we've seen it so many times, Nick, with Glamorgan. We saw it last week, didn't we?
As Finan is into bowl, Nisa cuts this one down towards backward point. Davis, subfielder, is looking in front of the meet, and there will be just a single. 321 for 7. Nisa on to 42. In case you're wondering, Welsh listeners, about the meet, it is meet as in meeting up with friends and acquaintances. It's the cafe and restaurant area, building away to our right. As Cook drives nicely into the covers, this will be more work for Davis, but he'll field quite comfortably at deep point, and again the single is taken. 322 for 7.
I think, and I'm sure Leicester listeners and the surrounding areas will put me right, it's the fox hunting country, and you'll see the fox on top of the meat, and it said, "Where's the meat today?" Do you remember that? In the fox hunting, I think it originates all from that. The meat.
Yes. As next ball driven by Nisa, back down into ground. Bowler gets to hand to it, and it bounces just past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Firmly hit by Nisa, but down into the ground. So, yes, even though the hunt is by and large a thing of the past in terms of imperiling foxes. No foxes in particular danger at the moment on the playing field, as Leicestershire still with something of a first innings lead. That's cut hard by Nisa, and a chase from Davis, but he can't reach it. It's just forward of square. And that brings up the century partnership between these two for the 8th wicket. So Glamorgan battling their way back into the game after looking in considerable trouble. And in recognition of their achievement, Chris Cook gets a towel down, as does Nisa gets a drink. Warm afternoon.
We wouldn't have been saying that on the first or second day.
First day,
beautiful day.
So unpleasant, wasn't it? Basically, we got the first 2 sessions, then a little 25-minute session just before 6 o'clock, where conditions are absolutely miserable for the players and the hardy spectators who remained.
And commentators.
Well, we weren't too bad because we're indoors, but
It's idyllic here now, isn't it? It's watching the cricket, and if you are... There are a few Welsh supporters up here. They always come up here. It's not all that.
Yes, the
far.
Balconeers. And John Williams, their esteemed leader, asked me to mention that they're also running a trip down to Hove next month.
They're not staying at Hove. I think either the hotel is too expensive. They're staying at somewhere quite... It's only half an hour away. Worthing.
All right.
Yes.
So
Now then.
That's anywhere near Tony Cotty's ice creams, I wonder.
No, that's very, very close to Brighton, that is. 10 minutes away. So it'll be Rian Ahmed to continue, and Glamorgan and now, well, they're still 81 behind, but you know, 20 or 30 runs, and all of a sudden you're coming down to parity, which is a credit to these two, really. Any foxes, you know, in the middle of... You live in the middle of City of Cardiff. Do you see them?
Occasionally round Roath Park, I've been spotted. Anyone careless enough to leave the bin bags unattended, but of course these days you're meant to put your rubbish in a black
I wish everybody
bin
did.
rather than a plastic bag.
And long on now.
Must have black bins in Trebanos.
Oh, yes. First ball is driven hard there by Cook up to deep extra cover, and it stopped.
No, just touched the rope.
Just up. Good sportsmanship there by the man at deep extra cover. He signalled immediately, and that's 4 runs. That was hit very hard by Cook, who is now just 4 runs behind Leicestershire, and Glamorgan's top scorer. Leicestershire made 64. Rian Ahmed round the wicket, comes up, full toss, driven back and fielded by him. So there's a long on, a deep extra cover, deep backwards square, and those are the boundary riders as Ahmed comes in, bowls and push back down the pitch. 330 for 7, so 77 runs in arrears now. Ahmed again in, bowls, tosses this one up, maybe a little bit quicker, and it's just nudged back down the pitch. Not a sound out there now. I mean, you find that just when the other side get on top as the next ball is driven straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Just signs that these two are starting to try to accelerate very gently.
Yeah, they've gone up to 3, which they haven't been for a long, long time, as Ahmed comes round the wicket, bowls on the line of leg stump, and is defended there. 4 runs off the over. It's 330 for 7, 60 to Cook, 46. Nisa has got a first-class 50, Phil.
Yes.
Glamorgan, is it 1 or 2? I think it might be just the 1.
1 last season.
Yeah, I remember that.
62. Can't remember. Can you remember who it was against?
I remember, but I don't know. I can't remember who it was against.
You can picture it, can you? Home or away?
I believe it was home. But
330 for 7. We haven't got time to
I shall have a look
back through the Glamorgan. Yeah, but don't worry. At Sapphire Gardens, Western Storm, 72 for 2 off 17 overs. They're chasing 215 in 50 against Thunder. Alex Griffiths, fellow opener Emma Corney out very cheaply, but Orla Prendergast, the Irish international, 41 not out. Fran Wilson, 22 not out. As Nisa is struck on the pad, there's a speculative and slightly despairing appeal from Finan. As Nisa was looking to play it on the leg side as well forward anyway. So Thunder made, as the Manchester side made 214 all out. Western Storm 72 for 2. In reply at Sapphire Gardens, a 50 overs a side match.
First day of the club cricket season. Down home, but not for Machin.
No. Finan in, bowls cut down into the ground by Nisa, bounces up, but only as far as slip.
English listeners, I can tell you Machin is my colleague Nick Webb's club. It's just on the outskirts of Newport, but they are not going to play because there's mud on the pitch, he tells me.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble when the committee and other members have to look after the square by themselves without professional help for the square. Fine in bowls. Nisa works one off his legs, 2 square leg, and goes through for a single, 331 for 7. I know there are reasonable numbers of games on in South Wales.
Well, there will be on the grounds that have got full covering. It's the Premier Leagues. Always an exciting day, isn't it, at the start of the club cricket season?
For those who have to do it themselves, of course, it's harder work pushing the covers on and off and so on.
Yes, of course it is.
During the course of the afternoon.
I always admire those people.
As Finan is in, bowls wide. Cook cuts backward of square, will get runs, may get 4. No, it's intercepted on the third man boundary. They'll have a look at a third, but Nisa quite rightly says no as the throw comes in from third man. 333 for 7, treble Nelson. Foot off the ground.
Some may think, well, they've avoided the follow-on. This game is just probably dwindling, but let's just remember that there are 50, how many is that?
52 overs today.
And 96 tomorrow. There's a lot of cricket left in this game, and either side could possibly win it, despite the slowness of the pitch.
Fine and into bowl. Cook plays it on the offside, thinks about a single. Ahmed is in quickly, shapes to throw. It's not really fake fielding. He wasn't trying to convince anyone, but the ball was several metres away from him at the time. That was one of my more unusual cricketing injuries. I did my back in lifting up advertising hoardings to put out on the ground.
I've seen you, because we played in the same game, pick up one. You probably had more than one, hurtling around the boundary that day.
As Cook pulls hard down towards backward square. I think it'll be just a single, as Budinger is in. And throw on the half volley to the keeper. Anscombe won't appreciate that. Budinger trying hard at the moment. Hasn't been his best game in the field. 334 for 7. Cricketing injuries have picked up. Nothing too serious.
A finger.
Fracture, broke or dislocated or broke a finger once or twice. Shoulder in a sling one evening after an attempted boundary stop.
People who listen to this think you're playing rugby.
Back injury, picking up the advertising hoardings to put them out. And once on a Cardiff Parks pitch, a bang on the head forced me to retire while batting. And about 11 o'clock that night I was feeling rather dizzy, so my better half took me off to the Royal Infirmary, as was in Cardiff.
Yes,
Trouble was I wasn't seen until 3 in the morning, and by which time I was feeling worse than I would have done if I'd stayed at home and tried to sleep it off. But I suppose you have to be careful about these things.
We've got a bit of off-spin coming on. Colin Ackerman to bowl his 3rd over of the innings, and he'll be bowling now to Chris Cook. But the ball is off break, so there's no luck for Ahmed bowling leg spin. Let's see if they can anything there for Ackerman as he tosses this one up. Well, he didn't toss it up. It was a little bit quicker than he'd bowled his previous over. Derek Pringle, the former Essex and England all-rounder, once had to pull out of a test match because he coughed one day and did his back. Colin Ackerman in, bowls down the leg side. It's pushed out to mid-on. There's no run. Now mid-on has come up some 20 yards, and I think that either of these, if it's pitched up, might just try and clock one over the top. But he is fairly deep, the man at long on. This is again pushed through one day style, and Cook has nothing at all to do with it as he pushes it away on the onside. Ackerman doesn't take long to bowl an over. Bowls. Cook surveys the scene. Probably has played a lot against Ackerman. Glorious afternoon. Warm. Very enjoyable. Ackerman bowling his off spin. Comes in and bowls. This is clipped away up to short mid wicket. There is no run. 63. 2 more runs would be the highest scorer in the Glamorgan side. Chris Cook, as he waits now, and Ackerman bowls. And, That's a maiden, and I think it's 3 overs, 3 maidens for Colin Ackerman. Yes, it is. And that's the end of the over. 3:34 for 7. Batsman to come, Andrew Salter, no mean performer with the bat, an all-rounder. And then we have the left arm seam bowler, McIlroy.
Ackerman in the world record books for his T20
Yes,
bowling, 7 for 18. Back in 2019 against Warwickshire here at Grace Road.
Incredible, isn't it?
David Battersby on Twitter, who's watching somewhere downstairs, says he takes his hat off to the Leicestershire lemon drizzle cake, which he's greatly enjoyed.
Oh, we tasted that on the Thursday?
It might be one of the ones we'd had. We must pick up some more cake in the tea interval today. 3:34 for 7. Cook has 63. Nisa has 47. And Chris Wright will come back into the attack. So Lewis Hill is juggling hard in terms of his bowling resources. Still got a reasonable amount to play with, despite the absence of Ed Barnes with an ankle injury. Wright is in to bowl the first ball of new spell, and Nisa will reach 50 with an inside edge down to fine leg. Had a mighty yahoo at that for some reason, and he's reached his half century off 94 deliveries in rather unorthodox fashion. Might easily have played on there.
Bottom edge, wasn't it?
It was.
I was just telling Richard earlier on, perhaps Nisa doesn't fancy bowling, you see. So he's got his head down and got some runs here rather than go out and bowl.
He's had his head down for most of the innings, but that was extraordinary. Wright is in, bowls. Nisa defends this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And that was the... Oh, I'm on my phone, which doesn't tell me the boundary hits rather than the flick to the iPad, the things you have to do. The phone screen being too small, of course, to get the full gubbins. 7th 4 for Nisa. Right in, bowls, and Nisa drives firmly to mid-off, and there's no run, so the 4th half-centurion of the innings. Byram 51, Labuschagne 64, Cook 63 not out, Nisa 51 not out. Leicestershire, of course, shared round plenty of runs as well. Hill 53, Ackerman 45, Hanscom 95. Ahmed probably the most entertaining of them with 90. Right, bowls. Nisa plays it hard to Davis at backward point. No run.
Yeah, it's a genuine all-rounder, Michael Nisa. He came in on this pitch. It's not easy to get going on it, but he got his head down, as did Cook. And now both these are attacking plays by nature, and could profit here as the overs go by. This is the 115th over of the innings.
As yes, the bonus points are done and dusted for this match, as Wright bowls and Nisa defends. Extraordinary women's rugby match at Twickenham in front of a huge crowd. England were 33-0 up at half-time against France and won 38-33 in the end.
No.
So France got to within...
foot off the gas then.
Got to within 5 points with a minute or so left.
Extraordinary.
So,
33-0 half. They were like something like that in some other game, weren't they?
That's said about that. As Nisa is almost bowled, playing on, chopping on, just about managed to get back.
I thought it had rolled on.
Did he knock it away from the stumps, or did it spin away from the stumps?
But this happened now to Kieran Carlson, as Nick well knows, in the last game. When he got 100 against Durham, he was on naught when it hit the top of his body, a short ball, rolled on, hit the stump, and the bail wasn't dislodged. I don't think that rolled on, but he had a bit of luck there.
It wasn't very far away. Lisa turned in alarm. 3:38 for 7. The deficit is 69 runs.
Colin Ackerman to bowl then. To bowl his 4th over of the innings. Hasn't conceded a run as yet. And he's bowling to Chris Cook on 63. And Cook get these 2 runs to be top scorer. Didn't get a run the last over Ackerman bowled. Here's the first ball, and that's just defended. Cook knows he wants to try and get his side near this 407 that Leicestershire scored. He's playing every ball on its merit. Ackerman, nice high action bowls. It's clipped through the onside. There is the first run off Ackerman. Up to long, well, not long on, he's a deep mid on is the best way to describe him. And this could be an interesting little battle here between Ackerman with his nice looping off spin and Michael Neser.
Do you think Neser will try and hit
Yes,
over the top here?
I do.
Straight down the ground?
I do, because they're both up in orthodox positions. All depends on how he's going to bowl it. If he bowls it flat, he won't, but if he tosses it up, he will tempt Neser. And I think that Neser will answer him by attempting to hit him.
Mid-on drops back a couple of metres.
Yeah.
Been listening to you, Ed. They're wide for sound.
Speak quietly. Here's the next ball. Short, quicker. And it's defended. And he's also got a deep square leg. Out on that onside. In comes the next ball, and yeah, it's treated with respect as Colin Ackerman.
Durham have completed victory over Derbyshire by an innings and 7 runs. Derbyshire 280 all out in their second innings.
Here's the next ball. It's bowled down the leg side, turned down the leg side. That's the end of the over, and Glamorgan are 339 for 7, and that makes it what? How many runs behind?
61 plus 7.
68 runs in arrears.
Durham had 5 for 65 for Matthew Potts, England potential candidate fast bowler. 3 wickets for former Leicestershire player Ben Rain. Matthew Lamb made 99, and Lewis Rees was left on 66 not out. But
and he got runs in the first innings, Lewis Rees, didn't he?
Everyone else around him. And the game at Lords is going to be finished in 3 days.
Middlesex winning easily by the looks of it.
Middlesex are going to win it, you would have thought. Kent 128 all out. Middlesex 18 for noughts, needing a further 68 to win. Here it's Chris Wright running towards us and bowls, and Chris Cook works him away past square leg. Turn, look at the second run, decide rather cautiously against it. Could work from Sol Budinger to deter them there.
Are you footballing this afternoon, as in half-time report?
Not until 4:20. It's half-time in the rugby, I think.
Okay. When do they start? Wales.
It's a 3:30 kick-off for Wales women in Italy. 3:30 British time. Kent leanings 48, Compton 38, and they fell apart after that. Right in. Bowls. Neser turns to square leg for a single. 341 for 7. 6 wickets. 4. Dialem for Murtagh. Yes.
42, third eldest. I think he's the 3rd eldest. Now whether Hogan is, yes, he's older than Murtagh, and there's another one over 40.
Berg, is it?
Gareth Berg, yeah. Former Middlesex and Hampshire player, of course. Now with Northants.
Looks as though they might get an early result at Edgbaston as well.
Sorry, going well, I thought that.
Yeah. Right. Just the one slip now. Bowls to Chris Cook, who plays one through the offside for a single. 342 for 7. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 100 for 7 in their second innings. That's still 31 runs behind the Surrey International All-Stars. 4 wickets for Kemar Roach. Well, they have such resources, don't they, Surrey? They can usually turn out a decent 11, even with
You're absolutely
when they
right.
have international calls. They've got a good backup squad.
They can rest Sean Abbott. Worrell was arrested last week.
3:42 for 7. Nisa on strike and defending to mid-on in very nice conditions.
The run rate now is 2.9. They've stuck at that for a while today. And why not? Because they've got 48 overs still to bowl. So if they could just play properly, would you agree? And not try anything ridiculous. Just play cricket and try and get a lead, would you believe?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that a couple of hours ago.
That would put pressure.
Right, in to Nisa, short delivery that Nisa ducks underneath. What else haven't we given you? At Bristol, Gloucestershire, solid enough start, 68 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 455 for 5 declared.
The usual flat one at Bristol.
Well, better a flat one than a wet one, which is what they've had previously.
Do you have any football scores in there?
Oh, is it that time already? Go on then. After this over, as Wright bowls outside off
There's only
stump,
one I'm looking for.
allowed to go through. No run, end the over. 3:42 for 7. Cook has 66. Nisa has 52, and I'm afraid that the road to Hull is not proving fruitful so far, because Swansea City conceded an early goal, which is down as an own goal to Ben Cabango. Or against Ben Cabango.
Thank you very much for.
Sorry.
If I hadn't asked you now, as Richard is coming. Are you coming back, sir?
Richard has had enough sunshine for the time being. 3:42 for 7. Edward can go and take the raise for a while. What have we got? 4 o'clock tea, so 37 minutes until then, and the first of those overs will be bowled by Colin Ackerman, and this first ball is defended by Cook on the offside.
I haven't taken many notes this afternoon. Cook 50.
Yes,
figures for him. Nisa's 50. Figures for him.
Nisa near play on immediately afterwards. Clipped away by Cook. Down towards third man. A couple of runs. Nisa, fancies the third. It's his turn to call for the extra. He was running back to the danger end and was safely there. Nisa nearly playing on to Chris Wright. But as you say, apart from that, the details of the 50s is all that we've had really to note down, apart from Ackerman bowling 3 maidens on the trot to start. Next delivery from Ackerman, defended by Nisa on the offside. No run.
And no turn.
In he comes bowls. Nisa forward. How much does Ackerman usually, is it big spinner or not?
You can give it a tweak, but by and large, no.
And he comes, that's on off stump and played comfortably away by Nisa through the covers. In fact, he's hit that rather more firmly than I thought. Big burly chap, Michael Nisa, timed that one well. Racing away to the geary bar that looks rather empty at the moment. They were busy plugging Prosecco cocktails early on, to the slight bemusement of some of the members sitting next to me at the time.
Yes, I've seen a few coming out of there, but they haven't been carrying, I don't think, Prosecco cocktails. They looked rather like pints of beer.
Is that seen as a dangerous frippery, particularly in April? Never drink Prosecco before the end of May or something. 3:49 for 7. On the defensive goes Nisa, playing to the effervescent Ahmed at short cover, pretending to throw the ball in just in case anyone was Thinking of trying a quick single. 349 for 7. Just a reminder that it doesn't count for bonus points anymore. We are stuck on 6-5.
But the partnership continues to flourish. 124 it's worth now between Messrs Cook and Nisa. And no sign of it ending anytime soon. They look like they're rather enjoying themselves out there on a pitch that is now blameless. It's taken on a real biscuit-coloured hue in the sun, and oatmeal biscuit as well. Not quite a custard cream yet. Digestives, I would suggest. Here's Chris Wright. Comes in and bowls. Oh my goodness me, Cook almost chops on as well. Well, we've had a couple of those in recent overs. Inside edge onto the pad, passed off stump. It ran out to first slip.
Well, on another day, Wright might have had both bats and in the last few overs.
He doesn't get worked up though when things aren't going for him, Chris Wright. He's been around such a long time that he just turns and gets on with it. Runs in and bowls to Cook, goes through him again with a ball that arguably keeps a bit low, but it does come back in and beats him to the wide. It goes between bat and pads and passed off stump, and Rahan Ahmed theatrically sank to his knees there. I can see him on stage. Rahan at some stage, perhaps in his no doubt will be a burgeoning media career post his international career. That may be a good 15 years away though. He's only 18. In goes Wright, bowls, and again come working it back in towards the batsman. Cook gets something on it, thick inside part of the bat, and drops it onto his pad and gets it out into the offside. Wright trying to basically bowl cutters, I think, now.
It's having to work for everything, isn't it? Because it's a middle-aged ball, isn't it? 39th over with it. As you say, pitch drying out slightly. Might even flatten any suggestion of the slight irregular bounce, but nothing startling that we've had over the first couple of days of the match.
No, the sort of green tinges at either end have pretty much gone now, as Wright is in. Bowls very straight to Cook, who pushes it back past him up the wicket on the onside. Hill, Leicestershire's captain, no doubt scratching his head about how he's going to possibly manufacture a breakthrough. He hasn't got so many options, really. Looking around the side, Kimber, who is the 12th man, obviously can't bowl. He bowls some useful off spin. Davis, likewise, he'd love to be able to call on them. In goes Wright, bowls, goes through him again with a ball that bounces, comes back in, goes over the top of off stump, and Cook puts his hands on his right hand on his right hip and stares back down the wicket in disbelief, and then walks away nodding. Yep, fair enough. Wright is bowling well in this over.
It's a tremendous over, isn't it, for this stage of the game, in his 28th over of the innings, and two old, or not old, but experienced warriors, both mid-30s, and it's a good battle.
Right, can he finish the over as well as he's begun it? Comes in and bowls, dug out by Cook. Did come back in towards him a little bit, but that was a super over, as Nick has said, from Chris Wright. His figures of 28 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 68 don't really reflect the quality of his bowling, and even Wright looks just a fraction despondent, as having taken his cap, he walks off down towards long leg, to both hands on his hips as he does so. Good over, well bowled, unlucky. 349 for 7 off 119.
Not sure you're allowed to say super over though. If we're level on first innings, we'll have a super over to decide it. It
certainly was a super over, but
not
wicketless.
Not in the one-day sense.
No, not in the one-day sense.
Here's Ackerman to continue from the pavilion end. To Michael Nisa, who drives to deep mid-on for the single. Fielder is Kimber. Lovely overhead conditions, mostly blue sky, just a little bit of cloud passing over at the moment, but thankfully the floodlights have not been used today as they were for yesterday, rather pointlessly for much of the day. Ahmed to Cook on 69 not out, defending out on the offside, no run.
Crystal Palace beat West Ham.
Ahmed bowls, Cook drives through the Ackerman bowls, Cook drives through the offside, and will take a single. Or did they come back? Sorry, they did come back for the second fairly comfortably. I was trying to peer through the other box to see Budinger dashing around the boundary. So 2 runs to Cook to take him to 71. Ackerman has now stationed a silly mid-on for that mistimed drive, and Cook reacts by driving it along the ground between the silly mid-on and the short mid-wicket for a single. 72 to Cook, 353 for 7. Mid-wicket is almost in a catching position, just about walking in gently as forward comes Nisa, defends the next one out on the offside. No run, but Lewis Hill is now slipless. That silly mid-on is the only close catcher just about, as Nisa defends another one this time to point, though Ahmed is almost in a crouching position at a shortish cover. And that's the end of another over. Mulder was the man in at short mid-on, by the way. 353 for 7. 120 overs bowled now, so the scoring rate for Glamorgan remains just under 3, but they will be very grateful, or Welsh supporters will be very grateful to have got this far, even if it's taken them a long time to do so. The partnership is now worth 128.
One of Ackerman's many attributes is that he gets through his overs quickly. He has hurried the over 8 on a little bit. Chris Wright is in, bowls to Cook, who is working him off his legs down towards deep backward squares. Wants a second. No, he says, having turned, taken a couple of steps, seen the ball in the hands of Louis Kimber, and a good throw. He's a fine cricketer, young Kimber.
Even if we get 8 overs before 4 o'clock, that'll be 37 in the final session from 420. Realistically, we're probably looking at 27, quarter to 7 finish again this evening, with the extra overs added on for losing them on day 1.
We are. As Wright is in. Bolston Nisa goes past his outside edge of the drive and doesn't miss off stump by very much, taken by Hanscom, falling to his left. Wright continues to bowl without a sliver of good fortune. You know what, this sunshine has done those lime trees the power of good. They were not bare, obviously not bare, they were very much in bud when we arrived, but the leaves are now almost halfway out, I would suggest, beginning to obscure the houses. In goes Wright and bowls. That's a shout for leg before, but Wright's appeal is late, and I think it did too much, was going down the leg side. Ackerman and Hanscom immediately went up behind the stumps. Wright responded to the appeal from behind. He wasn't going to appeal straight away, no question about it, and it was turned down.
Yes, it rather lessens your chances when the appeal comes in stages, doesn't it?
It was palpably late, wasn't it? Wright's.
But this is a very good spell from Chris Wright.
He's just found a spot, hasn't he? He's hitting the seam, he's bringing it back in at a decent leg. Usually bowls about sort of 78 to 79. Cook's turn to deal with him as Wright is in, bowls to him, drops a little bit short this time, so much easier, much more straightforward for Cook to get up on his toes and drop it off his body down towards backward square. Fine and fields, and one more is taken. Yeah, Victorian Terrace. Probably is just about Victorian. Might be a bit later, I don't know. Ayleston Road.
Do you get the feeling that this field is a little on the defensive side at this stage of the match?
They've settled for essentially containment, haven't they? Or unless Wright can manufacture a wicket on his own. Partnership of 131. Only now 50 short, just about, of Leicestershire's first innings score. Wright is in. Cook, gets one that bounces, and he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Wright is finding something here. He's sort of summoning something from real depths. He's bowled. It's coming to the end of his 29th over, but he's making things happen out there on, as Nick said, it was otherwise, or was previously, a fairly somnambulant afternoon. Right. Summoning up all his resources. He's trying to make something happen for his side, and he's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Turns to finish his over. Down the slope he runs and bowls outside off stump. Bit of room for Cook to crash it away into the offside, down towards Rishi Patel, who's at deep backward point in front of the meet. One is taken. End of the over. Right, 29th, as I said, 2 for 71 his figures, 357 for 7 those of Glamorgan as a whole, and Cook for one would like a drink. He's waving to the balcony.
Don't blame them. He's been out there a fair while, hasn't he? Coming into 8 in this innings on the departure of night watchman Tim van der Hoogten. Back in the 67th over, as Ackerman is in to bowl, and back on his stumps goes Nisa, playing on the leg side. There is no run.
Leicester City women triumphed back at the King Power Stadium against Liverpool.
As that is driven into the offside by Nisa, no run. Congratulations.
4 goals to 0. I don't know whether that makes them safe, but they were
to the Foxettes. Are they foxes as well, the women's side?
Yes, they're foxes as well. Female fox.
Forward comes the Vixens.
Yeah.
Forward comes Nisa. No run.
It doesn't sound quite as...
No. Palace 4, West Ham 3.
Yeah. Brighton giving Wolves a dusting.
Has clipped off his legs by Nisa. Will take a single on the onside. 358 for 7. Glamorgan. Leicester climbed off the bottom of the Women's Super League and closer to top flight safety. Read about that on the BBC Sport website, if you will. As Ackerman didn't go through there with his bowling action, was he giving Nisa just a little reminder about packing up? I'm not sure. There's a bit of chopsing in the middle. Driven by Cook. Shouts of catch it, but it was on the half volley.
Robert Coe pointed that out. Big shout out to Leicester City women.
Next delivery from Ackerman, down leg side, turned away towards square leg for a single by Chris Cook. 359 for 7. Cook moves to 75 not out. But he has he retained the strike? I think that's the last ball of the over, wasn't it? More drinks.
Needed now, it's beautiful out there. What a difference from day one. Oh, goodness me.
That was absolutely horrible.
Baltic, I believe, is the mot du jour.
I mean, I'm a die-hard cricket watcher, but I don't think I'd have stayed out in the stands on that first day.
Not without Arctic or indeed Baltic suitable clothing.
Barasic, monkeys looking worried, brass or otherwise.
Barasic, I always thought meant
skint. Yes, Barasic, yes, that's the right word, is it?
As in lint.
Yes, Barasic, lint, skint, yeah.
Chris Wright Another one righto, says Rishi. No, that was Mulder at mid-off.
Let's go bang bang.
I tend to look for Rishi, but he's down on the boundary somewhere, so Lewis Hill wants a quick word, or Wright wants a quick word with him, much pointing going on, and as a consequence there is no change whatsoever that I can see. Right, a familiar run is in and bowls onto off stump. That one doesn't come back in, and Cook playing late as ever jabs it out into the offside where Rehan Ahmed, who can't have the ball in his hands without doing something theatrical with it, makes as though to hurl it several times at Vian Mulder.
Short mid-wicket might be the most involved fielder.
Right is in, bowls to Cook, who dabs it again away off stump out through the vacant point area. Rishi Patel, who's out there on the boundary, comes jogging in, knowing it was always going to be one and no more.
But Budinger won't be employed when Wright is bowling off stump line. But in terms of catches, Cook has played a few aerially on the onside. Some knowing there's no fielder there, one or two maybe inadvertently.
Partnership 135 now. As Wright charges in and bowls to Nisa, who dabs down from just outside off stump. It rolls towards gully. Ackerman runs across from slip, but you'll have heard the call from Cook, seeing that Ackerman had a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball. Good call. Nisa into the 60s now, on to 60. Cook has 76. Extras has 50.
Oh dear.
There were a lot of buys, weren't there? Not really Hanscom's fault this morning, when Finan in particular was getting the old ball to swing in the humidity of the morning. Wright is in, bowls. Cook plays it straight back towards him. Wright deflects it towards the stumps, almost achieves his aim. Everybody stands watching interestingly, including Michael Nisa, who was deep in his crease, just watching. Is it going to trickle onto the stumps? Didn't quite. Umpire Watts was also a spectator. So, one shame is that it's obviously the best crowd of the season, being a nice day and a Saturday and a lot of free tickets, as Wright is in down the leg side. Cook doesn't get anything on it, attempts to help it on its way. One shame is that there isn't more happening in the game, just to sort of entertain them. There's no football on. Now the ladies are finished. No Leicester City at home. The Tigers aren't playing today. Well, certainly not down at Welford Road anyway.
And no, it's the European semi-finals, so last round of the regular league season next week for the Tigers.
Yeah, they were knocked out of the quarterfinals, weren't they? Was it against the basically Ireland side? In goes Wright and bowls. It's in the air. It's going to drop short of Kimber. He wasn't really sure where that was, Cook. He took his eye off it as he tried to hook it away off his shoulder, and it was in the air for a fair while. Dropped short though, and again Wright almost made something happen. End of the over. 362 for 7. Single taken means Cook keeps the strike. 77 to him, 60, as I said, to Nisa.
Edward may be of better cheer when he returns, because Swansea City have levelled at Hull. Probably need to win to keep any remaining hopes of finishing in the playoff places. They've been a few places off, but not many points off, because it's a rather congested top of the table, I believe. Ackerman bowls. Cook is forward defending. Run rate remains 2.9. So Glamorgan not really changing pace at any point today.
Wales women beating Italy.
Good, good. Defensive shot from Cook out on the offside.
And it just started, presumably.
3:30 kick-off our time, that was. Available on BBC Television and Radio. As forward comes Cook defending on the offside. Shouldn't think he's got his eye on the tea interval quite yet. Maybe he is. 14 minutes away. Still the silly mid on. Persists but isn't in play as Cook defends to backward point. No run. Glamorgan arrears. Now 45 runs. Salter's had his pads on for a long time for his first knock of the season. As forward comes Cook and defends. No run. Next delivery on its way from Ackerman, never far away. Doesn't take long to get through his overs, especially when Cook is patting them back to him. 362 for 7, Cook 77. Ackerman has now bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 14. Cook 77. Nisa is 60, and Glamorgan in this afternoon session have taken the score on from 256 to 362, so 106 runs added since lunch.
Goodness. 256 to 362.
106, yeah.
106.
Yep, Edward will accompany you through the tea interval, I think.
And Rehan Ahmed will be pleased because he's going to get another chance to watch Rehan Ahmed update coming out of the blue for BBC Radio Leicester. As Ahmed goes in, tries to pull, doesn't get anything of it really. No run for Nisa. Yeah, they might not be able to overcome the flatness of the pitch. Unfortunately, the Foxes here are struggling to pick up wickets. They took 2 this morning. Glamorgan began on 164 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's first innings, 407. They got rid of the night watchman Tim van der Hoogten, and he went for 11. And Sam North East, who scored 410, not out in on this ground, and the last time these sides met here at Grace Road, well, he made 40 this time before being caught behind off the bowling of Michael Finan. But since then, there's been no joy at all for the Foxes. A partnership of 137 between Chris Cook, who is 77 not out, and Michael Nisa, who is 60 not out, have taken Glamorgan to more than safety, really. They're only, well, just less now than 50 behind on first innings, still with those 3 wickets in hand. Chris Wright has bowled splendidly, tried to make something happen, but with the sun out at Grace Road, the pitch has flattened out. There's no turn for young Rehan Ahmed, and it's going to be a tough old rest of the afternoon and evening for the Foxes. And that one driven away from Ahmed by Michael Nisa for a couple into the offside. Rishi Patel, the fielder. Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand before stepping in and bowling. Nisa again looking to push it out into the offside rather than really drive it out. Didn't time it. Vian Mulder able to run to his left to make the stop. End of the over, the 125th of the innings. 10 minutes until tea, so 3, maybe 4 more overs, given that Ackerman is now bowling in tandem with Ahmed. And Glamorgan batting on serenely, Eddie, throughout the entire session.
Yeah, I thought that Chris Wright bowled a wonderful spell. He beat both batsmen on the forward defensive, moved it about, and I've just had a walk down the ground. It's very warm indeed, and testament to his fitness. As Ackerman starts a new over and bowls, and this time it's pushed forward by Cook, who's played with him with the utmost respect, not being tempted, because there's some pretty good figures here. Ackerman 8 overs, 0 for 14. As he comes in again and bowls to the right-handed Cook, who goes back and cuts this time. A little bit too much outside the off stump, and he gets a single. And they're blocking the on drive in the air here because it's a man very deep. He's not on the boundary. He's about 15 yards in. There's Nisa on 62 weights, and this time just gets down on one that's in the block hole and nudges it out to one of two men on the onside. Mulder, the fielder there. There's a sort of silly mid on and a man just some 6 or 7 yards to his right. In comes Ackerman. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, tosses this one up. And he was looking to play that to mid-on, and the arm ball, one suggests, ended up on the offside. 78 to Cook, and Nisa on strike is on 62. Still on 39 overs left after this, as in comes the next ball, and this is clipped away for a single out to deep mid-wicket. And they go for a single. And with all these overs left, Richard, I think this is the way to play, isn't it? Because Glamorgan, if you carry on like this, could even get a lead.
Well, I was saying that to Nick, really. He didn't seem to think it was likely, but, you know, an 80-run or a 100-run lead.
Still 3 wickets intact, and that is the end of the over. 366 for 7, and the deficit now is 41.
If these two extend their partnership sort of past 200, then Salter is no mean hand with the bat to come.
Yes, and you know what happened last year when they twitched, when they went for that last session, do you remember?
Exactly. Well, they'd have nothing to lose then, Glamorgan, in terms of putting Leicestershire under pressure in the second innings.
I suspect Nisa would bowl a little bit better than he did in the first innings, but it's all supposition, of course. We shall see.
Ahmed then, from the Bennett end, there's a bit of gesturing going on out there, but everybody's now in position. Tosses one right up, in fact a full toss pretty much that Nisa can wait for and play it low. Nice drive out square through the offside. There is the sweeper out there, so it is just 1. He moves on to 64. Cook, who was on 25 at lunch, is now on 78. Just checks his guard, retakes it, just recomposes himself. As Ahmed steps in and bowls to him, he's forward, pushing out into the cover. He's going to have to hurry there a bit, Nisa, but Mulder was a little bit slow getting round there. He looked a bit weary, and then he gathered himself for a sidearm throw that was a bit high and taken above his head in the end by Peter Hanscom. And although Nisa overran the stumps by quite a long way, as it turned out, he didn't need to sprint through quite as quickly as he did. Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He goes back and it bounces a little bit.
Yeah.
And he raises his head and sort of flinches in surprise, drops it down at his feet, but a little bit of something for Rahan Ahmed. He jogs in and bowls. Back goes Nisa to deliver just outside off stump, carves it away behind point, but Tom Scriven fields not cleanly, but sufficiently so to prevent any singles being taken. Ahmed is in, tossed up onto leg stump this time, waits for it, Nisa clips it out behind square on the leg side. A bit of ground for Budinger to make up, running down the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard. By the time he picks up and throws, Nisa has picked up a couple.
I can confirm that I was down by that scoreboard when people got a little bit twitchy when they saw Colin Ackerman stop in his run.
As in goes Ahmed, bowls a bit short and wide and cracked away off the back foot by Nisa, as though to
Mankad it to
Mankad,
him. But
just a warning.
The sport, not even knowing the sportsman he is, he just went like that to the batsman, as if he lost his grip or something, and carried on.
Yeah,
it's a moot point, that, isn't it? That Mankad. I don't see anything wrong if you have been not inching. Some, you know, see some of them are not halfway down the pitch, but on the go when the action. And if you tell them, if I was playing now, and if I told them, hey, cool head, if they continue to do it, I get the bails up. Sure you would. Ackerman starts in the over, played gently, playing for the tea time interval. We've got another over in after this. Ackerman in. Nice high action. Outside the off stump though, then, and it's short and cut away for 4. Can't afford a ball there with just 3 or 4 men on the offside at that pace.
150 partnership.
Yeah, 166 is the record partnership with Glamorgan for the 9th wicket against Leicestershire.
8th.
The 8th wicket was the matter with me. Malcolm Nash. Late Malcolm Nash, sadly,
Indeed.
and Gwyn Richards at Swansea in 1979. So the next ball is pushed in front of him by Nisa. He's moved on to 71. He's catching Cook up. Cook's on 79.
Famous Malcolm Nash, for the wrong reason.
Yes, indeed. He lived out in it, though, Nashy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the next ball. And he dabs down on that, pushes it away. One umpire to the other signals there's 2 balls left, and I can tell him that there's 3.5 minutes left. Ackerman in, bowls, pushed away, no run.
I was at the Rose Bowl when Ben Stokes hit the first 5 balls of an over from the Hampshire off spinner for 6. If I'd been the young Hampshire off spinner whose name I'm desperately trying to remember, I would have tossed it up, because like Malcolm Nash, he could have got into history.
Yeah, but it has been done a couple of times since, of course.
But it would have been the first time on English soil that had happened.
Yes. Didn't he do it to this
first class cricket?
Slow left arm they've got at Worcester, either last year or I think it was last year.
Did it 5 out? Was it 5 out of 6 and a 4?
Yeah, slow left arm bowler.
So yes, he yes indeed. But that would have been the first time on English soil. But the young man fired it in. Thought, I'm not going to go down.
The guy would have much down in history.
That is not why I want to go down in history.
Got back to the dressing room in the tea interval, sat down and said, I'm going to write a book about this. He took it all in good heart. And Tony Caudle was a great player for Glamorgan back in the 70s, 60s, 70s. He said, what are you going to call it, Nashy? Gone with the Wind?
Ahmed is in. Last over before tea. Cook drives in, but only as far as mid-off, where Mulder finds himself at the moment. Ahmed steps in and bowls outside off stump, and Cook waits and waits for it and then just pushes it calmly out in front of point towards the sweeper out there. Takes his 1, moves into
on this pitch. You've got so much time. You saw that, didn't you? Just guided it all the time in the world.
I'm afraid so. The sun has beaten it into submission. Pleasingly, they've got through a good number of overs in this session. Ahmed is in, tosses it up, drives. Nisa only as far as Kimber, who's at shortish extra. Kimber does rather well to stop it. Question is, will either Cook or Nisa become the first man in the game to raise 3 figures? In goes Ahmed and bowls. That may have been the googly. Back on his stumps, Nisa was waiting for it, but as Eddie said, it's any turn, which is minimal, is so slow that the batsman has time to adjust whether they read it or not. Play it off the pitch. Ahmed is in. Oh, goes past the outside edge with that one for the first time for a long old time. Hanscom took it and whipped off the bails, but Nisa's right foot was firmly planted. Wanders forward and has a word with Cook. Perhaps Cook saw something there and it's wandered down to.
Might have just landed in the rough of Finan's run through. Could have done.
Ahmed is in. Ooh, back. Maybe that stayed a little bit low. He played it very late again. Michael Nisa jammed out on it, runs it out to mid-wicket. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea on day 3. Glamorgan have not just saved the follow-on, which they did in the very first over after lunch, but have prospered ever since. They take tea on 376 for 7, with Chris Cook 80 not out, Michael Nisa 71 not out, having raised the partnership past 150. We'll be back with you. BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, Eddie Bevan, Nick Webb and myself, Richard Ray, in around about 18 minutes' time. between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan about to, it was warmer, and today's been lovely, frankly. We were warned there could be a shower around about 3 or 4, and I can see some dark cloud away to the west, but at the moment the ground's still bathed in sunshine. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, Nick Webb and Eddie Bevan of BBC Wales, your commentators for the game. Tomorrow we're going to be joined by Rita Green. A fresh voice for you. See if Rita can conjure us a positive result other than the draw that at the moment looks to be favourite, given how little time there is to be played in the game. 36 overs remain today. We have caught up 8 overs yesterday from the overs lost on day one. I think we lost 29 overs on day one. We pulled back 8 of them yesterday. We'll pull back 8 more of them today. Michael Finan is opening the bowling for Leicestershire in the session from the pavilion, and bowls outside off stump. Steered pleasantly away by Chris Cook. Could go all the way. Chase round the boundary. Good work out there by Sol Budinger. Put in the slide. Got his throwaway. Saved 1. Cook turns for 3, just making sure as he turned that it wasn't. He is a different shape figure to Nisa, who is taller and slimmer man. Cook stocky. Stockier. That's not meant to be.
I'm not sure
rude.
that Nisa is slimmer than Cook, to be fair.
I suppose it's the height that.
Yes, he's elongated. Yes,
gives him that appearance or that impression. Finan is in, bowls on off stump. Nisa with minimal foot movement, just waits there with his bat held steadily and prods it back up the pitch to the Lancastrian.
Yeah, if you see Nisa close up, he's fairly broad across the shoulders. Fairly typical old-fashioned fast bowler build.
4 men out on the boundary for Leicestershire. They are very much on the defensive now. Third man, long leg, and the sweeper on either side of the wicket. There is a mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, extra cover, and backward square. No slips. Finan is in, bowls on off stump. Nisa leans forward into that one, blocks it out to Louis Kimber, one of Leicestershire's substitute fielders. Leicestershire having lost the services of Ed Barnes overnight. Eddie went over on his ankle. Very first ball he bowled. I must admit I didn't see it yesterday, and nor did I note it, because he went on to bowl 2-3 spells without obvious discomfort.
9 overs.
But unfortunately he woke this morning with a very badly swollen ankle. In goes Finan, bowls outside off stumps, driven by Nisa, but only as far as Kimber in the covers. And there's no run. Saw him at lunchtime, and he did have a noticeably swollen ankle. Underneath his socker, you could see it was bigger. And
not the moon boot?
Scan. No, not the moon, because it hasn't been for a scan yet, because it being bank holiday plus this.
You won't get one until Tuesday.
Yeah, indeed. It's emergencies kind of only, really. Life-threatening emergencies only. In goes Finan, bowls outside off stump. This time Nisa waits for it and steers it backward of point. Third man comes chasing in to field, gets away a good throw. Vian Mulder. And 1 is taken.
Yes, I remember, I think Jacques Rudolph went off to hospital in Cardiff with a bang on the hand and got so fed up with waiting he came back to the match again and went in the following morning. But there we are. I'm sure they're doing their best in difficult circumstances.
Finan turns, runs in, bowls looking for the Yorker. Big puff of dust as it's successfully and competently dug out by Chris Cook, played out into the offside, where Hill, Leicestershire skipper, is the fielder. And is the end of the over. 380 for 7, so 4 from the first over. Post tee, a helicopter heads towards the heliport, I suppose, Leicester heliport, which is about 3 or 4 miles away to the southeast of the city. Cycle past it sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Little aeroplanes fly as well. Some little 1 man or 2 men or 2 people, persons.
Yes, we see the odd chopper over Sapphire Gardens as well, because again, for rescue reasons. They've got a very small landing area on the main hospital in Cardiff, the University of Wales Hospital, just obviously for dire emergencies.
The airport's not far away, is it?
The airport's,
well,
it's called Cardiff Wales Airport. It's about 12 miles out, isn't it, down towards Barry, Rhys area and the Vale of Glamorgan. The issue of transport links to the airport is a perennial one in Welsh public life. Then clue they're not great. 380 for 7.
Could be better. Could be improved.
Publicly owned airport these days. Tom Scriven, 3 for 39 and 3 for 15 next to his name last night. Can he improve it again as forward comes Nisa? Defending up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Over right now. +5 with all those overs of spin. But if they take points off you for a -5, you think, yeah, give us a point for +5.
Yeah.
Why not?
Or carry them on to the next match. Still, Leicestershire employ the very short mid-on, standing next to the cut strip and forcing non-striker Cook to stand wide. Scriven is in to bowl, and Nisa is forward defending to the squarer short mid-wicket. So no slips. You may just be able to hear on the effects microphone the voice in the background of Edward addressing BBC Radio Cymru. 380 for 7. Nisa 72. Cook 83. Nisa's highest score for Glamorgan. As in comes the next delivery, blocked by Nisa, bouncing back to short mid-on. No run.
Those showers we were promised are just drifting.
Yes, we might be
down
lucky.
Down the M1, I think.
We might be lucky. It does look slightly damp away to our right, but thankfully overhead it is scorchio.
They did, well, I said the showers we were promised. They did say it was just 20% chance of rain. So
the silly mid-on moves to silly mid-off. Slightly wider, a couple of metres away from the wicket, and mid-off is wondering where shall I stand. As Scriven bowls, Nisa jabs it down onto his boots, and the ball rolls out just in front of the wicket.
He must be a very frustrating batsman to bowl at, Nisa, because he plays so late, and he often looks as though he's just got down on the ball in time, but it works for him.
Indeed, the man at mid-off, I don't think could have seen that ball if it had been hit to him. Now he's found a position slightly straighter than the infield, who's now in a short extra cover-ish sort of position, crouching for the catch. Mid-wicket is fairly tight as well, but walking in as Scriven bowls to Nisa, who drives to mid-off.
Well, Foxy Phil is taking his comfort where he can, because although a Leicester supporter, he made, knowing that Leicestershire were playing Glamorgan, made Michael Nisa his captain of his fantasy team this week.
Oh, right.
So he is,
okay.
He is points in, as they say, with his picked up a couple of wickets, and now he's making good runs as well.
In comes Scriven, bowls to Nisa, who defends to mid-on. Chris feeling in optimistic mood, Welsh supporter. Cook and Nisa going very well. Get a lead of 100 and we could cause Leicestershire a few problems. That's miles away, Chris.
Well, exactly. No,
miles away.
And yeah, you're not. I can see the possibility. You can see the possibilities here. 500 with these two playing like that, very much on the card. Lead of 100.
Ooh.
You know,
settle for any sort of lead, really.
Who knows? It happened last year, didn't it? And stranger things are very much
did, but in that innings, Glamorgan, in the two big stands that they had, were rattling along at a real rate of knots, with Leicestershire having everyone on the boundary. That's by no means the case now.
Michael Finan round the wicket, bowls onto the legs of Cook, who plays it firmly out to mid-on off the back foot. Chris Wright picks up, no run. Beginning to look a little bit threatening, isn't it? Drifting sort of towards the Bennett end.
Blow hard. Yeah, we could get a shower, which might freshen up the wicket possibly if any rain gets on it.
Finan is in, bouncer, and it's, well, not really hooked, sort of almost periscoped round the corner, sort of, well, very odd shot from Cook. He went for the hook, but certainly had no control whatsoever from just outside off stump up into the air. It went, but he did get it behind square on the leg side, and although Kimber is there at square leg, he's quite close in, and it was well wide of him, but again, Cook not at all comfortable with that one. No,
you'd think he'd just pull out of the shot rather than up periscope.
Picks up his single though, and can think about it as Finan bowls to Nisa, who plays a very nice back foot punch through the offside, straight to Budinger on the point boundary, or in 10 yards in front of the ropes on the point boundary. One more taken. Wondering which of the poor Leicestershire bowlers I shall select for interview at the end of this. after a day in the dirt, I believe is how they describe it. Finan into his 20th over is in, bowls, just a little bit short on the back foot again. Cook this time much more comfortable with that. A nice punch out through the large gap in the covers. Budinger again is in action, coming in off the ropes. One more is taken.
Yes, it doesn't get to be an assistant coach delegated, does it, if the bowlers has stood out?
It could be. Alfonso could, excuse me, could pop out while the bowlers put their feet up for, or clamber into their wheelie bins of iced water or whatever they do these days. I'm sure you'd know how to do that after a day with the gloves on. In goes Finan and bowls a poor bouncer, well taken by Hanscom down the leg side.
After a day with the gloves on, it's
ease the knees.
More likely to get outside a can of iced lager rather than inside a.
I can imagine a few people having been lowered into a wheelie bin of ice couldn't be getting out.
No. Next morning for really the first probably 4 or 5 games of the season. Next morning a struggle to get out of bed at all.
And the stairs present an impossible object. In goes Finan, bowls, good bouncer this time, or short delivery, and Cook, and beg your pardon, Nisa is discomforted. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, manages to keep the ball down though as he plays it away into the off side, but good effort by Finan.
Yeah, they've tried hard, the Leicestershire bowlers. I think Wright has bowled really well. Finan's caused them difficulty on occasion. Rayan Ahmed has been disciplined with not an awful lot to work with from the pitch. But they've seen the runs accumulate gently, I suppose, against them. Run rate 2.9. Remind that we're deep into this innings, 52 overs into the second ball. So the possibility that if Glamorgan were to be still going, then Leicestershire could claim another new ball tonight.
Yes.
Scriven is in to bowl. Cook will work that one away on the offside. Jogs through for a single. Edward has been checking up on record stands. Update for radio listeners.
Still no wickets for the Foxes. They're toiling away manfully. You know, they're making the batsmen play. They're trying to flog a little bit of life out of what is now a pretty dead pitch. But Chris Cook, who's 86 not out, and Michael Anisa, who is 73 not out, are thwarting them at every turn. 384 for 7 now at Glamorgan. Leicestershire scored 407 in their first innings, so it looks like Glamorgan are going to go past that score and build up a first innings lead of their own. Maybe try and put Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure themselves with the ball tomorrow. But with the sun being out, the pitch has played extremely well, and the Foxes are one bowler down. Ed Barnes has picked up a bad foot injury and is unable to bowl, and they're suffering a little bit now in the unexpected heat here at Grace Road, with Glamorgan 384 for 7.
The Jester from Leicester is 1 frame ahead.
It's a bit of a grind, that game.
11-10. Mark Allen won 4 in a row to cut the deficit. And they start again at 7 o'clock in that match.
The other one looks interesting. It was 14-all last time I looked at that semi-final. Bressel versus Sai.
Yeah, I think it's still tied there. Scriven bowls and Nisa drives to mid-on, and there is no run. 384 for 7. So this stand has gone along at pretty much the same rate as it has since they came together in the 82nd over. So they've been together 50 overs now for 159 runs, just over 3 and over. No sign of accelerating, but credit to Leicestershire for not allowing them to. Keeper standing up now to Scriven, and no slip fielder as Scriven loses his run. There are 5 saving the single and 4 men out for the Foxes. Interestingly, one of the infielders is at just backward square in a semi-catching position, almost leg gully. The one flicked off the hip. Scriven bowls, and Nisa just steers it gently down to third man. Single taken as Rishi Patel does the fielding. 385 for 7. Cook 86, Nisa 74.
Such is the nature of that semi-final between Allen and Mark Selby. I saw that Stephen Hendry on commentary, to some interest from outside. Finish that point in a second.
Scriven into Cook, who runs one down to third man for a single. 386 for 7.
Said that they were playing so slowly and carefully that a dark cloud had descended over the crucible.
Oh gosh.
After the excitement and explosive nature of the other semi-final, and indeed some of the other snooker that's been played in the World Championships, this particular semi-final, its grinding nature was summoning up the old days of Eddie Charlton and John Spencer and people like that, when games used to just go on forever, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Do you remember who else? Eddie Charlton. Ray Reardon, of course.
Yeah. Yes. Many years ago, we went as reporting on a Welsh Open snooker in Newport.
Michael Finan, staying around the wicket, is in to Cook, who is neatly turning his wrists on that slightly short of a length delivery into the body and picking up a single as it runs it out into the deep square area where Ackerman finds himself these days.
My better half, for reasons, foolish reasons, best known to herself, decided to accompany me, and it was something like Cliff Wilson against Doug Mountjoy, both, even at that time, middle-aged gentlemen playing exceedingly slowly, and she wondered how anyone was staying awake.
Finan is in, a bouncer ducked by Nisa, yes, or indeed alive.
Well, that's part of the charm of snooker, isn't it? The laid-back nature.
Well,
it's very soothing to watch of an evening,
yes,
isn't
it?
it?
Is, yeah. I covered a couple of World Championships there by the Sunday Times.
All right.
It's a shock how close you are in the sort of press bench.
Right.
Yeah, underneath where they have the sort of scoreboard. In goes Fine and bowls, looking for a fuller delivery, clipped by Nisa, but only as far as Patel at mid-wicket. You know, and the atmosphere is such, you're almost scared of breathing. You know, you don't want to make any noise.
That's why they all have to whisper their commentary.
Yeah. But it is a very intimate arena. Fine and shirt out of his trousers, runs past umpire Bainton, and bowls short and up on his toes is Nisa, dropping it nicely down towards point. There is no point. Kimber has to run across from...
Cheer up, Richard.
Kimber has to run across from extra cover, so a single is to be taken. There is no point. Fielder.
It's a little...
should have said that.
It's a little early in the season to be getting all existential on us. You might have been forgiven last year, I guess.
Clouds continue to gather, but I think we're going to be lucky. The worst of it looks a little bit away to the southwest as it drifts past. Goes Fine and clipped off the stumps by Cook, I think, but he got plenty of it down towards deep backward square. Running round is Tom Scriven. Good throw from Scriven, but Cook picks up a couple, moves on to 90, I believe now. Yeah, 390 for 7. Will Cook, now the third man into the 90s, be the first to go past 100.
Yes, well, Ahmed wasn't the nervous 90s, was it?
No, he
was
wasn't
just,
nervous, no, just
looking to cloud everything, more or less. Well, not quite everything,
Indeed.
but a healthy scoring rate is 90 coming off 129 balls.
Finan is in, bowls to Cook. Good line, good length, and solid defensive shot from Cook. Sees the ball bounce back towards Finan. Fango Fox thinks Leicestershire need to try something different. Bring the field up, make them hit through it or over it to score. Just try and make something happen. Don't just go back onto the defensive and wait for something to happen.
Yeah, there is a bit of an air of that at the moment, and they're just waiting for the mistimed attacking shot. And since Glamorgan aren't really launching any attacks, see Matthew Jarrett Fango Fox sending you his best wishes, should we say?
Oh, that's cruel. Cool. just feels that way.
390 for 7. Well, thank you, Mr. Fox. In comes Scriven from the Bennett end. Bowls and clipped through the leg side by Nisa for a single. Stephen Moss. Oh no, you can't have that yet. In terms of Glamorgan records, there is a little record which Edward was checking up on, which I'll confirm for you once he gets in. 391 for 7. Scriven is into Cook, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run. So these two came together with a score on 225 for 7, when Sam Northeast was caught behind off Finan for 40. And that in itself was quite a laborious process, trying to play himself back into some sort of red ball form. Rian Ahmed is winding optimistically at point. As the light levels dip a little, and Scriven bowls, and Cook prods forward and is beaten. Ball through to Hanscom standing up. Ball beats bat. For once, 391 for 7. Is this level with the record, Edward? There we are. Record for Glamorgan against Leicestershire for the 8th wicket. There's Scriven in to bowl, forward stretches Cook and defends. Who was the wicket record against Leicestershire, did you say, Edward? Gwyn Richards. And was it Nash? Gwyn Richards and Malcolm Nash. So what was that? Late 70s, early 80s? 79. Thank you. So they're level with that now, as Scriven runs towards us. Bowls, Cook is forward defending to cover. It's fielded by sub Kimber. There's no run. Cook last season, thanks to his innings here in no small part, had a decent batting average of 56 for the season. This, of course, was his biggest here, as Cook defends one up to mid-on, and there's no run. 391 for 7. It remains at the end of a very tidy Tom Scriven over, level with the 8th wicket record for Glamorgan against Leicestershire still.
Eddie's going to have a little spell, see if he can make something happen for the Foxes.
Rehan Ahmed from the pavilion end, and Edward should be hopefully in place in time to describe the first ball of a new spell from the young spinner, who's going exactly 3 and over, 19 overs, not for 57. Edward.
Yes, thanks, Nick. And 391 for 7 really represents a terrific recovery from 225 for 7. And these, once they reach 50, they haven't sort of started to play lots of shots. They've just plugged away, knowing that if they can occupy the crease for as long as they can, I probably don't think so, but they will hope that the pitch might just deteriorate a little and help the likes of Nisa, Van der Gooten and possibly Salter. Anyway, Rehan Ahmed is about to bowl. He's about to bowl to Michael Nisa on 76. And he comes, bowls the first ball, and he's cut away up to deep extra cover. And that, I can tell you, is the record for the 9th wicket for Glamorgan against Leicestershire. It beats the previous 166 set by Gwyn Richards. Gwyn of my stag, and the late Malcolm Nash. That was at Swansea in 1979. And well done to these two. As Ahmed comes in, bowls a good delivery, which is pushed forward on the offside. And if they can reach that target, the record for every wicket is 202.
Oh, Edward. I wasn't going to mention that until we...
No.
If we got nearer.
166 would do me after the position they were in at midday today. 225 for 7.
If there's a wicket now, blame Mr. Bevan. Yes. Whose beloved Swans are still level 1 all with 5 minutes of normal time to play at Hull.
Haven't lost a game for 8 games. Rehan Ahmed comes in and bowls a good length ball, which is pushed away. Because there's such a... I keep on saying there's nearly 30 overs left tonight and 96 tomorrow. Been in the field, Leicestershire, all day. And a lot yesterday as the next ball is a good length. Pushed away by Coco. No doubt will have an eye on his second 100 in successive seasons here. He's 90 not out.
Might take him a while to get there at this rate.
Yeah. Here's the next ball. Good length ball. Driven. And they take a single because mid-off is rather deep there. And Cook will retain strike and move to 91. 393 for 7. 77 also to Michael Nisa. And they're playing every ball on merit, not thinking, oh, we're going to get near now or get parity, let's play a few shots. No, they want to try and occupy the crease and get a lead if possible. Well, that lead was only 15 runs away.
Do you think if they're still going in an hour and a bit time, that they might declare and have a couple of overs at Leicestershire tonight while they're tired.
No, they're only going to be about, what, 60 or 70 runs ahead, which really is.
Not really.
And if it's 60 for one overnight, they think, why do we do that?
Scriven from the Bennett end starts a new over, bowls to Cook, who defends to cover, and there's no run. Before 5 o'clock on day 3, and there are only 2 championship games still going out of the 5. Why there are 5 instead of 9 is beyond me. 3 of the matches are finished today. In Division 1, Middlesex beat Kent by 9 wickets, reaching just 86 for 1 in the final innings to win it. And Surrey beat Warwickshire by 9 wickets. They needed just a handful to win there. As Cook drives through the covers, that's a brilliant half stop from Kimber, who saved probably a couple of runs there, diving full length to his left and keeping them to a single. It would probably have been 3 otherwise. Not sure if it would have reached the boundary. 394 for 7. Warwickshire 150 and 141. Surrey 281 and 16 for 1.
What a strong side there.
Must have won with a 6 then, if my maths are right. It's quite stylish. Scriven at the back of his mark. Yeah, Laws hit a couple of 6s. Scriven bowls. Nisa drives into the covers again. Kimber is gainfully employed.
We had a 6 in this match.
Labuschagne's top edge.
Oh, the top edge is the only one, isn't it?
Into the far side screen, which wasn't quite a genuine shot from my angle. I was standing down at fine leg at the time. Looked as though he did top edge it rather than
he did, yes,
deliberately play it there. In Division 2, Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 7 runs, which means that the only games still going are here and Bristol. As Scriven bowls and Nisa plays to wide mid-on and scrambling half stop. And they go through for an easy single. Boundaries have been quite few and far between in recent overs.
Yeah, look at the boundaries. There would be many on other grounds.
They are very wide square of the wicket, aren't they?
We're playing at Cardiff. I think it would be 450 place, 420, not 407 versus 395 for 7.
The sole catching fielder is re-stationed from silly mid-off to squarish mid-wicket. Scriven to Cook, who plays to mid-off, and there's no run.
You can say that the scoring is not very quick, 2.9 under 3 runs and over, but keep on about this boundary, and the bowling has been steady. There's not a slip in sight now, and it's all defensive, stopping Glamorgan getting a gallop on, if you like, and try and get a big lead. But it's still a good effort.
Scriven running towards us, bowling to Cook, who has to jump down on that one, kept a little bit low, defends to mid-on, no run. 395 for 7. At Sapphire Gardens, Western Storm have beaten Thunder, the Manchester side, by 6 wickets, reaching 218 for 4 in the 42nd over, so more than 8 overs to spare. And there was a century on debut for the Irish international Orla Prendergast, who made 115 off 115 balls. Fran Wilson was 74 not out, and Western Storm cantered to victory there. Their main wicket taker was Chloe Skelton with 3 for 36.
Rian Ahmed starts the new over and bowls to Michael Nisa on 78, and he just taps the first ball back. 2 men are in the orthodox positions of 8 on 9. When you tend to drive, I'll just keep that in place for it. If you tend to drive a leg spinner, you can often get a top edge into the covers, or you might not quite clear mid-off. So neither batsman have attempted to hit him over the top. And it's testament to the way that they've played, that they've been very cautious. It's the next ball is short, and he goes to cut, and it bounces through to the wicketkeeper. He saw it, his eyes lit up, Chris Cook, and went to cut it backward of square, but it bounced a little bit more than he thought. Ahmed Bowles, sure, that's very short, and cut away out to Cylinder, out on the extra cover boundary. He returns, and they go through for another single. Nisa moves on to 79. Cook is on 92. He's facing. Next ball is driven on the offside. They go through for a single. Short third man is very deep, and another single to Cook, who moves to within 7 of 100. Glamorgan are 10 runs behind now on first innings. 397 for 7. In comes the next ball, which is the googly, which spins across him and hits his pad. Good over there from the young leg spinner. He has bowled 20 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 61. 397 for 7, 93 to Cook, 79 to Michael Nisa.
Well, he's certainly not allowed the run rate to get away, Ahmed, so even if he hasn't been among the wickets, he's doing a containing job, but Leicestershire in need of something more than containment, because all these overs in the field, as Edward said, must be somewhat wearying. And they're a man down with Ed Barnes suffering that twisted ankle. In terms of bowling, may be able to bat if he were needed. Scriven starts a new over. Cook tries to work on the leg side, is hit on the pad, and there's no run.
Lovely evening again, clouds high, and there's the threat of the odd showers, so they say what they mean by odd, but the southeast should be clear of any rain tomorrow. Now we are southeast Midlands, if my geography is right. So that augurs pretty well for tomorrow.
Here is Scriven into Cook's squarish stance from the former captain as he defends one out on the offside. And there's no run. 6 saving the single, of whom only one really at just forward square leg is in a semi-catching position.
And if you bowl that length, it's difficult to get through, difficult to time properly.
Yes, really hard work for the batters all day. That's down leg side, that's hard work for the keeper. That'll run away for 4 byes. Poor old Peter Hanscom. The keeper standing
Wicket
up.
Keepers Union here.
The keeper standing up, and he's bowling medium fast and fires one quite a way down the leg side.
And just has a 400 up to virtually no applause.
Well, it was not exactly the most glorious of ways to get there, is it?
No.
Gloucestershire look to be in some little trouble at home to Sussex. They're 125 for 5. Still 330 behind the South Coast chaps. Cook cuts and will just get a single down to third man. Patel fields.
And this will be tiring for the Leicestershire side, because I didn't know how many overs they bowled last night. They must have bowled about 30 or 40.
It was more than that, wasn't it? It was 164 for 5 overnight. Yeah. Probably 60 odd, I think. Scriven bowls, back on his stumps goes Nisa, no run.
Yeah, we're in the 139th over. If these two keep on going, they'll be looking at the second new ball sometime.
Which will be, I suppose, welcome, but they'd rather not need it. I'm sure Leicestershire, they've got the 22 overs to run through these last 3 wickets. Scriven to Nisa, drives, has got one through the covers past the diving Kimber, who flung himself to his right, and a rare bout of aggression from Michael Nisa, and he moves on to 83 not out, and Glamorgan on to 406 for 7, which is a deficit of 1 run.
You're going to tell me if Michael Nisa has got a first-class 100? Don't think he has.
I think he has done
state match,
for Queensland. Yes, 136. But it is his Glamorgan highest score by some way.
It is. Ryan Ahmed to continue then at 406 for 7. Cook is in 94. Nisa's on 83. And something always happens in this game the last couple of years. Ryan Ahmed from the podium end, bowled his leg spin and Googly's bowls to Cook. Cook goes back and chops it away backward of square. And they scamper a single, and the score's a level. Terrific effort, this, really, by these two.
It's been a triumph application, hasn't it? And
absolutely.
Concentration.
Yes, they've reined themselves, because these two are two very attacking batsmen. Ahmed comes in and bows, and Nisa jabs that down in front of him. 407 for 7.
Seems a shame that we haven't got a full programme of championship fixtures over a bank holiday weekend.
Next ball by Ahmed is jabbed back down the pitch. In comes the next ball. Cut away. This time it beats third man, and that'll be 4 runs. And Nisa now is moving up to the 80s, the higher 80s. He's on 87. And Glamorgan have gone in the lead by 4 runs.
Unlucky score for Aussies, though. 87, 13 short of 100.
13 short, yeah. 25 overs. If they go on like this and get 75, 80, nearly 100 in lead tonight, and bat in the morning and hope that this pitch will deteriorate. That probably will be the plan. Or who knows? They could lose 2 wickets in a couple of overs. That's the next ball, and that's cut away out to deep. Well, no, he's not all that deep. Extra cover.
Yeah, Ahmed just offering a little bit of width there.
Not the sort of pitch. He's gone for 66 now. Hasn't taken a wicket. Not his pitch. As he bowls again, tosses this one up, and it's defended. End of another over. 411 for 7. 95 to Cook. 87 to Nisa. As they have in the back of their mind 100 each.
Yes, what's that? 140 overs bowled in the innings.
Yes, they'll be rather weary, the Leicestershire boys.
60 overs delivered with this particular ball. Little bit of a committee meeting. Lewis Hills, anyone got any ideas, boys? Yeah. Fionn Mulder sticks his hand up to have a bowl as the light dips a little bit.
I don't think there's any problem. No threat of the floodlights as yet.
If it goes any worse, they might be driven into flicking the switch. Ice cream van pottling down the road outside somewhere. Cook on 95, Nisa is on 87. And Fionn Mulder to bowl. Chris Cook defends to cover, thinks about a single Kimber. The enthusiastic subfielder comes dashing in and prevents them.
It's gone a little bit cloudy, but certainly no threat of rain. Glamorgan lead by 4 then.
Leicestershire without a slip, just down to the 5 infielders now. And Cook blocks one on the offside. And there is no run. It has been really a one-paced innings, this. Byram and Labuschagne went along just over 3, but it soon dipped with last night's Carlson and North East blocking everything for a while. North East some way from his fluent best, I think it's fair to say, as Cook dabs one into the offside, into a gap, and calls Nisa through for a single. Cook to 96, 412 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 5 runs. BBC Sport Online bringing you just the 2 championship matches that are ongoing now, as Sussex bid to press home their advantage over the Gloucesters. 129 for 5 in reply to 455 for 5 from the visitors to Bristol. Scriven in, bowls, Nisa drives to mid-off, no run. So Glamorgan grinding remorselessly onwards. No doubt the sight of such long crease occupation being enjoyed by the Welsh supporters here at Grace Road. I'm not sure if the style of play will have won over many home followers here. 412 for 7. As Nisa drives at a wide one and misses it. Mulder slightly unfortunate not to find an edge, but I suppose with no slip there, unless it's a fine edge, it's liable to fly away anyway. Patel is grazing down on 3rd man boundary. Point goes back towards the boundary. Square leg, fine leg, both back. Leicestershire in a holding operation, and Glamorgan in no particular hurry at the moment, it seems, as a short delivery from Mulder, as Nisa swaying back out of the way. Nisa 87, Cook 96. I think it's my turn for a break, Edward?
Yes, it is.
And Richard Ray will come in alongside Edward Bevan, who will attempt to see these 2 gentlemen through to their centuries, if all is well from the Welsh cause.
Yes, thanks, Nick. And they are nearing their centuries. Chris Cook is on 96 and Michael Nisa is on 87. And it will be Raymond Ahmed to bowl. He's bowling to Cook. In he comes, bowls the first ball, and that's driven back down to the deepish mid-off, and they go through for a single.
I thought that was the opportunity. It was very full, wasn't it? Didn't quite get hold of it as he would have liked. Hit it in probably the right place, but has to think about it a bit longer.
Well, this time to Nisa, bowls to him, goes back. Oh my word! That was kept low, didn't it? It might have been a top. I don't know if he does bowl the top spinner, but it jagged back, and that certainly did a little bit.
Yeah, the appeal was on the grounds that it might have flicked the pad first,
yes.
But no, said umpire, or at least it wasn't going on to hit the stumps as umpire Bainton if it did.
That's why I said recently that the occupation of the priest now is paramount to try on this pitch. Is a short up delivery, which is hit backward with square. There's no run this time. Cook needs 3 runs for his 100. Then comes Raymond Ahmed and bowls to him, and he goes, flicks it down the leg side. There'll be 2 in this. Called by Richard Ray immediately. What a good judge of a run he is. It goes up to 99. And the field will probably come in from all areas for Cook. As Glamorgan move to 416 for 7, a lead of 9. Deep extra cover has come in. Deep mid wicket has come in, and they want to block the 100 if they can. Cook has a good look around the field. As in comes Ryan Ahmed. Bowls. Cook goes down the pitch and tries to flat bat it through cover, but he doesn't time it with any sort of conviction. And Ryan Ahmed marches quickly back to his mark. In he comes again. Bowls to Cook. Cook pushes it away. Nice is ready to back up, but he's not going to get that run he needs. End of the over for 1-6 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 9. Still.
Lisa. There's a chance to get there first with a couple of hefty blows.
Yeah,
I don't think he will. Don't think he will. It's quite cool out there now. The sun has... but it's been lovely. It's been a lovely, lovely sort of middle of the day and afternoon, really.
Lights saying hello to us.
Umpires anticipating.
Probably got 23 overs.
An issue.
But looking away to the east, it's all blue sky if that comes over.
Oh, that's heading the... Yeah, the clouds are going west to east, though, aren't they? So that's all in the past, alas. I'll start with Mulder. Well, Nisa is on strike. He comes charging in and bowls down the leg side and falling to his left. Hanscom takes the ball. Fango tells me he's described as a sort of fielder with gloves in terms of his wicket keeping.
You were saying yesterday, yeah.
You're
not a Jack Russell.
No, not a natural sort of stand up, whip the bails off type keeper, but he does a tidy job, and it gives Leicestershire much more balance as a side. In comes Mulder, bowl, slightly short of a length, stands tall. Nisa, he is tall, blocks it down to Tom Scriven, who finds himself at mid-wicket.
The young men will be weary tonight.
They will.
Feet up.
They will.
A good pint of beer and then go and relax at home, put their feet up and have an early night.
They will. They could have a lot of work to do tomorrow as well. The way these two are batting, in goes Mulder and bowls down the leg side again. And again, Hanscom takes it two-handed away to his left, falling, tumbling.
He'll be tired too, Peter Hanscom.
Yes, he will.
How old is he? 28, 30, Hanscom?
I'd have to look that up. But yes, I think he's...
30.
I think he may be 30. Fango will tell us. Mulder is in and bowls. That's a better, straighter, fuller delivery, and a little late down on it, Nisa. But as I say, that is, I'm getting used to it now. That is the way he plays.
Didn't make a mark here of when Nisa come into bat. You got it. It's
when Northeast was out after 81.3 overs. If that helps you.
So they've been together for over 60 overs, these two.
Mulder is in. Nisa is defending on the off stump. Out towards extra cover, who is Ackerman at the moment. No, it's not. It's Kimber. I beg your pardon. Where's Ackers? He's at mid-wicket with his hands plunged deep in his pockets. It's getting colder out there. Always a sign. Temperatures are falling. Ice cream van might have actually done some trade
I think
today.
he has Saturday afternoon, wouldn't he?
Mulder is in. Nisa gets a good line and length delivery that he blocks back up the pitch to Leicestershire South Africa International. End of the over. Cook on 99 will be facing Rahan Ahmed.
And the field will come in and try and restrict Cook and draw him into indiscretion. We could have just a quiet draw tomorrow. We could have some fun, and that's the beauty of county cricket, isn't it? You just don't know.
Well, 150 lead, and they have nothing to lose, Glamorgan. They can have a real go at Leicestershire.
I don't think they'll get 150. Well, these have played.
Well, this partnership's 191 now.
Yeah.
Breaking records, approaching
12.
202, is it? Did you say?
Cook on 99 gets a full toss and he's passed mid-off, and he's scrambling, he gets to its 100. There is appeal for a run out, but it missed, and a huge cheer there from the Glamorgan dressing room, and that is a superb 100 by Chris Cook. He came in a difficult time. Glamorgan looked as if they'd have a huge deficit on first innings, but he with Nisa have guided them, and it's one of his top 100s for Chris Cook, and he has faced 220 balls. So 100 Chris Cook. He scampered the 100th run, as you normally do when you push and run. Nisa is on 88, and this time he comes down the pitch, and well, I thought he might just have a pump at that over mid-off, but it was beautifully bowled there. Nice loop, and he just defended it. Rim Ahmed bowls. Oh, and that's the googly that comes back, but not on this pitch. It's quick enough to let it scuttle through.
Stay low, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, for 71, Rim Ahmed. This is his 24th over, bowling from the pavilion there, and sends his mid-on halfway back. As in he comes again and bowls short, cut away. They go through for the single and get there quite easily. That is 89 for Nisa. I never quite see the point of anybody going halfway or 3/4 of the way back. You can always come one running in for the single, and then you might get a catch on the boundary. As the next ball is bowled to Cook, who plays defensively.
I wonder if the idea is to tempt to go and hit over me.
Yeah. I've seen many sail over the head and they're 10 yards in. Rian Ahmed bowls. Cook comes and he tries to wash it through the offside and gets a thick inside edge, goes down to the fine leg boundary, might just beat fine leg. No, he catches it just inside, and they come back for a third run.
Could so easily have chopped that on.
Yep.
But well played, Chris Cook. 220 balls. Yeah. That's 221 balls. So that's a
that's a lot.
Mammoth effort, isn't it?
Five fours.
Just 5 fours.
That's that again is testament of his patience throughout that innings. We did make the point when you were outside of this large ground. On any other ground, there'd been more fours, wouldn't there?
There would. It is quite soft. It is. It isn't the fastest outfield in the world at the moment. It will become so once it dries out. Mulder continues from the Bennett end into Cook, who defends with a nice high left elbow, slightly short of a length delivery. Nisa, as is his occasional wont, is prepared to do a spot of fielding for the fielding side, picks up and hands the ball to Tom Squiven as it rolls towards him.
Funny to be saying this, that 14 Glamorgan lead by 14. I wouldn't be saying that just before lunch. But it'll be interesting to see how many fours Nisa's hit. Not a huge amount.
Well, just 4 for the 200 partnership as in goes Mulder and bowls, and again Cook defends out down to the on side. I think you ought to see them over the line for the record. Eddie?
What is it now? Well,
it's 196, and you say so they only need another 6 to equal it, to 7 to beat it. Is it 202?
Yes, it is.
It's an old one apparently as well.
You and I weren't around 1928.
In goes Mulder, and crashed away through the offside for 4 by Chris Cook. Width and no great height, and Cook stepped out, cracked it away to the point boundary, and that is the 200 partnership. What an effort it has been. Chris Cook and Michael Nisa have turned the match on its head.
Yes, indeed. Yes, tired delivery then from the bowler. Muller's in his 25th over, crashed away, and he goes on to 89. And we need another 2 runs. Comes the next ball and it's beaten outside the off stump. Richard put his hands behind his head.
He might have just feathered that one through. That would be cruel. Too short of a record set over 100 years ago.
1928 by...
Oh, 28, sorry, I beg your pardon. So
Yes.
95 years ago.
Yes. Records are there to be broken.
Eventually.
Yes. 2 more runs needed. In comes the next ball. It's guided away down towards third man. They cross for 1. They're going to come back for a second. And now it's just 1 run needed for the record for Glamorgan. And it's gone for 4 at the very last moment. And the boys downstairs, you can hear them. They know that is the record for the 9th wicket against any side. The last record was from Di Davis, who became a first-class umpire, a test match umpire, and Joe Hills, 202. That was against Sussex at Eastbourne, way back in 1928.
Mulder is in, driven back to him by the record-breaking Cook, who moved on to 111 with that boundary, and he acknowledged Cook, Rehan Ahmed, who'd done brilliantly to pretty much stop that ball running away to his left, and then it just, in the end, flicked against the rope, and Ahmed signalled for.
And we couldn't see it from here, that's why I waited and said 2 runs, but it was, in fact, when the Glamorgan boys have got these modern phones now, and they can pick it up there. Whereas in the old days, they used to come racing up and ask us what's any records gone. Well, Cook is on 111. Nelson is on the board, 429 for 7. And the lead now is 22.
Yes, and that's the bigger picture. But, well, this game has produced a lot. This match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan over the years has produced a lot of records, and it's done it again.
Here's Rian. Ahmed comes in and bowls, and this is driven firmly down to long on for a single. And Nisa goes into the 90s now. And he is 90 not out, 111 to Cook, 430 for 7. Almost 20 overs, apart from 1 ball still to be bowled. And a steep extra cover on one side, deep mid-wicket on the other. Rehan Ahmed to bowl to Chris Cook on 111. Bowls in, he goes back and cuts fiercely backward of square. Is it going to be stopped just inside? Yes, it is. They'll come back for a second. In fairness to Rehan Ahmed, I know it's 0 for 76 of 24 overs. This is not his pitch. Nobody's advanced and got after him, hit him over the top. And, you know, he's going at 3s, something like that, as he bowls the next ball, which is a credit to a young man. Let's not forget he's only 18 years of age. He's got little or no experience, and at this standard, as he comes in and bowls again, beautifully bowled, and Cook treats it with respect.
But it is becoming a dangerous situation, this for Leicestershire, because there are still best part of 20 overs left to be bowled today.
94 to...
You know, 70 off them, 80 off them.
Here's the next ball. Played defensively away onto the backward point position.
The lead is over 100. If that works out for Glamorgan, you know, they can have a whack tomorrow morning and nothing to lose.
You go in and Leicester think
we're not going to lose the game now.
No. Ahmed in bowls. This time it's driven, and his single to mid-off was dropped back.
Hanscom looks thoroughly cheesed off with that throw from Finan, which was completely unnecessary. Bounced just in front of him. And, my hands, really? He's taking his gauntlets off.
And he's a tall man for a wicketkeeper, isn't he? Normally you get short, the likes of Jack Russell and Paul Nixon is not all that tall, was he?
No, he's
nimble little wicketkeepers. Yes, he's a big lad.
You're right, he will be, and a weary one at the end of today, I would imagine.
Redoubtable Chris Wright is coming back to bowl.
Mulder 27 overs, Wright 30 overs, 2 for 74.
That's good.
They're totting up these overs. We're 146 overs into the innings, of which the unfortunate Barnes bowled, was it 9 or 10 yesterday? So the burden has been shouldered by just the 5. Ackerman's got through a few relatively tidy,
yes, he did,
inexpensive overs, but even so.
When does the next second new ball due, if it is?
In 14 overs time,
14.
So could come tonight.
Yeah.
Chris Wright down the slope from the Bennett end is in. Bowls, short-armed pull from Cook out to deep backward square. Should make it into 2, does make it into 2 as Budinger picks up in front of the manual scoreboard. And returns to Hanscom. Cook onto 116, looking perhaps now to just accelerate a little bit.
Well, they've got 3 wickets in hand, and as I've mentioned, Andrew Salter, no mean batsman to come in, and one of these could stay in if one gets out, of course, and he could still carry it on. 4:35, 28.
Wright is in.
Oi.
Oh my goodness, how did that not bowl in? Because he took his bottom hand off the bat, Chris Cook, there as it bounced up, came off the bat and went past leg stump, bounced past leg stump. Right again. Unfortunate. It was fielded by Hanscom, running away to his left. Probably missed leg stump by a good 6 inches or so in the end, but.
And I suspect Michael Nisa might be, having been there so long, thought of himself, you know, Michael Nisa, the bowler, seeing these balls jagging around, might take heart from that.
Wright is in 2. Cook, who's tucking that delivery off Midland leg out through the vacant mid-wicket area towards Budinger. 1 is taken, and Cook holds the blade of his bat, takes his glove off again as he's got down the non-striker's end, his helmet off. Still having to work out there. 117 off 236 deliveries.
Anybody bowling at this end, I think, tomorrow will get some uneven bounce, as we've seen from Chris Wright, who has been rather unlucky. He's beaten the bat and he has some balls that jagged back and nearly played on.
2 short mid-wickets now as Wright is in 2. Nisa bowled him!
Kept low, didn't it?
Kept a little bit low, came back, but it has been on the cards. Michael Nisa goes for 90 after a partnership, and a magnificent partnership for Glamorgan of 211 between Nisa and Chris Cook. We have already mentioned it, but they have essentially turned the game on its head. 200 and, what was it, 56 for 7 at lunch. They batted through the entirety of the afternoon session. They came together when the score was on 225 after 81.3 overs. They've been together for the best part of 75 overs and put together Glamorgan's record 8th wicket partnership.
Yes, indeed, and applause from the Leicestershire and the Glamorgan members who've travelled up here, but it was a terrific effort by someone who's ostensibly an opening bowler, and that ball shot through about ankle height. He could do nothing at all about it, and I think he might be looking forward to grabbing that ball in his hand later on this evening if Glamorgan don't stay there much longer. Yeah, 211 for that 8th wicket, a wonderful partnership. As Andrew Salter saunters, he walks to the crease to meet Chris Cook. They might just decide now, as you mentioned, Cook might think, yeah, I'll play a few shots if I can now, because the lead is not a lot, it's 29, but 29, if that could become 50 this evening, you did mention it, it could be, just put the jitters up the batsman.
Here's the replay, Eddie. Let's see how low it did actually stay.
It appeared to me to keep low, perhaps.
It certainly came back. It came back as much as... It didn't get up too much, but it kind of wasn't ankle height. It accelerate, cut back. He has cut a few back in, Chris Wright, and he did so there. And
A
for
deserved
once,
wicket, it must be said.
yes, he has
fairness.
worked very hard for
Yeah.
it, hasn't he, Chris? 3 for 77 from 30.4 overs. Well, Salter does not want to do a Billy Root here, does he? and get out first ball
He just
after
wants to
a
stay
stand
there.
like that. So what can Chris Wright do? Down the slope he comes and bowls to Salter, who is leaning forward carefully, defending, pushing the delivery out into the onside, where Tom Scriven is clowning around a little bit as he picks that one up. So what is the lead? 36 plus
29.
less 7. Yeah. At the
29.
moment it's not significant.
No, but another 20 odd.
But yeah, another, yeah,
And a
a
tricky
few more
few
than that.
overs tonight.
You'd like to see them have a little bowl tonight?
Yes, no, I
Glamorgan.
think, if they can just force the pace.
Wright is in, bowls to Salter, who is leaning forward again, lifts his back leg up as he pushes that one again out into the onside. Well done, Chris Wright. Finally managed after much labour to pick up the 8th wicket of the innings. So Salter is a perfectly competent batsman, but then McIlroy, about whom we don't know too much as a batter.
Not bad.
Not bad?
Yeah, you can
They're
hold it
all
in
not
there.
bad these
Yeah,
days,
these
are
days,
they?
you're right.
No rabbits.
I think any time coming in tonight is an useful time for bowlers because they give their all, shall we say, for 15, 10 overs and have a chance in the morning. So I don't think, Nick mentioned it, will they declare? I don't think they'll do that, certainly, because you just want to get as a big a lead as you can. And I see now that they're giving ones to Cook. There's a lot of people on the boundary, which you often see. But you want to give too many runs. That's always my argument.
No.
You know, if you give 3 or 4 runs and over, they mount up. As Rian Ahmed comes in now and bowls to Chris Cook, who gets another one that
That's
he's had
swatted.
to jog down on.
Ooh. Will Glamorgan, they won't be too dismayed at this, will they?
No, that's. I thought Nisa had a good look at it. That's short, too short. I'm away up to the offside, and they just take the single.
Sometimes he does just drag the googly down a little bit.
Does he?
Yeah, just.
Now
But he
then,
gets some action on it.
new batsman, Salter. Field will be coming in, as they do. Rian Ahmed is to bowl to him. Andrew Salter, he had 2 balls, this is his 3rd, and he comes down and just hasn't played against Rian Ahmed. Nobody much has played against him, I suppose. Just pushes forward and hope. 30-run lead here for Glamorgan as Ahmed comes over the wicket, bowls, and is just pushed gently away onto the offside. Cook has moved on to 118. Salter yet to score.
Davis comes running off for some pads and a helmet.
Short
No,
leg.
just pads. No, just a helmet and box. So, yeah, presumably. Or, could be, you have to wear them these days, don't you, to go in at leg slip or something like that.
Salter and Peter Hans come and have a nice little chat together. I don't think Salter said, "What's he doing, Peter?" Well, doing it a little bit.
I'm not sure Hans comes that way inclined. I don't know
No,
what.
I'm not going to say anything.
I don't know how matey he'd be.
It's a bat pad on the offside, not a short leg. He's very close, is Davis now. And Ahmed, conscious of the fact he's got to bowl well with that man there. He does bowl a good delivery, which I don't think Salter's going to play any attacking shots in anger, unless he gets a rank long hopper or full toss. Just wants Cook to keep on going. Here's the next ball. He does get a run. He's off the mark with a little gliding shot on the onside. End of the over, 4:38 for 8. Salter is 1. He'll retain strike, 118 to Cook. And I have no doubt that Chris Wright will continue.
21 the lead now for Glamorgan. Possibly 17 overs remain to be, well, every chance of those 17 overs.
31, is it?
438 minus 7, yes.
31.
What did I say?
21.
Oh,
yes.
shocking.
Worse than me.
Mathematics.
Good job.
Shocking mathematics.
I was
31.
Never good at it myself. That's why I always carry a calculator.
I learnt my times tables though. I used to get severely punished if we got them wrong.
Absolutely.
I can still do my times table up to 12.
Children now take these things into the exams when they're allowed to, I think. Calculator, it's not fair.
Chris Wright, bowling to Salter, has a deep backward square. I'm not entirely sure.
Bouncing, perhaps.
Yeah, but would Salter take it on?
Yes.
Well, we shall see. Wright is in and bowls. Salter is hit on the back pad. Wright does not appeal. It was too high. The appeal came from Ackerman and Hanscom. First slip and wicket.
There's certainly something in that area, isn't there?
Yeah, he's getting it to seam back, isn't he? Right. He developed that delivery a couple of years ago, and he took a lot of wickets. He didn't bowl it so much last year.
Unless it's the famous reverse swing.
No, they just hit the seam and bring
nip back, do they?
Yeah, nip backer. In he goes and bowls. Salter is solidly forward, bounces down into the ground and loops high back towards Wright.
Well, he's a tall man as well. He does bring it down from what, 6'3"?
Yes,
if not more.
With the arm extended, it'll be well above sort of 7.5.
A young lad, after you left your lunch, not left your lunch, after you left, he came in to have his lunch, second team player. He must have been 6'7", 6'8".
Oh, young Josh Hull. He's our new young left-hander. Yes, he is an enormous young man. And he played against Yorkshire and bowled very well. But he's just cracked his right thumb fielding in club cricket. But he's hopefully going to be available for selection at Derby.
Here's some singing going on, which is not particularly good singing.
No, it's not tuneful, is it?
Probably comes from some gentlemen who thoroughly enjoyed their day here in the sun, and perhaps something a little sip to go with it.
Stention Benno. Chris Wright's song, yes, he hasn't got... I don't think I've ever heard him hit the right note in 11 years of listening to the occasional chant from over there, which must offend your Welsh sensibilities, I would imagine.
I'm glad they're happy.
Yeah.
He's going to
but
bounce.
the singing.
I think he might bounce him, yeah. He's going to push backward short leg.
Indeed. Wright is in, bowls to Salter, bowls line and length delivery on off stump to confound our theories. Yes. Which Salter plays competently enough to backward point where Kimber is the fielder.
Just done 25 minutes to 6. We've still got 16 overs. We've had some late nights.
We have.
We've got a very interesting day tomorrow. One way or the other. Draw is probably on the cards.
Wright is in and bowls good bouncer to Salter, who just bobs neatly at the knees, lets it go over his left shoulder.
All the batsmen, as I mentioned, had come down in the order because of Van der Gooten going up last night as night watchman. So Salter generally comes in 8 or 9. First quarter of the game last year, he was opening the batting with David Lloyd, but he did it. He was brave. They didn't have an opener. Eddie Byron was injured, and they put Salter in, but I'm afraid he didn't do anything whatsoever, and I think he was glad to go back down the order.
Wright is in to him, another bouncer, higher this time. Salter again, ducks perfectly, happily and competently.
So he knows how to deal with the bouncer, having opened against the quicker bowlers last year.
One ball to go in Wright's 32nd over of the innings.
Should get these 15 overs, 16 overs in, I think, with the lights on.
Should do. That'll be, if a few of them are bowled by the spinners, it'll be an hour, won't it? So it will be about 6:45-ish. Over 8 still +5 as Wright is in to Salter on off stump, just leans forward, pushes it out to Ahmed, who keeps hold of the ball in the covers and walks. Oh no, he doesn't. He decides he's going to throw it away. So maybe he's coming off. No, he takes his cap off. So he is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Wright has bowled 32 overs. 3 for 77. And the poor bowlers suffered in this match, haven't they? It's been a long toil on this pitch, which has given something to the bowlers, but again, the batsmen, because it's basically a slow pitch, have profited in the main. 407 plays 439.
It has rather snoozed in the sunshine today, but lights are out.
Now then, they're giving one again for Chris Cook, batsman, ball. Get in a minute. Fielders are on the boundary in front of us as he bowls the first ball to Cook, and Cook just pushes it leisurely down to long on, and in come the fielders, the flock descending.
Yeah, I don't think it's a case of Leicestershire thinking Salter can't bat, or anything. They've played against him often enough. They know he's a perfectly competent batsman. Just the fact that he's new at the crease and just might be a bit. Indeed. I don't think there's anything about underrating him or not rating him.
Here's Ahmed to the right-handed Salter, bowls to him, and he goes back and plays it defensively away in the offside. A very good 80 2 years ago up at Durham, or 90, he might have got 90, and he's very disappointed not to get a maiden century as Ahmed bowls to him, and he plays it to short leg this time. He's gone to the other side, which perhaps tells us Ahmed is bowling the googly more often than the conventional leg spin. This is driven. Could have driven that a bit harder, but not taking any chances at the moment. 439 for 8 is the score. The lead is 32.
Hanscom is 32.
This is pushed away onto the offside, and there's no run. Ahmed gets through and over very quickly. This is the last ball, just a single off it. He bowls, and this is wide outside the off stump. End of the over, 439 for 8. We still have 15 overs left. Salter just the single. And Chris Cook's marathon effort, 119.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Now, still got 15 overs to go. It was a good hour's play left yet, but Leicestershire have at last broken Glamorgan's mammoth 8th wicket partnership. 211 it had raised, which broke a Glamorgan record set back in 1928, believe it or not. But Michael Neser was bowled by Chris Wright, got one to jag back in to the Glamorgan batsman, and he was gone for 90, 436 for 8. It's now 439 for 8. Chris Cook is still there, first batsman in the match to go into 3 figures. He's 119 not out. Andrew Salter has one. 439 means that Glamorgan now lead by 32. It looks like the match is heading for a draw, but under the lights the pitch is beginning to offer just a little bit more, so you never quite know. Still 15 overs remain, 439 for 8. Delivery from right there, that's tucked into the onside by Chris Cook. When you always know when the presenter knows zero about cooking, don't you?
Yeah.
But tries to make it exciting and Wright is in and bowls. Cook is dabbing down, a delivery on off stump. Ahmed bounces. Still full of energy, despite the length of the day and the number of overs he's bowled. Still plenty of energy, as you would hope from an 18-year-old. We probably had lots of energy when we were 18.
Absolutely. Got a bit gloomy now, but I think they'll stay on because of the lights. Chris Wright, how old is he? 37, is it?
Indeed. It's admirable stuff, isn't it? Comes charging in and bowls to Cook, who waits for the delivery on off stump and dabs it backward of point down towards Kimber, who's come running in from backward point. Stench chanting away out there. Can't make out a word of it. One note. A flat note. A very flat note, but I don't think it figures in the musical scales.
It's just an enjoyable day.
Yeah.
Chris Wright wants to slip, and he's got it. Ackerman coming in to slip, to try and attack now and try and get Salter.
I'm getting accused of having no taste in music. He's very tuneful. Not. Getting dark.
It is getting dark. Two men on the onside, as if he's going to bounce him.
Wright is in and bowls, turned past the square of them by Salter very neatly as well, and goes into the gap between Finan and Budinger running along the boundary, separate ways of course. It's Finan who gets there first and gets his throwaway. Salter picks up a couple, moves on to 3. 4 for 2 for 8. Right into his 33rd over.
Great effort.
Yeah, let's see what the other number of overs have been bowled by the other bowlers as well. As Wright is in, bowls very straight. Salter very carefully forward, strokes it back down the pitch. Picked up at mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, Wright 33, Finan 21, Mulder 27, Barnes just the 9, Ahmed 27, Scriven 24, and Ackerman 10. It will all add up to 150, nearly 151. One ball to go in the 151st over. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit short for once, and cut away nicely by Salter. It's a long chase around the boundary for the third man. Rishi Patel picks up inside the ropes about 30 yards from the point at which he set off, gets his throwaway. Salter picks up a couple, moves on to 5, 4 for 4 for 8.
The umpires are coming to have a little powwow. It's quite dark out there now, and no threat of rain, I don't think. It's just that...
Is it that dark? It is darker. Yeah, it is much darker, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought
yeah,
it's...
I'd be surprised
no,
if they
they're
took them
not
off.
coming off. Are they? No. Peter Hanscom would love to come off, I'm sure.
Well, I guess given it's Ahmed bowling, then not this time. If yeah, they don't look like they've said anything to.
No. They're carrying on. I think
Hill saying if you bowl your seamers, we'll take you off. I think Hill would then happily go off, to be honest.
Yes, he'd want a rest for his bowlers.
Yeah.
Ahmed is to continue. And he is wanting to cook. In he comes, bowled the first ball, which is forced away to deep extra cover. They take the first, and they'll be content with that. 121 to cook. 445 for 8. As the lead mounts now to 38.
Hill is talking to umpire Bainton, whether it's about who can bowl at that far end, I'm not sure.
I think he'd say, well, I'm going to keep on bowling my seamers until that case it will go off.
Absolutely.
And that probably will be it then. Ahmed is in, bowls, and this time Salter just plays it defensively. Didn't they think mid-afternoon we'd be in the problem of going off, would we? As Ahmed comes in, bowls, and this is driven. And there's no run. Backward point, Fields, 445 for 8-5 to Salter. Here's Ahmed in bowls. Salter plays it gently to short leg. Rushing through the overs. There will be no more weather comes along. 13 overs left this evening. There's that next delivery. Just clipped away on the onside and fielded backward of square. And all of a sudden there's just one ball left. Yeah, looking through your window, because I've got glass in front of me, it doesn't look half as bad.
So looking at the table, Durham's winners obviously seen them go top.
Yeah. Next ball is clipped down to fine line. They take a single, and they don't mind doing that. 446 for 8. The lead is now 39. Salter moves on to 6. And the umpires are going to have a chat. Well, when they talk the second time, you think they're going to come off. But Hill has probably told umpire Baton, look, I'm going to see him, huh?
He's right to, really.
Yeah. And they'll say, well, if that's the case, Hill will want his bowlers. They've had enough for one day, haven't they?
Long conversation,
Yeah,
and we're off. We are off.
Yeah.
Says umpire Bainton, if you are going to bowl. Well, let's don't look overjoyed about the decision. I would imagine the seamers are not entirely displeased, but 446 for 8. And what time is it? Does that mean it's 10-2? There's another 12 minutes until 6, so...
Yeah. There's no covering to do because it's not raining.
I'm just thinking, no, they're leaving the bails on. But we do start to lose overs. Not yet. 440. A reading has been taken at 446 for 8, and the lead is then 39. But Chris Cook leaves the field in the company of Andrew Salter, and he ought to be loudly applauded as he does so. It's a curious way to sort of leave, potentially, indeed. But here comes the applause.
Generous applause from the Leicestershire bowlers and batsmen and fielders. Batsmen and fielders is a terrific innings by Cook, and he's been there nearly all day. Lewis Hill just claps his bowlers and said, well tried lads, it's been hard. So that's it, 446 for 8, 121 to Cook. Salter is 39 run lead. Might get some cricket, but we'll have to wait, and if we do, we will certainly be back to you immediately.
I'm tired after a day like this.